Uh, Thanks so much for being here. It's my first state of the city kind of thing. Um, it's a strange thing, a city. Why would people do something like this? Eons and eons ago, the first people, banded together to fend off the night. You know, people were scared. Things go bump in the night, and you figured the odds were better together than separate. And that kind of stuck along for a long time. And we're the product of all those people. It's kind of cool. And so this is a poem about that, and about how people stick together and how we have to kind of be nice to each other. It's important. So this is for the people that sometimes feel powerless, but also for the people that help other people. My dining room fan dances dizzily in the glow of my kitchen table. Not entirely stable, it chances gravity, wobbles and waddles. I gotta say, it looks like a spider's web, a spider's studio, a groovy hero. She takes cover underneath the covers of roofs of artists and writers, and we don't feel so alone knowing we're protected by a neighborhood spider. Yeah. In St. Pete, Spider-Woman swings from the studio at 620, where she gabbers with the artsy, superfly gentry. She's a gallery girly, an artist of 30, painting web cities. She's talented aplenty. Find her at the Benz, where she dons her black Spidey suit, hangs out with her crazy punk friends. To the Iberian Roosters singing late nights, playing trumpet with Tad and Ruby's Elixir, where she scolds mean misters and buys everyone around and protects everyone's sister. At Casa, she helps the victims of domestic violence, teaches them how to give TED Talks and lecture from the silence. Do you know she teaches women how to fight? Yeah, she's the sensei of coffeeed up ladies. She shows them how to kick butt and walk proud in the night. Now we got women that lead when they walk, making sure men get home safe, protect them from assault. Now women right around the corner can punch you to the pier and send you home in the central trolley. It's probably folly, but it's about respecting sovereignty. She's the Spider-Woman of St. Pete. She doesn't care about your class. Her bike is more small than it is tall. It folds up and fits in her palm. She catches the rude dudes and takes them to class. They walk, they talk. She loves first and she judges last. She knows a little about a lot. She's went to U.S. of St. Pete. She has a PhD in behavioral zoology where she studies angry ants and manatee anomalies. She's a friend of the libraries, Barack Obama to Mirror Lake. She reads books to kids on how not to hate. She knows all the craft beer, can swing from Treasure Island to the downtown pier and the condos on the water, super scoops on the beaches, even Christina's on 34th Street. Can you believe this? Old Crow, New Crow, Joey B's, Big C's, Tony's, Heavy's, all the tie joints, the Flamingo with Kerouac Dairy Inn and Haslam's, Wilson's World of Books, the MFA and the Dolly, Lottie Dottie. She loves Cage Brewing. She even has a side job doing tattooing. She's she's the Spider-Woman of St. Pete. She looks after us all. And yeah, there's the hard days. You know, when every step is a storm and a rumble, when you just want to get home and put on the cable, if we still have cable. But we all sleep better knowing she's out there, saving cats and trees and helping the meek. And, oh yeah, she told me she wants you to know that you're doing great. You're doing okay. And don't sweat the small stuff. Take up a cause and help other people. And wear a smile like it's your favorite shirt. And wave and yell if you ever see her. She's the Spider-Woman of St. Pete, man. So, she's always there for you and me.
Have you ever felt like nobody was there? Have you ever felt forgotten in the middle of nowhere? Have you ever felt like you could disappear? Like you could fall and no one would hear? Well, let that lonely feeling wash away. Maybe there's a reason to believe you'll be okay. 'Cause when you don't feel strong enough to stand, you can reach out your hand. And oh, someone will come running, and I know they'll take you home.
Even when the dark comes crashing through, when you need a friend to carry you, and when you're broken on the ground, you will be found. So let the sun come streaming in, 'cause you'll reach up and you'll rise again. If you only look around, you will be found. You will be found. You will be found. You will be found. You will be found.
There's a place where you don't have to feel alone. And every time that you call out, you're a little less alone. If you only say the word, from across the silence, your voice is heard. Someone will come running. Someone will come running.
To take you home.
To take you home. To take you home.
Even when the dark comes crashing through, when you need a friend to carry you, and when you're broken on the ground, you will be found. So let the sun come streaming in, 'cause you'll reach up and you'll rise again. If you only look around, you will be found. Out of the shadows, the morning is breaking, and all is new, all is new. It's filling up the empty, and suddenly I see that all is new, all is new.
Crashing through when you need someone to carry you, when you're broken on the ground.
So let the sun come streaming in, 'cause you'll reach up and you'll rise again. If you only look around, you will be found. You will be found. You will be found. You will be found.
Wow, thank you for that beautiful piece from the students at the Arts Conservatory for Teens. And now, please welcome the St. Petersburg City Council Chair, Lisette Hanowitz, for some special remarks.
Good morning, buenos dias, everyone. What a beautiful reminder of who we are. The dancers, the singers, the musicians, our newly appointed poet laureate, the students from ACT, our faith leaders, Paul Wilborn, and the entire Palladium team. Please join me again to give them a hand. To my colleagues on City Council, distinguished elected officials, dedicated city employees, community and faith leaders, members of our arts and business communities, and to the residents of St. Petersburg, thank you for being here. Today is more than reporting on a year. It is about reflecting on who we are. And at our best, who we are is resilient. The last few years, our city was tested. And once again, St. Petersburg proved that we are powerful. When we face challenges, we do not retreat. We respond. Before I go further, I want to recognize my fellow city council members, Vice Chair Richie Floyd, Corey Givens Jr., Brandy Gabbard, Mike Harding, and last year's chair, Copley Gertis. We come from different backgrounds and perspectives, but we share one responsibility. The people of St. Petersburg have entrusted us to safeguard today and strengthen tomorrow. We were chosen to represent, to advocate, to ask hard questions, to read the fine print, to make decisions where the right answer is not always the easiest one. That is stewardship. And I am proud to serve alongside colleagues who take that responsibility seriously every single day. That sense of responsibility was instilled in me long before I ran for office. My parents came to this country from Cuba during the freedom flights. They taught me something simple and profound. You do not wait for someone else to build your future. You work for it, you prepare for it, you do what is right, especially when it is hard. That lesson is the foundation of public service. But public service does not begin or end at City Hall. It is the city worker cleaning a storm drain before a heavy rain, the sanitation team out before sunrise, the parks crew maintaining the places where our children play, the nonprofit leader helping a family navigate a difficult moment, the neighbor who shows up to a meeting because they care. They are the first line of civic life. And I know that work because I have done it. Before serving on City Council, I revived the Crescent Lake Neighborhood Association. It wasn't glamorous. It meant grant applications at the kitchen table, membership renewals, folding chairs after meetings. But the goal was simple. If one event helped one neighbor meet another, we were strengthening the fabric of our community. Because civic life is not perfect agreements. It is neighbors sitting together, sometimes disagreeing, but committed to improving the place that they call home. And when you combine that kind of care with good governance, you get results. Good governance is more than process. It is stewardship, it is preparation, it is resilience. When the roof blew off Tropicana Field, yes, well, we all paused for a moment. And then our city teams executed. They assessed, they coordinated, they documented, they delivered. Today, the roof is back, on schedule, ready for opening day. And just 2 weeks ago, FEMA earmarked $16.5 million in reimbursements for Tropicana Field. That is stewardship in action. But resilience is not only about repairing what was damaged. It is about preparing for what is coming. Rising sea levels, water quality, aging infrastructure, affordable housing, transportation. Resilience means facing those realities honestly and planning accordingly. Because resilience is not reactive, it is proactive. It is doing the work now so that when challenges come, we are ready. Ready to protect our quality of life, ready to adapt, and ready to lead. I firmly believe the government closest to the people serves the people best, because we know this community, and you know this community. The vibrancy of St. Petersburg is inseparable from the services we provide: police and fire, parks and roads, drainage and sidewalks, bike lanes and cultural institutions. These are not line items on a spreadsheet. They are the foundation of our daily life. They are why, on a Saturday morning, you can take your child to the Green Thumb Festival at Walter Fuller, kayak through the mangroves at Whedon Island, bike along Coffee Pot Boulevard, play around at Mangrove Bay, spend the afternoon at Sunken Gardens, play disc golf at Maxwell Park, explore Boyd Hill, visit the pier, a museum, or the Grand Prix, experience the Deuces, the Warehouse Arts District, Grand Central, and stop by the Obama Library for story time. Every district, every neighborhood, every inch of our city matters. That is the spirit of St. Petersburg, and that spirit is not accidental. It is built day by day by people who care enough to show up. So as we look toward 2026, our charge is clear: protect what works, improve what doesn't, and prepare boldly for what comes next. Because the future of St. Petersburg will not be defined by one project, one plan, or one moment. It will be defined by how we treat each other, so we can have a city where strangers become neighbors, how we steward what we have been given, and whether the people who come after us inherit a city that works, a city that cares, and a city that's worth protecting. Thank you. And now it is my great honor to welcome our mayor, Kenneth T. Welch.
Good morning, St. Pete. How are y'all doing? Y'all need some more kawa? How are y'all doing? Thank you, Chair Hanowitz, for the introduction. To Chair Floyd and the members of City Council, and I was told Councilmember Deborah Fix Sanders is here as well. I wanted to acknowledge her. And County Commissioner Renee Flowers is with us. To the entire council, our dedicated employees of the best team in public service, our St. Pete team. And to all the community members, faith and community leaders, the business and arts community, and everyone assembled here today and joining us virtually. Thank you all for being here this morning and for your partnership throughout the year. I want to thank everyone who's participated so far. This has been an amazing program. I've been watching it on Facebook from the back. So to all the artists, to act, to everyone, they were fabulous, but a special welcome to our newly appointed Poet Laureate, Denzel Johnson Green. Best wishes to those of the Islamic faith observing Ramadan, which began last evening, and those of the Christian faith observing Lent, which begins today with Ash Wednesday. And a special note of gratitude for the life and work of Reverend Jesse Jackson, who was a leader in many ways, made it possible for young men like me and Councilmember Givens and others to know that we could achieve anything and that we were somebody. And we just want to acknowledge his passing, the passing of a great civil rights leader in Reverend Jesse Jackson. A special thanks to Paul Wilborn and the Palladium team for hosting us for the third year in a row, and we're looking forward to the unveiling of your upcoming renovations. Now, those in public service know that when you serve, your entire family serves. So I'd also like to recognize my family members who are with us today. My wife, Donna. 35 years and counting. I married a Glimpse Gladiator, so it's working out. we overcame that. And my daughter, Kenya, is with us today as well. MJ, she went to Northeast. I don't know how that happened. And to my mom, Aletha, and my sister, Katrina, who are watching us virtually, and to my entire family, no matter where you are, thank you for your love and support. Now, thank y'all. Now, 2025 was a year of recovery. The past year tested our resolve to recover. Hurricanes Helene and Milton left their mark on our homes, our businesses, our infrastructure, and our sense of security. Our families and neighborhoods face disruption and uncertainty. But storms do not define St. Petersburg. How we recover defines who we are. Over the past year, we've continued the hard work of recovery, accelerating infrastructure repairs, strengthening our stormwater systems, restoring public facilities, and supporting residents and small businesses in rebuilding stronger than before. We've moved with urgency, but also with intention, knowing that resilience is not simply about restoring what was, it is about preparing for what lies ahead. We're investing in smarter infrastructure, modernizing our systems, hardening our facilities, and building a city that can meet future challenges while continuing to thrive. These challenges have also reminded us what makes St. Petersburg exceptional. It is neighbor helping neighbor. It's community, faith-based, and business organizations stepping up to support recovery efforts. It's partners delivering critical resources. It's our city employees working tirelessly and innovating to meet new challenges. And it's collaboration with our local, state, and federal partners. That spirit of shared responsibility, that unity of purpose is key and is our greatest strength as we recover. As we continue in 2026, the state of our city is strong, resilient, and focused on continued progress. We are not just recovering, we are investing strategically and intentionally in our 5 pillars: housing opportunities for all, neighborhood health and safety, environment, infrastructure, and resilience, equitable development, the arts and business opportunities, and education and youth opportunities. Our commitment to principled and inclusive progress is part of our DNA. It's who we are. As our city grows and evolves, we will continue to plan and act in ways that ensure that everyone can participate in and benefit from that progress. And when we face challenges, and we will, whether storms in the Gulf or the political storms of inequity, misinformation, and political agendas, we will face those threats directly with facts, strategy, action, and perseverance. As a city, we rise, we rebuild, we invest, and we move forward together. We continue to work according to our guiding principles of governance, which include in-touch leadership, inclusive governance, innovative solutions, information-based decision-making, intentional equity, impactful service delivery. These guiding principles, along with our pillars for progress, set the framework for everything that our city does. Our planning, our budgeting, and operations reflect these principles and pillars, and our commitment to equity is foundational to our work. I want to thank our leadership team and team members for embracing our principles and pillars for progress. And as I share a few examples of the progress we made in 2025 and this year in each pillar, you'll also hear directly from some of our residents. First, housing opportunities for all. Safe, affordable housing strengthens families, improves neighborhoods, and benefits the entire city. We remain committed to expanding housing access through innovative programs that help residents find, maintain, and afford their homes amid rising costs. In 2025, 434 multifamily affordable workforce units, 122 accessory dwelling units, and 24 affordable homes were completed, while 189 affordable townhomes were in development on city-owned land. St. Petersburg became the first city in Florida to adopt the Yes in God's Backyard provision, empowering faith-based organizations to use underutilized land to expand affordable housing opportunities. Through targeted assistance, prevention efforts, and strategic investments, the city helped residents gain or maintain stable, affordable housing, and remain safely in their homes. And the city's Codes Compliance Assistance Program helped property owners address safety hazards, while our strategic investments in property dispositions expanded housing opportunities, supported first-time buyers, and strengthened the city's capacity to deliver future affordable and workforce housing. Now let's hear from Gabrielle Wilson, who benefited from our Housing Opportunities for All plan.
Before I got to Whispering Pines, I was actually in the process of being evicted from my apartment in Largo. I had just lost my child care and then I lost my job, so we were kind of scrambling to figure out what our next steps were gonna be. I first heard about Whispering Pines from an outreach center that I went to in Clearwater to try to help with my eviction. Whispering Pines has been one of the best things that has helped my life within these last few years. There is so much help from the people here. You never feel alone. You never feel stranded. You always have someone to talk to, always have someone to work through your problems with. So I'm very grateful for that. It's given me an opportunity to work on myself and become someone that I can be proud of, someone that my kids can be proud of. They've given me the opportunity to go back to school. I should be graduating next year, so I'm really excited about that. And I don't think that any of that would have been possible without affordable housing. There's just so much help in this city. There's so many people that care about people and families that are going through a rough time. Go to outreach centers, call 411, anyone that you need to speak with. There is so much help out here for us. You just have to find it.
Thank you, Gabrielle. The exceptional dedication, expertise, and innovation of our housing team are fundamental to the success of these programs. We sincerely thank Administrator Amy Foster, Dr. Avery Sliker, Mark Van Loo, and the entire team for their unwavering commitment to this critical pillar of progress. Where are y'all? All right. Next up is education and youth opportunities. Investing in our children, especially through arts and sciences, makes our community stronger and more vibrant. It sparks curiosity and creates pathways of discovery that benefit our youth and our city's future. My administration prioritizes this commitment, reflected in our continued investment in innovative youth programs and partnerships to prepare them for success and build our future workforce. St. Pete Libraries rolled out the St. Pete Bookmobile, our traveling library, and reopened the much anticipated and much loved President Barack Obama Main Library. Y'all need to applaud that. Where's Jeffries? You ought to have him fired up. What's going on? The city and USF St. Petersburg collaborated to create the first ever Camp Bullseye for middle and high school students. There you go. And for the second year, St. Pete Fire Rescue hosted Camp Ignite, empowering teenage girls through hands-on fire and EMS training. The Early Learning Literacy Guide connected more than 1,000 St. Pete families to free literacy tools and support. And city libraries engaged nearly 18,000 youth through reading, play, and learning activities. The city expanded learning opportunities and helped children and youth thrive in and out of the classroom with programs like the RISE pilot program, the Community Impact Youth Summer Enhancement Initiative, and City of the Arts grants. Our police department, the best in the nation, expanded programs like the Youth Champions Initiative and Forward Together, designed to empower youth leaders, promote safety, break the cycle of generational crime, and strengthen pathways to future careers. Parks and recreation. It starts in parks. Okay, I've said it. I've said it. Provided safe, engaging spaces where teens could connect, explore interests, and build skills through arts, sports, culture, and technology. Last year, we launched the new Friday Night Teen Flex that rotates around the city's rec centers. Way past my bedtime, but I hear it's going very well. TASCO, Teen Arts, Sports, and Cultural Opportunities expanded youth engagement before and after school programs enriched over 3,600 students with learning and skills. And the city began a 5-year partnership with the USF College of Marine Science for the Clam Bayou Marine Education Center. To reduce childhood homelessness and support young people during critical transitions, the city created targeted programs that promote housing stability and long-term opportunity, investing $260,000 in the Childhood Homelessness Project and $1 million in ARPA funds for youth opportunity grants. And now we'll hear from one of those recipients, Melina Serrano, a recipient of the Youth Opportunity Grant.
About a year ago, I was in some financial straits and really struggling with some personal hardships in my life, with just relationships and lack of support. I signed up for these emails and all these newsletters like a year ago, and I got an email about the Youth Opportunity Grant. It kind of was a design to support foster youth. You get a $500 stipend for 12 months, no questions asked, no strings attached. It just gave me that confidence in myself that even if I was going to have like a lack of income, I always had that to rely on, no matter what was going on. And I was able to save it for a new vehicle. It showed me that with the right follow through and the right discipline, that it can change your outcome. It's very important for a lot of the foster youth and underprivileged to have that chance to just be believed in. The goals that you have aren't just going to be dreams anymore. You can actually see the possibilities because you have your whole team there with you and you have the funding to support it.
Thank you, Melina. We're continuing our investments to empower youth for the workforce and career opportunities. As y'all know, I'm so proud of the work our team has done with the Mayor's Future Ready Academy, an innovative job training program providing full-time pay, benefits, and hands-on training in city departments. So far, 45 cadets have graduated from the program since the first cohort in spring 2024. Of the 45 who have graduated, 28 have received full-time positions with the city. And the 5th cohort began February 2nd. If you're a current or former cadet in the Mayor's Future Ready Academy, please stand so you can be recognized. Thank you all. We're proud of you. Thank you. I want to thank our entire team under Administrator Rob Gertis, HR Director Chris Guella, Faith Silver, Latanya Barnes, and all of the participating team members, administrators, and departments, and mentors for this incredible program that provides real career opportunities in public service and helps meet our need to fill important jobs in the city. Next is neighborhood health and safety. Safe and healthy neighborhoods are the heart of a strong city. The city's commitment to neighborhood well-being includes investments in public safety, community health, and neighborhood resources to create neighborhoods where everyone can thrive. Our team continued their focused work to make our neighborhoods healthier and safer. Total crime in general was down 16% in 2025. Also, that's worth a hand. Also, in 2025, St. Pete recorded the lowest number of homicides since I was 3 years old, since 1967. Unfortunately, that number was 10 homicides. Targeted infrastructure investments, improved street safety, expanded walking and biking options made it easier for residents to move through their neighborhoods. These investments include 5 pedestrian safety projects near the Innovation District, updates to the neighborhood traffic calming program, new sidewalks, protected bike lanes and trail connections, earning us the official designation of a trail town by the Florida Department of Environmental Protection last month. Focused investments like our police department's Home for the Holidays initiative and expanded drone operations, plus 3 new high water rescue vehicles for the St. Pete Fire Rescue. Thank you, Chair Hanowitz and Council for that. Strengthened public safety, improved emergency response, and helped to protect our residents. The Office of Community Impact advanced resident-focused initiatives and addressed longstanding barriers to financial stability by securing a $100,000 grant to engage residents and gather community-driven data on financial empowerment needs. Through the Opioid Supports Grants Program, targeted investments expanded life-saving outreach by distributing more than 6,700 doses of Narcan, connecting more than 4,000 people to care. We strengthened safety nets for seniors, vulnerable residents, and people experiencing homelessness with our allocation of $100,000 for Meals on Wheels and $1.5 million to agencies to prevent homelessness and support individuals and families experiencing housing instability. Community-led initiatives included 24 community cleanups, which removed 50 tons of trash from streets, parks, and public spaces, and investments like the 900 newly installed storm drain placards keep neighborhoods clean and protect local waterways. Resident engagement and leadership development efforts, including the annual Mayor's Neighborhood Summit, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Community Service mini-grants, and our ongoing Word with Welch gatherings and City Hall on Tour series, strengthen neighborhood connections, keeping us in touch and empowering communities to shape St. Pete's future. Partnerships with AARP and FitLot and healthy living programs like Healthy St. Pete, Get Fit St. Pete, and the Sunshine Mind Project expanded access to mental health support, fitness opportunities, and critical resources for more than 10,000 residents of all ages. Investments in Safe Summer Fridays and the Avara Health Partnership and the Community Food Grant Program expanded safe spaces, dental health services, and supported programs that help St. Pete youth grow, thrive, and stay connected. And targeted recovery funding helped residents rebuild. Rapid resolution funding provided over $60,000 to 29 residents for critical needs such as rent and utility payments, helping prevent eviction and displacement. And through contributions totaling more than $1 million made to the We Are St. Pete Fund, more than 200 residents and 20 small businesses received direct financial support to recover from the hurricane. And now we'll hear from Estella Padron, who received assistance through the We Are St. Pete Fund.
Last year, Milton was really, really bad. Even though I wasn't home, I know there was Milton damage almost everywhere. I wasn't really sure of, the condition of my roof. To find out that yes, there was damage, I let my insurance company know what happened. So I did the paperwork with them. They were able to help me, like half of what the cost was. I said, well, I don't think this is enough money to fix my roof. That was really a terrible feeling because I'm thinking, okay, finding out that I was only gonna get half of what the damage cost, I said, oh, wow, I just feel kind of devastated because I say, there's no way I can afford it. I heard on the news that the city of St. Pete had funds for Milton's damage for homeowners. So I thought, oh, wow, well, this is an answer to my prayers because I didn't know which way to go. So then I applied to the city of St. Pete, and the process was wonderful. Before you know it, they say, yes, you're approved, so they started the process on getting my roof done. I'm just very thankful for all the work that the city is doing in not only my situation, but everyone else, and that makes the everyone to kind of love St. Pete because it's such a good city. It's been a blessing to me and my family, and I'm very thankful for it.
Thank you, Estella. Next is the Environment, Infrastructure, and Resilience pillar. The hurricanes of 2024 provided a powerful lesson on the need to invest in building a stronger city. a city with infrastructure built to handle the new challenges presented by our changing climate, including historic storm surge levels, record rain events, and increased tidal flooding. Over the past year, the city significantly advanced our commitment to environmental stewardship, resilient infrastructure, and long-term sustainability. Strategic investments in stormwater and coastal protection, coupled with forward-thinking planning, have made considerable strides to make us a more resilient community. To respond more effectively to climate challenges, the city accelerated resilience planning while working directly with neighborhoods most impacted by the storms. The city launched SPAR, the St. Pete Agile Resilience Plan, fast-tracking infrastructure projects and advancing more than $545 million in long-term budgeted investments to deliver protection sooner and strengthen long-term resilience. The Resilient St. Pete Neighborhood Pilot Project engaged residents in 9 flood-prone neighborhoods, combining listening sessions, walking tours, and hands-on workshops to better understand local flooding issues. The city prioritized repairing key facilities and strengthening infrastructure to better protect residents and prepare for the future storms that are inevitable. 89 resilience and infrastructure projects were completed, delivering more than $47 million in improvements while coming in $5.7 million under budget time. Storm-related repairs advanced steadily across major city facilities, with projects at Tropicana Field, Bear Creek Canal, Lake Vista Recreation Center, Fifth Avenue North Seawall, Eden Island Seawall, and Al Lang Stadium all completed within budget. Critical infrastructure hardening continued at water and wastewater facilities, including elevating electrical equipment and installing flood barriers at the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility and Lift Station 85. And we launched major flood mitigation projects in some of the most storm-vulnerable areas, including Basin C improvements, pump station upgrades, lake enhancements, and new backflow preventer installations, with additional projects scheduled to begin in this fiscal year. We're also using new technology to help residents better understand flood risk and make informed decisions about their homes and neighborhoods. The city launched Prepare St. Pete, an easy-to-use online mapping tool that allows residents and businesses to view flood zones, evacuation areas, and other critical information in one place. We are also focused on helping residents recover, stabilize their homes, and reduce future risks. We invested $4.5 million in disaster relief and housing stabilization, launched a private lateral lines program for sewer lateral inspection and repair rebates, and completed an advanced metering infrastructure pilot for faster post-storm leak detection. The city also improved how residents and visitors move through our city by investing in transportation improvements. We converted 15 traffic signals in West St. Pete to real-time smart signals. We secured over $20 million in state funding for downtown's 3rd and 4th Streets two-way conversion, and expanded shared scooter options, which resulted in over 275,000 trips with vendor fees reinvested in citywide infrastructure. We modernized key facilities for better efficiency, sustainability, and reliable public services, especially during emergencies, including upgraded fleet facilities, a new laboratory at the Water Resource Department complex, and construction of the new Benjamin F. Shirley Sr. Building at the Joseph E. Savage Sanitation Complex, which consolidates sanitation department operations and serves as an emergency operations sub-center. Parks and Recreation continue to preserve natural spaces, enhance parkland, and incorporate environmentally friendly practices that protect habitats and improve quality of life for our residents. The city acquired additional parkland to expand green spaces at Puryear Park, Harbordale Park, and Bartlett Park. These expansions enhance recreational opportunities, provide more space for residents to enjoy, and support flood mitigation. Our St. Pete team's efforts are centered on building resiliency, championing innovation, protecting our environment, and fostering community engagement. The challenges we've long anticipated in this region are now undeniably here. Yet by working collaboratively, we are ensuring St. Pete remains a resilient, vibrant, and sustainable home for everyone. Now let's hear from Alex Green, who participated in the first phase of the Resilient St. Pete Action Plan.
First storm that came through, we actually got 5.5 feet, almost 6 feet of storm surge. It did submerge my garage completely, and it was white capping into my neighbors' homes. I was very blessed and fortunate. Yes, I had to replace the roof, I had to redo the garage and the electrical, but that's nothing compared to the neighbors that were displaced. Being able to stand there and say, you work on your home, I'll work on the street, I'll work on the neighborhood, I'll work on the community for you, I think has been really beneficial. I think the city's finally taken it seriously. In 5 years, we are going to get very much needed infrastructure, at least in this area. And in the meantime, the city's working to do smaller projects. So I'm working with the Alley Works director, and we're going to start redoing some of the alleys in the area, which will definitely help with the grading of the stormwater. I will say the community here is phenomenal. Hey, Eugene, how you doing? All right, sounds good. I don't want my community or my street to achieve better without helping the street next to us. We're all in this together, so I think that's something to remember, just kindness, and I think that's why we've been able to get this small little neighborhood on the map for future improvements.
Thank you, Alex. Equitable economic development remains central to the city's commitment for a thriving St. Petersburg, where growth creates opportunity for everyone. Through creative programs that support inclusive development, targeted assistance to help residents rebuild, and continued investment in our vibrant arts scene, the city is working to ensure progress is shared across all communities. St. Pete sustained strong momentum in development and investment, reflecting a year defined by rebuilding, renewal, and continued confidence in the city's future. The building department processed more than 54,000 permits, representing $1.4 billion in construction activity. More than 100,000 inspections supported safe and efficient project delivery citywide. Commercial development advanced with 27 new commercial buildings, and neighborhood reinvestment continued through 8,700 residential and commercial renovation projects. Following the 2024 hurricanes, the city provided targeted permitting relief and direct financial support for residents and businesses to rebuild. By waiving fees for post-disaster emergency permits, the city issued over 15,600 permits, providing more than $3 million in fee relief. This accelerated citywide recovery, supporting over $315 million in storm-related construction. In 2025, the city advanced key infrastructure projects that improved access, mobility, and convenience for residents while supporting continued economic growth. A new parking garage opened in the Edge District, adding 400 public parking spaces and easing access to downtown. The city reached an agreement to acquire a 1-mile CSX rail segment to extend the Booker Creek Trail north from the historic gas plant site, creating new recreational access and future commercial opportunities along the corridor. Bike share access expanded into Central and West St. Pete to give residents more flexible, affordable transportation options. The city supported St. Pete's thriving arts community by investing in artists, supporting small arts organizations, and expanding creative experiences for residents of all ages. The City of Writers Poetry Festival returned for its third year. The city invested $200,000 in 40 individual artist grants to support local artists, and 10 small nonprofit arts organizations received Level Up grants for community-based projects, youth programs, and cultural storytelling. The city also expanded business opportunities and workforce pathways by investing in small businesses, building capacity, and helping entrepreneurs grow. The South St. Petersburg CRA Microfund Program concluded after supporting 196 small businesses with education, mentoring, and $1.4 million to implement growth plans without upfront capital. 24 entrepreneurs graduated from the GROW program, gaining technical assistance to pursue city SBE MWBE certification. Expanded transit and new mobility partnerships increased access to work and school, reducing car dependence. Free PSTA passes supported more than 1,400 residents monthly, a 35% increase. Sunrunner service added 15-minute evening frequency on weekends, and agreements were finalized for year-round premium ferry service between downtown St. Pete and Tampa starting this year. And through our ARPA-funded shared services organization, 66 nonprofits receive free administrative and capacity building support to better serve our community. And now we'll hear, I heard a cheer, was that a cheer? And now we'll hear from shared services organization participants Germano and Emma Coker, who run St. Pete Fight Club, a nonprofit martial arts school.
The Hypatia Collaborative is an organization that has facilitated us meeting different vendors to help us really address things that we really didn't know that we needed to address. They're, I would say, like a community for nonprofits that connects nonprofits together with other nonprofits to help us achieve our goals. I think it's extremely important to have initiatives like this. It's been just game-changing for us. If you're considering getting into the shared services offices, you should absolutely do it. If there's a way that this resource could remain something that nonprofits could continually tap into, that would be amazing. Because I feel like it's been a lifeline for us, and I'm sure it would do the same for countless other nonprofits who could use their help.
Thank you, Germano. Let me take a moment to recognize the people we met in the videos. Gabrielle, Melina, Estella, Alex, Germano, and Emma. Please stand so we can show you our appreciation. Thank you all. Thank you all. Now, I've only touched on some of the highlights from 2025. For a more comprehensive list, be sure to pick up a printed copy of the 2025 Progress Report or click on the QR code, which should be above me. Is it? Okay. Or go to stpete.org/mayor to see the digital version. Now, a look ahead. In 2026, we will continue to focus on the essential work of building a stronger, more resilient St. Pete. With our focus on inclusive progress, our priorities include supporting new technology and innovation, moving forward on major enterprise projects, including the Manhattan Casino and the Municipal Marina, preparing a $600 million referendum for water and stormwater infrastructure resilience, and continuing the housing opportunities for all program. Technology and innovation. This is not my grandfather's St. Pete anymore. St. Pete is entering a period of significant transformation driven by tech migration, infrastructure investments, and long-awaited redevelopment. And we are improving our own technology platforms as well with the implementation of the Tyler Suite, replacing decades-old technology, impacting multiple systems from billing to permitting. The new technology will provide better functionality, customer experience, and reliability for our core systems. Moving on to enterprise projects. This year we celebrate progress on two key projects. The long-awaited reopening of the Manhattan Casino is more than just a restoration. It's the revival of a cultural landmark and anchor of the 22nd Street corridor. Its return honors the Deuce's legacy while creating new space for arts, culture, and economic opportunity. We anticipate the Manhattan Casino will open this summer. We also continue advancing the redevelopment of the St. Petersburg Municipal Marina with a long-term modernization plan to strengthen docks, infrastructure, and amenities, with another significant step happening this week with interviews of the design build team respondents to our request for qualifications. Together, these projects demonstrate our commitment to preserving what makes St. Pete special, while investing in resilient, forward-looking assets that support residents, visitors, and small businesses alike. In addition to technology and innovation, we're also focused on infrastructure resilience and our commitment to protecting our environment and working towards a more sustainable, resilient city. After the storms of 23 and 24, as we visited neighborhoods and in public conversations, we were often asked the question, what will the city do to deal with the flooding from storms, tidal flooding, and even heavy thunderstorms flooding that we have not experienced on a regular basis in the past? The answer is straightforward. Our infrastructure needs to be substantially improved to meet the weather challenges that we are experiencing, including the storms of 2024. Now, past planning and investments did, in fact, take place, but the weather impacts that we are experiencing now simply are much greater than was forecast and require that we have a more agile and impactful response to meet our current and future challenges. To meet that goal, we're planning on asking the voters to approve a general obligation bond to fund approximately $600 million in sewer system upgrades, flooding solutions, and other neighborhood improvement projects. This is in addition to the work we've already completed. Under our St. Pete Agile Resilience Plan, or SPAR, we fast-tracked the completion of several infrastructure projects, but the resources needed to make a more substantial impact, to deal with the water we're seeing now, to meet the objectives of the Stormwater Master Plan, require a higher level of funding, and we need the funding now, in the near term. The proposed SPAR bond funding will allow us to move forward more rapidly on the infrastructure improvements we need to handle the impacts of sea level rise, extreme weather, and flooding that we are experiencing in neighborhoods across the city, without relying exclusively on water and sewer rate increases to fund these projects. We're also moving forward with a $160 million partnership with the federal government through Community Development Block Grant Disaster Recovery Funding, which we call Sunrise St. Pete. This funding will support long-term recovery efforts from Hurricanes Idalia and Helene, with a substantial portion of that funding going to residents, including rehabilitation, reconstruction, and elevation assistance, reimbursement for repair, and disaster relief payments in the form of reimbursements for rent, mortgage, and utility payments. Now, St. Pete was one of only 2 Florida cities to directly receive this funding. After some delay because of the federal government shutdown, not this one, but the previous one, we have received final approval, and we anticipate initial disbursements of funds next month. Thanks to Administrator Amy Foster, Aubrey Phillips, David Thompson, Jess Rydell, all of our grants team, and our supporting departments for your skill and commitment to substantially expand our grant awards to fund these essential projects. Please give them a hand. Finally, let's talk about housing. Across the nation, housing affordability is a huge challenge, and in St. Pete, we're impacted by this trend as well. We're working in partnership with the private sector, with federal, state, and local governments and nonprofits to meet that challenge. This upcoming weekend, Habitat for Humanity is cutting the ribbon on The Grove, 10 affordable townhomes for folks making 80% area median income. In the coming months, Deuce is Rising with 24 townhomes, half at 80% AMI, half at 120, will be completed. We've made progress on a significant number of affordable housing projects recently, including the groundbreaking for Pelican Place townhomes with Habitat for Humanity Gulfside, which will offer 40 affordable home ownership opportunities, and the Fairfield Avenue Apartments, which will build 264 units, all of which are affordable or workforce housing. And another first for St. Pete, Fairfield Avenue Apartments is the first development in the state to take advantage of state legislation that provides flexibility to convert commercial or industrial land into affordable or workforce housing. Once again, St. Pete is leading the way. And we recently cut the ribbon on Skyway Lofts 2, another affordable housing partnership with Blue Sky Development, adding another 66 affordable units to Skyway Lofts 1, which is just 4 years old, for a total of 131 affordable units, units that will remain affordable for 99 years, thanks to Pinellas County's partnership. Thank you, Commissioner Flowers. And those are just some of the affordable housing successes that we've partnered in, and more are on the way. Right now, there are 238 workforce units and 571 affordable units under construction. Many of these units will come into completion before the end of the year. Developments like the Ed White campus, which will be home for seniors, Skytown, Vincentian Village, which will serve veterans, and Palm Lakes, which will serve families. Projects like these are essential to ensuring that our growth is equitable. They help us address the rising cost of living, preserve the character of our neighborhoods, and make sure that St. Pete's progress benefits the people who have built this community and contributed to our success. As you can see, our St. Pete team is making impactful progress every day. I'd like to express my thanks to everyone on our St. Pete team who keep our city running and who are setting the standard for public service. To my cabinet, including Administrator Rob Gerdes, Police Chief Anthony Holloway, Fire Rescue Chief Keith Watts, who is in Tallahassee right now, y'all pray for him, City Attorney Jackie Kovalarich, Chief of Staff Doyle Walls, to our City Council, to all of our administrators, the Mayor's Office staff, City Clerk's Office, Council Administration, our audit team, and all of your team members. You lead 3,800 employees who set the standard, who serve our city with excellence. And most of all, to every city employee in every department from accounting to zoning, A to Z, thank you for your amazing work in service to our community 24/7, every day of the week. We have two new members of the team who I'd like to shout out to. First, Nathan Brummer, our new LGBTQ+ liaison. Nathan, where are you? I can't see anything, so I'm assuming, okay, they're pointing over there, okay. We were in Tallahassee last week, so we're still recovering, I get it. Nathan is a key addition, serving as our connector between government, community partners, and the LGBTQ community. His leadership and experience is helping us continue to advance equity and ensure that St. Pete remains a welcoming home for all. And next is Deneen Wyman, who brings a wealth of, where's Deneen? Oh, right next to Nathan, okay. Who brings a wealth of strategic community engagement experience with Pinellas County Schools now to our St. Pete team, and is now a community engagement coordinator in the mayor's office. Deneen, thank you for joining our team. I still get some shade when I walk into schools now, so I guess they're in their feelings, but glad to have you here. Now, one more thing. It has become a tradition, not by planning, but by circumstance, that I've concluded each State of the City address with remarks on the historic gas plant district development, and this year is no exception. Let's start with the near-term component. Tropicana Field and the amazing work of our team and our contractors to restore that iconic structure that symbolized the destruction brought by Hurricane Milton. After the storms, we made the difficult but responsible decision to repair Tropicana Field, protecting a major public asset, leveraging insurance, federal and state support, and meeting our contractual obligations to the Tampa Bay Rays. This was an historic undertaking, replacing an iconic fixed dome roof, coordinating structural assessments, managing global supply chains, working with the Rays and Major League Baseball on technical requirements, and sequencing interior restoration, all while maintaining strict timelines and budget discipline. This project required extraordinary focus and expertise, and personally prayer for a quiet 2025 hurricane season. Today, the roof has been fully replaced, the playing surface installed, and final interior work is underway, positioning the facility to reopen on schedule and under budget. I want to especially recognize Beth Herendine, Raul Quintana, Kat Corcoran, and City Development Administrator James Corbett and our city team for their professionalism and tenacity throughout this complex effort. Where are you, Beth and Kat? Probably working somewhere. Right over there? Okay. All right. Their steady leadership, along with our dedicated contractors, ensured that what could have been an ongoing and significant economic and community loss instead became a powerful example of excellence in project design and management, collaboration, and leadership. Kudos to our team. Now, let's talk longer term. Let me speak plainly and directly to the community about moving forward on the historic gas plant district development. Nearly 40 years after the original gas plant community was uprooted, we have before us a real opportunity, not simply to plan or convene yet again, but to act, to move forward, to finally transform vacant lots into assets that will benefit our community for generations to come. That is the path that I've consistently conveyed to council and to the public throughout the process of terminating the Hines-Reyes agreements last summer. After terminating the agreements, receiving a viable unsolicited proposal, and extending the total time for alternative proposal submission, now is not the time to halt the process. Now, I agree that we should plan first, as some are calling for. In my view, other than the initial construction of Tropicana Field, which began 40 years ago in 1986, planning is in fact the only thing we've done on that site. Over the past decade, this site has been studied, discussed, and planned extensively, including the 2016 HKS master planning process, the 2020 Duke Energy Site Readiness Plan, the 2020 Tropicana Field Request for Proposals with a detailed development plan, the 2022 Historic Gas Plant RFP that concluded with a set of 12 agreements, including a detailed development plan approved by City Council in July of 2024, as well as our planning guidelines in the future land use code and our zoning guidelines that direct density and development, and the in-town and in-town west CRA development plans. We have planned extensively. We've also convened our community to hear what the community's priorities should be. In December 2021, as mayor-elect, before I was sworn in, we held community conversations in partnership with the Foundation for a Healthy St. Pete, CONA, SPC, and USF St. Pete, focused on the 5 pillars for progress. Tropicana Field development, as it was called then, was a topic that came up dozens of times from the attendees. For example, in response to a question concerning barriers to equitable development and business opportunities, one participant said, quote, "Nothing is occurring. As a child growing up in the Tropicana neighborhood, we did not benefit as we were told." Another participant said, quote, "We must acknowledge what happened to the Black community. 800 families kicked out, jobs and churches kicked out. Redevelopment of Tropicana Field deepens the issue. The political will to displace the district did exist. We need the same will," end quote. That was in December of 2021. 8 months later, after I was sworn in, we conducted a larger convening. Community conversations focused on the historic gas plant district. More than 1,000 attendees participated at locations across the city and virtually. Youth attended a special session at USF St. Pete. Once again, the community conveyed the same priorities. In fact, time after time, our community has consistently told us what the priorities for the historic gas plant redevelopment should be. I call it the J-HOP principles. Just think about J-HOP across the street, the middle school. Jobs, housing, economic opportunity, and honoring the promises made to the community. That's consistently what the community is asking for. The community benefits review process provided additional opportunities for public convening, public comment, and alignment of the proposed development with our community priorities. In 2024, after 4 public meetings, the Community Benefits Advisory Council approved the community benefits package. The community benefits process will apply to any proposal that is selected through the current review process. As mayor, I am comfortable that we understand what the public has consistently stated as priorities. I'm satisfied with the extensive outreach that we've done and the planning that was the basis for the agreements that we celebrated less than 2 years ago. And I'm compelled to honor the promise that I made as a candidate to move us forward on the development of this site if we have a proposal that meets our priorities. With the deadline for alternative proposals now passed and proposals received, a process that has been moving forward for several months, we will continue with a disciplined and transparent evaluation of what has been submitted. Any successful proposal must meet the guiding principles and the JHOP priorities. Developers are not defining the vision. The people of St. Petersburg already have. Now, experience matters, and because we've already gone through this process, because I've served in elective office for some time, because I've been married for 35 years, I know there's a way to get things done. I know you need partnership, and I know power doesn't reside just in one place. I recognize and respect the City Council's role as an essential partner in this process, and I respectfully acknowledge the recent resolution calling for additional planning. So as we continue to evaluate proposals, we will make every reasonable effort to accommodate that request in a way that does not return us to paralysis or postpone the progress that may be possible. Initially with affordable housing and the new Woodson African American Museum, the first progress that this community will see after waiting generations to see promises fulfilled on this land. So in my direction, our team is actively working to understand the scope and objectives of the proposed additional planning and/or convenings called for by the resolution and identify next steps. As you know, I believe that leadership must be agile, especially in our current environment. I believe that we can address council concerns, be it planning or public safety infrastructure or any other issues mentioned at the recent city council meeting, without stopping a process that is already well underway. We can always improve the process. An administrator of mine once said, you don't have to be sick to get better. But we should not be distracted by the false ideal of a perfect plan, because perfection is in the eye of the beholder. We could easily spend years more debating where the puzzle pieces fit on these 86 acres and still have an asphalt desert instead of any tangible progress. I cannot support that path. The historic gas plant district is not just a redevelopment project. It is a test of whether we keep our promises, whether we are distracted by election year politics and political agendas, or as the citizen said at our community conversation in December of 2021, whether we have the political will to do the right thing. I believe St. Petersburg is ready to do the right thing and deliver on those promises. As I close, let me leave you with this. St. Petersburg is defined not by the challenges we face, but by the strength of our people and the direction we choose together. When storms tested us, this community showed its character, from removing record amounts of debris to repairing the trop, hardening our infrastructure, and successfully garnering record grant funding for our community. We've proven we can take on big, complex challenges successfully. And that same energy carries us forward. In the year ahead, we will continue doing the work that matters most, creating opportunity, protecting neighborhoods, strengthening infrastructure, expanding access, and ensuring that growth benefits everyone who calls this city home. We will stay focused, we will continue the work, and we will stay committed to progress that is principled, inclusive, and intentional. St. Pete, today the state of our city is strong, our future is bright, because we are St. Pete. May God keep you and God bless you. Thank you.
Everybody's got a thing, but some don't know how to
Pablo Mardones. I'm the owner of the Chrome Factory here in St. Pete.
I'm Angie Gray. I am the assistant right-hand woman of Pablo.
Me and my friend Felipe, we opened this store together. We had this idea that we were kind of tired working like our corporate jobs, you know. Although life was very like stable and all that, we wanted just to have something like of our own and kind of like work a little bit more like the life-work balance, you know, in our favor. So we decided to open a restaurant. We are in 57, the corner of 57 and Central. So like we are 1 block away from the Sunrunner, which is pretty cool too. Like before we open, like we didn't know this was gonna happen. We have a stop right here, like less than a block away, and so we are very close to the beach, but not too far from downtown.
I actually quit my corporate job and wanted something more like local, family-friendly, work-life balance, as you said. I submitted my resume to the Crumb Factory, and not even 10 minutes later, Pablo got back to me and was like, "Hey, come in for an interview."
We produce everything here in-house, like...
And you can watch us do it.
Yeah.
People just enjoy coming here and like being part of like this little family local
Yeah,
restaurant.
I think we have been very well received.
It's really like kind of laid back. It's not like your stereotypical coffee shop where like people come to work or people come to like sit on their computers all day. Like we do have some customers that do that, but for the most part, everyone's here like they want to socialize. We get a lot of regulars, and yeah, like everyone loves bread, everyone loves pastries. So yeah, it's great. I've even been out and about in St. Pete, and people have been talking about like the Crumb Factory, and I'm like, I work there. Like, like this is so exciting.
That's one of my goals. Like I want to be a place that people associate the Crumb Factory with St. Pete, you know, so it's definitely important for us to be really part of the city.
The culture of St. Pete, when I arrived in '97, I like saying it was nascent. It was percolating under the ground, but there were no coffee shops. There wasn't the Globe coffee shop that Joylyn Schilke created. There was no place for people to hang to say, I've experienced this, now let me talk about it over a cup of Joe. And, but it was nascent. And I also think there were a lot of creative people in St. Petersburg who were kind of doing their own thing, and we just, some say a catalyst, but I think it's kind of a centrifuge where this goes in, 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 and you go, and so I think we primarily just put a mirror up to the community and say, where y'all at? And that's how we came to be. I know we initially talked about it as being a theater, but that was the least of what we were going to do insofar as we knew that we wanted a place for the community to come together without hurt, harm, or danger, and, you know, speak on or about or for all sorts of things. And we had to find out what those things were, so.
Well, I can say that when I got here in '08, because a lot of people don't know, that my first performance in St. Pete was here. This was the place to be. Everybody was talking about the studio. They wanted to work at the studio. They wanted to be at the studio. The community is the reason why it succeeds, and we get to feed the community. So it's a cycle, right? It's synergetic. It's and everybody needs to feel like they have a home.
My name is Michael Cotman, and this is Twin Brooks Golf Course. I oversee all of the facilities here that maintain the golf course and try to get it in pristine condition. It's a 9-hole golf course. We have a practice facility in the back, which is 3 practice holes. It's a really unique facility because it's in the middle of the city. It's really a benefit to the city because what we do here is we provide a place for play that's more reasonable than any of the other golf courses in the area. We have guys that come out here that are 80 years old. For them, this is an exercise. It's a chance to get out of the house and to do something. And for the kids, it's an opportunity to get off of the streets and to learn the game. My day begins around 5 o'clock. Make the assignments for everybody, make sure everybody's got the tools and protections that they need. So we set up the golf course, get that done, and then we'll do all of our other stuff. We'll mow fairways, we'll mow rough, we'll trim trees, we'll do hedges, and any other thing that pops up. So it becomes pretty daunting at times, but we manage to get it done, one bite at a time. So every day is a different adventure. When I got on this particular property, we didn't have fairways, we didn't have moguls, we didn't have mounds. Now we have a primary place to play where it looks like an 18-hole manicured golf course, even though it's 9 holes. There's a satisfaction that you get when the transformation process, to see it go from what it was to your vision, is so fulfilling.
How would you write a love letter to your city? The Sunshine City Mosaic is that love letter. The mosaic celebrates so much of why so many find St. Pete an awesome place to call home.
3, 2, 1.
Today was the unveiling and the grand opening of the Sunshine City Mosaic. The Sunshine City Mosaic is comprised of 9 different unique vignettes that celebrate our native Florida wildlife. It tells the story of the sunrise on Tampa Bay to the sunset out on the beaches.
It's the longest mosaic in Florida, 175 feet long, 750 square feet, 15,000 pieces, 3 artists, 931 days from the signing of the contract to today. There's really no words for today, for finishing it. It is now out in the world. We did what we could, and it is not ours any longer. It is everyone else's.
I had the opportunity to visit this mosaic one late afternoon around 5 p.m. in the middle of the summer. It didn't take long to realize what a true labor of love this project has been. What I remember most is my children running along the tiles, crouching down to examine the tiniest of details, tracing the shapes of the animals, with their fingers laughing and smiling as they explored and discovered. To them, nothing else mattered except the art beneath their feet. To me, that's what public art is all about. Capturing attention, sparking curiosity, and nurturing imagination.
Art is for our entire city, and we want it to be in every corner of the city, not just downtown. And that is our approach to inclusive progress for everyone. Everyone ought to be able to enjoy the best of St. Pete right in your neighborhood.
I hope that it may not be obvious at first, but after spending some time with it, kind of do notice the underlying story of the east side versus the west side and the different motifs that really point towards the unique ecological situation that we have here in our county.
What makes Florida so special is our ecology, is our water, is all of these wild and beautiful animals we have just right out in the bay. So I hope each and every person walks along this sidewalk, takes a moment to meditate and reflect on that, and that impacts their future decisions. That to me is really the power of public art.
Today we're celebrating the grand opening of our Sunken Gardens History Center, which is housed in the restored original 1940s entrance building to Turner's Sunken Gardens, one of Florida's last remaining roadside attractions.
Since 1935, Sunken Gardens has been a landmark in St. Petersburg, providing a beautiful oasis in our busy city, a place to relax, enjoy nature, and the joy of gardening. What a great decision this was 20 years ago, because as we all know, St. Pete's become a lot more busy in the last 20 years. And so this is quite an oasis for us to have. The city purchased Sunken Gardens in 1999, and thanks to an excellent staff, volunteers, and a really dynamic foundation, today the Gardens is a must-see experience for residents and visitors alike. The historical assets of our city must be preserved and maintained, and that's why this History Center is so important. It honors our past and the early pioneers who paved the way for the Sunken Gardens of today.
Behind me is our new History Center, which we're so excited to have and present to you. And you'll notice in the window we have our founder, George Turner Sr., just as he was in 1940. The Gardens is really a family story. It's a story about the Turners that started with George Sr. and then continued through 3 generations. Today, all of you are part of Sunken Gardens history. All of you are here for this historic moment as Sunken Gardens continues to make history.
This was originally the entrance in 1940. Was about 4 years after they decided to make a go of having an attraction as opposed to selling fruits and vegetables. Over the years, it changed usage. When I was a girl, it was what we called the drink stand. More recently, it's been used as an overnight birdhouse to keep the birds safe. But now it's our new History Center. To see my grandfather in the window, it's icing on the cake. It's like he's there overseeing his garden.
St. Petersburg citizens in 1999 voted to tax themselves to save Sunken Gardens. That almost never happens. So my hope is that people understand the importance of historic sites like this, historic gardens, historic places that really give Florida its character. They're the reason that we want to live here. We need to preserve them, and I really hope people fall in love with it all the more and understand the importance of preserving it.
Today was a ribbon cutting for the Barack Obama Main Library in the city of St. Petersburg. I think it's a fitting tribute to President Obama and his commitment to education and knowledge, and it was really well received. I'm told over 1,000 folks came out here today, and just the joy and the energy from folks really reflected what St. Pete is about.
I could not be more excited. This is not just my district, this is my neighborhood. A big reason we chose this area was because we're so close to the library. My wife and I are avid readers. I'm really excited to be able to walk to such an amazing resource. It'll be full of programming.
I want the community, both our residents and our visitors, to wear the hinges out in this facility. This facility is so much more than just books. We've got 3D printers, we have engravers, we really have something for everyone at this facility.
You can tell there was a lot of attention paid to the small details, and that's what really makes a big difference. From the artwork that's on the wall to the flooring, just little things that when they all come together create magic, and I think that's what you see here.
After 5 years of having the facility closed, it is so exciting to be able to open this facility. I've had the privilege of walking through it numerous times, and to know that everybody that was in front of me was going to get to see it for the first time this morning, Christmas morning is the only way I can describe it.
The same moment I looked at the lake and the back doors of this library, a smile came over to my face and a calmness came over my soul. And I imagined generations to come finding a safe, unbelievably beautiful place to learn, to explore, and to grow. And in that moment, I felt the weight and joy of what this library represents to all of us here in the city of St. Petersburg, and a place of hope for our future. Thank you, and congratulations.
This is the municipal gateway to education. You can come here to learn to read, you can learn to socialize, you can get on a computer if you don't have something like that at home. It's really just an asset that shows high quality public goods can be delivered by your local government, and that's what we're doing here.
This library clearly has been designed not only for the way people are using libraries today, which is very different, but you can tell there was a lot of thought into planning for the future and how libraries will continue to evolve.
We're going to have the next leaders of our city and nation for generations start here at the main library, just like I did and many others did. So this is one of the best investments we can make in our city. Come down, get your library card, and build your journey to success right here.
Dear reader, you are loved, more than you know.
Keep smiling and shining and being who you are.
The world is lucky to have you.
Happy Pride to you. Celebrate like you should.
Life would be dull without you in it.
Keep shining bright.
Sunshine face.
You are so loved. Do not let anyone ever tell you different.
St. Pete loves you.
We need you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being you.
You are beautiful just as you are, and you make our city more beautiful because you are a part of it.
You make the world more colorful.
You make the world brighter.
Never give up.
You are loved for exactly
who you are.
I promise. The world needs you in it.
So the one thing that I would like to lift up and make sure that everybody hears is that there's two Child's Parks. There's the Child's Park that you hear about and that you read about, but then there's my Child's Park. The parameters of Child's Park include 34th Street South to 49th Street, and then 18th Avenue to 5th Avenue South. And that's the Child's Park neighborhood, but the greater Child's Park area actually covers about 3 neighborhoods. It goes to about 1st Avenue to around 30th Avenue South.
I believe through the YMCA, the library, and the Rattlers organization, has become very instrumental in helping our youth and children become very productive adults.
The Rattler program is a GAP program that's designed to engage the community, to build family and community, and crime prevention by keeping the kids engaged in youth activities.
I think the emphasis for developing youth in Childs Park arises from some statistics that we received, is that Childs Park had the highest concentration of youth in the city of St. Petersburg.
What we promote is family and community. So what we're trying to instill in them with the program is that we are one big family.
Because a lot of the initiatives and things are always they're heavy focused on programming, or some type of, regimen or awareness piece or a pledge or something else. And we felt that it was important to just allow them to have a space to just come and have fun.
We're solely manned by volunteers, and we let them know that too. So we want them to come back and be volunteers, so the torch is just passed on, so we all learning from one another.
They're not just focused on the athletic aspect of it, but they also focus on youth development. So they have a tutoring program that they do.
And with the YMCA, you have the Rattlers and you have the other programs that's offered. When kids get out of school, they have a place to go. They have the library there.
The STREAM Club stands for Science, Technology, Reading, Engineering, Arts, and Math. We meet every Friday afternoon at the Childs Park Library. It's kind of an extra opportunity for them to get some exposure to topics they might not know about or might have heard in school and didn't quite stick. We just give them opportunities to have different kinds of experiences and hands-on experiences at that.
The youth have a place to go and children have a place to come daily. Matter of fact, that's a great thing to help kids get off the street, have a place to go, a safe haven you might call it.
One of my brothers, when we first organized this, he said, we're helping to create their back in the day. And I think that's important because, all of us have our back in the day, and I remember back in the day when we used to do that. So our responsibility as the adults now is to help create the back in the day experience for them. And what's happening today is Friday Night Done Right, an event that we created to create a safe space for children to come on Friday nights so they can be free to be kids. Sometimes you just want to remember when you went to the pool and they let you in for free, and that was it. And that's why I think it's important to help create those type of memories as well.
The Childs Park neighborhood, if anyone would ask about it, I would state that it was often misunderstood.
So I'll encourage people to come and see for themselves. More to Childs Park that I've seen more positive in Childs Park than I have seen negative.
And my Childs Park encompasses everything that we described today, and I hope that you will gravitate towards that and balance that once you hear the other stories and the other narratives that come out about the neighborhood.
$2 million visitors, 26 acres of waterfront, the St. Pete Pier, a district alive with activity, outdoor spaces, Spa Beach Park, Family Park, the Glazer Playground, the Splash Pad, Coastal Thicket Boardwalk, Fishing Deck, 6 buildings, 7 restaurants, retail, a museum, a marine education center, 25 boat slips, public art everywhere you look, more than 100 events each year, concerts, festivals, pop-ups, fitness classes, and holiday celebrations. And behind it all, thoughtful design. Accessible, sustainable, resilient. Protecting our seagrass, recycling oyster shells, planning for sea level rise. The pier is more than a landmark. It's our waterfront gathering place, where St. Pete comes together.
started this company almost 20 years ago out of my parents' garage. Growing year after year after year, you eventually, can grow out of a garage space really quickly. Scooter Cardoza with Trinity Graphics. I'm the owner here, and we do screen printing, embroidery, and promotional products. One of my long-term goals was to have a brick and mortar space. It took us a little over 12 years, but we got this space. Talk about a, kind of like a life-changing moment. We print lots and lots and lots of t-shirts. And then as far as like on the embroidery side, anything you can think of, we can accomplish with putting a logo or a brand on. One of the aspects of screen printing is reclaiming the screens, so you can basically reuse the screen over and over and over and over again. We had about 150 of the wood frames, and thought it would be really cool to do a screen wall. So each screen has some sort of sentimental, meaning behind it. We love what we do, so we're just going to continue to put out, a great product that we stand behind. It's really cool to have a team that believes and has the same passion and will, go the extra mile to do whatever it takes to get the job done. There's been a big push for keeping St. Pete local. It's been amazing to feel that love from the community and local businesses that will allow us to thrive in the community for another 20 years.
You're live.
Well, good morning, everyone.
And welcome to the March 2026 Code Enforcement Special Magistrate hearing. This morning I will hear lien certification cases. These are cases that have been already before the Code Enforcement Board in a previous evidentiary hearing and are now back for consideration by the special magistrate to impose fines and certify liens. For each case, I will hear testimony from the property owners and the city's Codes Compliance Department about whether a property that was previously found to be in violation of the city code has been brought into compliance. The issue is not whether the property was in violation. The Code Enforcement Board at an earlier meeting made that decision. The issue today is whether the violations have been corrected, and if not, I, as special magistrate, will then consider whether a fine and a lien should be imposed upon the property. I will hear testimony from the city's Codes Compliance Assistance Department, even if a property owner who has received notice of this hearing fails to appear, and any property owner who arrives late after his or her case has been called, heard, and decided by me will no longer have a right to be heard. The hearing will be conducted as follows. The city will present its case first. After each witness has testified, the property owner may cross-examine or ask questions of any witness, but always addressing those questions through me. When the city has presented all of its case, the property owner may present his or her case. An attorney or some other representative may represent you, and you could present evidence in your defense either through witnesses or your own testimony. If you present photographs or written documents as evidence, they must be submitted to the recording secretary seated before me and placed in the permanent case file. The city will also be able to cross-examine you and each of your witnesses. I, of course, may ask questions of the witnesses on both sides at any time. Based upon the evidence and the testimony presented, I will decide whether the violation or violations have been corrected. And if a violation has not been corrected or was corrected after the deadline for compliance, I may impose a fine and certify a lien on the property based on the original findings and orders of the Code Enforcement Board. Or I may defer such action for a specific amount of time. An additional fine or lien may be imposed at a later date if the property is still not brought into compliance. The case will be brought to a future monthly special magistrate meeting for consideration to certify additional liens. Now, if a lien is imposed upon the property, a copy of the order, indeed a copy of any decision I make today, will be handed to you in this hearing. Do not leave the room without that paper. It is the only written document you will receive of my decision, whatever that decision may be. If after your case is heard you wish to appeal my decision, you have 30 days to petition the court of Pinellas County. And if a lien is certified, a property owner may apply to come back to a future Code Enforcement Board hearing to request a possible reduction or release of that lien. However, that cannot be accomplished so long as the property remains out of compliance. So with that as an instruction for today, I ask you to join me in standing. We'll pledge allegiance to the flag, and then please remain standing to be sworn in if you're going to testify in today's hearings. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. We'll be starting with item C, 235, property owner Denise.
If I may, before we get started.
Yes.
Investigators, you guys mind staying around? Mr. Schultz, as you know, This will be your last hearing with us with the city today. What the audience probably does not know is a couple of things. One, that you are a volunteer here that volunteers your service with the city once a month, and that not only have you served in your capacity as a magistrate for the past 6 years, but you started your journey with us all the way back in February of 2014 with 2 terms on the board as well. So we just wanted to say thank you for your service over the past 12 years, especially over the past 6. Being amongst your peers on the board, I think, is a little bit easier to manage than being the sole person making a decision about whether somebody gets more time or places a lien on the property. But I do believe that you've done a fantastic job making sure that you did your research, checking your agendas before. I know you're always taking a look at them. And then coming here and giving everybody the opportunity to say their piece and understand what the circumstances are surrounding their case. So as a small token of appreciation, we have a certificate of appreciation here for you, but just on the behalf of the department and the city as a whole, just wanted to thank you for 12 years of service and volunteering with the city.
Well, and let me just say, while everybody's here, it has been a pleasure and a privilege to serve. But I got to see something I wish every resident of this city could see, and that's the job you all do. I've now learned what it's like, and it's not easy. But the job you do is making our city better, protecting the values of our property. That's why we want to live here. And so I really thank all of you for the privilege to serve. And I look forward to the future, living in the city. And, you know, what I love to say to all of you is what I say to my wife every time she leaves for the beauty parlor: good luck to you.
All right, now we can get down to business.
Okay.
Thank you, Norm.
Item C, 235, property owner Denise Turner, investigator Petrina Miller.
$235, Denise. Yeah. Petrina.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning. I am Petrina Miller, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item C 235, case number 22-00006686, regarding property located at 1624 First Street Southeast. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by the owner. The case began on March 22nd, 2022, and is a codes-initiated case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on January 31st, 2023. The property was last re-inspected on March 18, 2026. 5 out of 8 violations have been corrected since the case began. The following work has been completed since the last meeting. Vegetation at the visibility triangle has been cut down. The remaining violations are chipping, peeling paint located at the exterior wall in various areas of the structure. The roof is in disrepair. There's a tarp that is indicative of roof disrepair, and a permit may be needed for the repairs. There's damaged wood located on the exterior walls on the structure, and also damaged wood at the window sills. There's no additional relevant facts, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thanks, Petrina. Good morning, Ms. Turner. Your name and address for the record, and you're going to have to bring that down, as you well know.
My name is Denise Turner. My address is 1624 First Street Southeast in St. Petersburg.
Before I ask you for your testimony, Petrina, you said 5 out of 8 have been corrected?
Yes.
So the remaining ones are the roof?
The roof, the chipping, peeling paint, and the rotted wood.
Okay.
At the exterior walls.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 5 out of 8. That's great. As you well know, you have been before me many times, and I have granted you much time, and finally we're making some progress. What's the game plan to get the rest of them taken care of?
I have a letter.
Someone get that letter?
Get it?
What's the nature of the letter, Denise?
That is the contractor that I had out. I have hired, this gentleman is a contractor who works with the Barrel Project Engineering. And he's came out and met with me and looked at the property. And contrary to all the people I've had before, he seemed not at all concerned about the difficulty. He said that he could easily get this done, that the main holdup, as before, is that he needs me to get things out of the way. I need to get some clutter out of the house for the people to do the inspection, to do the permits, and I have to move the plants. And I found another contractor, people who can load the plants onto a truck for me so that I can get them out of the way. So I just have to be well enough to direct them and get the plants ready.
Did they give you a start date? This doesn't give you a start date.
Not yet. That's dependent on when I get the stuff out of the way, and he's going to have them, as soon as they have the availability, they're going to come out and...
How quickly do you plan to get the stuff out of the way?
I am going to start as soon as I get home today. I'm going to go out as long as I have strength and start organizing them. And the people who can move them, they said the availability may be tight this week because it's the end of the month. And they do moving, general moving. But that they will try to squeeze me in, and if not, it will be the beginning of April when they will be able to move the plants.
All right, well, I certainly want to acknowledge the ones that you've gotten done. As you know, and the reason I'm hesitating, and I think you know this, but for the record, you have been before me 11 times. I've granted you 615 days. You're goes back to 2022. I think I was in college in 2022. Remember that far back. And in addition, the staff has granted you 50 days. I fined you $500 2 months ago to make a point, but you have accumulated more than 100,000 in potential liens, which I could certify today. Based on your testimony, based on the fact that you've got some done, even after all this time, it should have been done a long time ago, but based on that, based on this contractor's letter, I am going to grant you some additional time. But let me warn you before I give you my formal answer. If the case comes before me again after this time I allow, and the report is that there isn't a huge amount of progress, meaning roof and other major thing, you could be looking at more than $100,000. You accumulate $100 a day, and I can't stop that. So I hope you understand. This is kind of like the last straw in terms of not fining you more than the $500 I fined you a couple of months ago to get things moving. So with that, let me just say this. I order that for item 235, C-235, case 226686, lien certification be deferred for 45 days or until May the 8th, 2026. That means, Ms. Turner, you will be before me or the magistrate in May. And I hope that doesn't happen, because at that point, you will have been before us far too long, been granted far too much time. So the warning, I hope, is clear. I wish you well, and I hope you never have to appear here again.
I just have to ask one question. When they go to get the permits, I don't know how they do that. If I just communicate with Katrina before the hearing, will that help? Just to let her know what they're doing as they're doing it? Because
if I understand your question, and for everyone, if a permit is issued, this case will go on hold pending execution of what's in that permit. But if what's in that permit is not executed when it's supposed to be, this comes right back and the 100,000 is floating right in front of you again. So the permit is not an excuse for anything except bringing the property into compliance.
You understand that.
I've had so much difficulty getting them to do the work, and now they're saying they have to file for a permit. So I want to know if they haven't got everything done because they're waiting for permits.
What will happen is your case will be brought back before the magistrate. At that point, the investigator will report the progress. And based on that progress, the magistrate will determine whether to impose the fines, how much, or whatever. In other words, there's no way out of this except to bring the property into compliance. And if it sounds like I'm being hard, let me reiterate the amount of time that I have had to deal with. It's the longest case in my 3 years on this bench. No more. So, that's it. You have my decision. Let's move on.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Item C81, Property Owner Creations and Solutions 2200 LLC, Investigator David Walker.
What number, Hope?
C81.
C81.
Investigator David Walker.
I'm David Walker, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item C81, case 25-19316, regarding property located at 2200 2nd Ave North. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a vacant lot with a new build on it. This case began on June 27, 2025, and is an eternal complaint case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board order was sent to the owner by mail on September 30th, 2025. This property was last re-inspected on March 18th, 2026, and 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Single-family structure, NSFR permit under 23-12000005. There's been no approved building inspections for the project in over 90 days. The structure remains incomplete with wood framing that is exposed and unprotected, weatherproofing material that is ripped and not covering all the exterior walls, and no recent inspections are due to a stop work order that was placed on the property. Additional relevant facts. As of March 12th, 2026, the plans are ready for correction, so they have been going back and forth with planning for the new single-family resident permit, and this concludes my presentation.
So as of March 12th, David, they were sent back for corrections by planning?
Yes, sir.
Have not been returned?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks, David. Hi, name and address, sir. Who's testifying?
My name is Laszlo, and my address is 766 21st Avenue South.
Could you spell your name, please?
Laszlo, and the last name is Harangozo.
Okay. You've heard the testimony of the city. I've had this case before, granted time on 2 occasions. Why are we where we're at?
We have professional architects keeping the drawings, and it keeps back and forth, back and forth.
Okay.
A couple of weeks. It doesn't work in a couple of weeks. We got a stop work order, so I can't go over there and do anything. The drawings have been presented. They just came back 2 days ago with more specifics. So, but that's not my profession. I have to deal with architects that deal with that, and so it's back and forth.
The drawings were sent back on March the 12th.
Actually, we just got a new one. It was just turned down 2 days ago or something like that. They were asking for wind load, actual wind load, and we had to get the engineer involved, and he was off by 4 miles, so they had to correct that. Again, this, professionals are on there. We're spending the money to try to get this thing taken care of, but it just keeps going back and forth.
Now, the case goes back more than 6 months. All right, this I'm going to grant you what I call a short amount of time. All right? If the case comes back before the magistrate again after the short amount of time, you'll be looking at fines in excess of $30,000. It's $31,000 today, and it accumulates at $200 a day. So we understand each other. I order that for item C81, case number 25-19316, the lien certification be deferred for 30 days or until April 23rd, 2025. Now, as a practical matter, what that means is, if it's still not in compliance, you will be before me at the May hearing, just the way the calendar falls. So you actually get a few extra weeks on this decision. But understand the warning that the magistrate at that point, I think, will impose some fines. So, crack the whip, whatever you have to do, get it done.
I understand, but here's the situation. I get everybody what, but sir, I'm in understanding, but we are spending the money. We do have the professionals on, but are the expectations from the government, which is the government, if they do not correspond appropriately, and I do not, I have to hire a professional to do the work, and we do that.
Look at the timing of the violations. But 75 days on 2 occasions I've given you. I don't want to argue. I've already given you my decision.
But I get it, sir. But
you want me to fine you today? I just granted you more.
No, I don't. But I'm just saying that.
Take it and run with it.
Okay. All right. We'll do.
Give them the paperwork, please. It'll work. Get it done.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Item C 191, property owner Loren Real Estate Holdings LV, investigator Joseph Bernori.
I'm sorry, Hope.
C 191.
Okay. Lauren? Are we going to run a bunch of Lauren?
3 cases. Good morning, Mr. Schultz.
Good, yeah. Good morning, Joe. We got a bunch of Laurens?
Just 3.
Okay.
And Mr. Schultz, remember, this is Lauren in the same name as the other property, but under different management and.
Sorry.
Yeah, so this is the one that we've seen positive direction. Just yeah.
Thanks, Director. I forgot about that. Okay, Joe, go ahead.
I am Joseph Bernori, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item C-191, case 248241, regarding the property located at 545 78th Avenue North. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a commercial structure and the unit is vacant. Case began on May 9th, 2024, and is a tenant complaint case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on April 1st, 2025. Property was last re-inspected on March 17th, 2026. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected. Since this case began, the remaining violation is there's extensive concrete spalding on the porch walls, and beneath the porch, there are settlement cracks on the porch floor. This concludes my presentation.
Okay, Joe, thanks. All right, name and address, sir.
Josh Dolan, 545 78th Avenue North.
Speak into that a little better.
Josh Dolan, 545 78th Avenue North.
Okay, your connection to Loren.
I am the owner's rep for the current owners.
All right. Okay, we've heard the testimony of the city. I assume you're familiar with it. What's happening?
I am. So we're working on engineering. Our engineer got mixed up. Instead of him separating the balcony engineering out of the rest of the engineering for the property, he combined it. So we need about another 30 days to have engineered plans over to the city for review.
Okay, this case goes back to, pardon me, May 24.
Our ownership did not take possession until August of 25, the end of June. It was a foreclosure property, so we're in the process of getting it corrected. We have tons of permits opening and opened for the property. We're just kind of going back and forth with exactly what the city wants to see. At first, it was a building permit for everything, and then it kind of got switched over to they want certain permits pulled for certain things, and then some of it lumped together. So if you were to look, there is some permits in there that are voided, and that did include some of this information that we're talking about today.
Okay, just for your background, this case has been before me 4 times. Pardon me, I don't remember whether it was you or not, but the last time was after the dates you've given me, and I granted 120 days.
I understand, sir. Like I said, I understand.
Not leveled any fines on the property, although you've accumulated it's up to 60,000.
Yes.
All right, so I'm inclined to fine, but I will go, based on your testimony, I'll grant you a little bit more time, but it's what I call the short leash, which means something better happen or you end up in.
We completely understand and do appreciate the short leases that we've been given.
Okay, I order that for item C-191, case number 248241, that lien certification be deferred for 45 days or until May the 8th, 2026, which means if you're before me or before the magistrate in May 19th, you're in trouble.
Yes, sir.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Item C-100.
2 more.
Item C-193, property owner Loren Real Estate Holdings LV, investigator Joseph Bernori.
Hope what happened to 192? Taken off. Okay, deferred.
Positive progress.
Huh?
Positive progress.
Oh, okay. Joseph.
I am Joseph Bernori, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item C-193, case 2418728, regarding the property located at 545 78th Avenue North. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a commercial structure and is occupied by tenants. Case began on October 25th, 2024, and is a Codes follow-up case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on January 28th, 2025. Property was last re-inspected on March 20th, 2026. 4 out of 9 violations have been corrected since this case began. The following work has been completed since the last meeting. Part of one violation involved a broken parking block in a handicap spot, and that has been replaced. The remaining violations are areas of stucco are cracked and falling away on the ground level in the northwest corner of the building. Several exterior doors are in disrepair, including but not limited to a maintenance door near Unit 306. Some of the stairs are in disrepair, including but not limited to the tread at the bottom of the stairway closest to Unit 112, rusted and broken. Several areas around this building have junk, including but not limited to the furniture outside the Unit 312. And the remaining violation is a concrete ramp step up into Unit 101 is broken and in disrepair. This concludes my presentation.
And this is occupied by tenants, right?
This building is occupied by tenants.
All right, thanks, Joe. Hi, your name and address again, sir.
Josh Dolan, 545 78th Avenue North. Doors are sitting on the site. We're 5 voided permits that we had to revise, and that's what's slowing us down. We are, and sometimes moving faster than we get the permits, and then we're generating new code violations because, so we're trying to find that happy medium, but right now we have the material on site. Last time we were here, we said we ordered it, it's arrived, but now we're stuck in revising permits to get it to either be 1 per building or 1 per unit.
Okay, on this particular case, I granted 315 days. And when I hear things like doors, stairs, junk, and I look at 315 days, I really don't have much patience, I gotta tell you.
I 100%.
My decision on this particular case. This case has accumulated potential liens of $80,200. I order that for item C-193, case number 241878, that the board today certify a lien of $15,000. Now, what's going to happen is the remaining $65,000 is floating and could come up next month. Because unless the property is brought into compliance, the case will be brought up again to the magistrate next month. Hopefully, something happens. You got any more?
I got one more.
Good luck.
You know, we're a double-edged sword. Like, I'm trying to get it, and where we thought we had permits approved for stuff, we get thrown in revision, and then Joe comes down and says, hey, a little too fast. So we're trying to fight it because we want off the project as much as you guys want us out of this room.
And I try to understand that, but when I look at 300 days and stairs and junk, let's move on to the next one. Hopefully, it's a little better. What else do we have, Hope?
Item C-196, property owner Loren Real Estate Holdings LV, investigator Joseph Bernori.
I am Joseph Bernori, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item C-196, case 2419467, regarding the property located at 545 78th Avenue North. Was sworn at the start of this meeting. This property is a commercial structure, and the unit is vacant. The case began on November 8th, 2024, and is a Codes follow-up case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on March 4th, 2025. Property was last re-inspected on March 17th, 2026. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violation is this second floor balcony is in disrepair with railings down and concrete deck broken with exposed rebar. Permit required for remediation. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are there's no application for permit under the main or building or unit address. No application for permit under the main, the building, or the unit address.
There is none, or there is?
There is none. No, this concludes my presentation.
Okay. Thanks, Joe. All right, name and address again.
Josh Dolan, 545 78th Avenue North. Engineers, we have the plans. We got locked up in permitting, and it's not, like I said, no fault, just trying to get so much. We have the plans. We've had the plans for about 30 days. The contractors, they got locked up in the permitting with all the other revisions we've had. That's really been the hold point right now, is getting sorted through everything we submitted.
Is the building occupied?
This specific unit is...
The building's occupied. This unit number 205 is not.
Yeah, we vacated the unit. It's completely pulled off our rent roll, so no one can accidentally lease it. We are considering that unit as a down, just like we have the other units that code has to inspect before we reoccupy.
Okay, the reason I'm hesitating, it's not occupied, so I don't have a safety situation, Joe. All right. But I have heard this case 4 times, and I've granted 235 days. The last time you were here, or whoever, I granted 120 days. Come on, that's about the most I ever grant. Now, at the hearing, I have in the past certified liens of 10,000 on this property for this violation. Right now, the current liens have accumulated at 68.8. Again, because of the fact that I've granted 235 days and nothing has happened, even though the plans are in, I'm going to put this on a short timetable, which means if it comes before the magistrate again, he can go ahead and certify additional liens, given the history of the case. So I order that for item C-196, case 2419467, that lien certification be deferred for 25 days, or until April the 18th, 2026. Now, I picked 25 because as the calendar falls, the next hearing you would be summoned to happens to be May 19th. So you actually pick up a month because of the way the calendar falls. So even though I've said 25 days, it actually goes further. But
thank you, sir.
If it doesn't get taken care of, okay.
100% understood, and we appreciate it.
Is that all you got?
Thank you. Item C-151, property owner Mark Tabor, investigator Jean Madu.
Vote.
151.
151. Okay. Okay, Jean, hi.
Good morning. I am Jean Madu, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C-151, case number 25-20331, regarding property located at 1012 Granville Court North. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a multi-family structure and is occupied by its tenants. This case began on July 15, 2025, and is a citizen complaint case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on November 25, 2025. This property was last re-inspected on March 19, 2026. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. The violations are permits required for constructing the addition onto the rear of the property to include any and all trades. Permits are required for the installation of new windows and doors. Permit required for the installation of the AC condenser in the side yard encroaching into the neighboring property. As of January 21st, 2026, mechanical permit 26-1001211 was approved for the AC change out, and since then that AC condenser has been removed. And there is also an ADDR permit 25-11000848, which is in process as of January 5th, 2026, ready for corrections.
What was that date?
January 5th. And this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thanks, Jean.
You're welcome.
Good morning, your name?
Good morning, Mark Tabor, 2190 Tanglewood Way, Northeast, St. Petersburg, Florida.
Okay. Mr. Tabor, just this was a citizen's complaint?
Yes.
Tenant or a neighbor? You don't know?
It was a neighbor.
Neighbor?
Yeah, it wasn't a tenant, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, well, not the tenant. Okay. Okay, heard the testimony of the city. What's happening?
So we're trying to get the variance for the property that's, it was a porch that we, anyway. The variance is taking longer. We can't pull the permits until the variance is taken care of. I just heard back from the variance people, her name was Candace, yesterday, saying that the paperwork I sent in was lacking 2 things from Kona or Round Lake. So we have to go back to get that. And then she said they might be able to expedite because it's the actual owner of the property that complained has said he was sorry. He thought my air conditioner was on his property. It's not. It was never on his property, but we moved it anyway. So anyway, and everybody in the whole neighborhood is in compliance. I mean, is okay with what we did. But anyway, we're still going through the process, trying to get the variance, and that's where I am. And I guess the next variance meeting is June the 3rd. So I'm caught in a time warp.
Got it. Yeah, the case is a very new case, unlike some of the ones you've heard that I've been looking at for years.
Kind of scary.
So I will grant you some more time. You're following the process as best possible.
Thank you.
The variance, I wish it were faster, but I will grant you time. I order that for item C-151, case number 2520331, thin lien certification be deferred for 120 days or until July the 22nd, 2026. Hopefully within that time frame.
Let's hope.
Variance and
Let's hope. And congratulations on your retirement.
yeah, thank you. Yeah. Go fishing.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item C-337, property owner Dennis Owen Reese and Elizabeth Ann Reese, investigator Zoraida Melendez.
Morning, Zoraida.
Good morning. I am Soraya Melendez, co-investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item C337, case number 25-15470, regarding property located at 532 Dolphin Avenue Southeast. I was sworn in at the beginning of this meeting. This property is a single home and is occupied by owner. This case began on April 9, 2025, and it was a citizen complaint case. After the eventuary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board order was sent to the owner by mail on September 2nd, 2025. This property was last re-inspected on March 17, 2026. 0 out of 1 violation have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violations are junk items and outdoor storage on the throughout the property. Additional relevant facts in regard to this case is a lot of progress had been done. So she still have some junk on the side of the property and in the backyard, but there's a lot of progress done, so.
There's been a lot of progress.
Yes. So this will conclude my presentation.
Okay. Thanks, Sarita. Okay, your name and address, please.
Elizabeth Reese, 532 Dolphin Avenue.
Okay, Ms. Reese, the report is a lot of progress has been made.
I'm really cooking. I don't mind telling you. It's amazing.
Glad to see that, 'cause
And the roof has been done, which I told you I'd jump ahead. And the reason I'm doing that is because, my daughter's expecting and my husband's ill, and we're all coming back together. And I'm very, very excited. And thanks to Zizi, who's been very supportive.
Any time frame you think you're going to get it done and get this?
Well, I'm not working, so I'm thinking it's going to be pretty rolling here. I hate giving time frames at this point. I know it's going to be definitely before, I'd like to say Easter, but that's a little too close. So with God's help, we'll be very closely,
Based upon the fact that you're making progress and based on Sarita's report, I'm going to grant, obviously, some more time for you to get it done. There have been no liens placed on the property, and
Nope.
it will not. But keep in mind that they have accumulated more than $18,000.
I know. It's very scary. Very, very scary.
I order that for item C337, case 25-15470, that lien certification be deferred for 60 days or until May the 23rd. I picked 60 days because I want to honor the fact that you've gotten a lot done. Gives you, I think, plenty of time. Maybe the rainy season's about to hit, so.
Well, that's part of why I'm not further ahead. We got nailed with the tree I took out, $4,200, nailed me still with leaves, 2 feet of leaves in the pool. And I couldn't add chlorine or nothing until I got them out. And that's scooping and scooping and scooping. So.
Thank you for getting done with what you've done. Stay in touch with your investigator because she is the one
Yes.
who will take care of the case.
Yes, we really do appreciate it. And again, just like the other gentleman, thank you for the service. And I know they do a hard job, so it's been an experience, but good luck to you.
Get your paperwork.
Okay.
Item C326, property owner Goodwin and Matthews LLC, investigators Zoraida Melendez.
Good morning. I am Soraya Melendez, co-investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item C326, case number 24-20122, regarding property located at 539 Avenue South. I was sworn in at the beginning of this meeting. This property is a vacant lot. This case began on November 21st, 2024, and it was a citizen complaint case. After the eventuary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board order was sent to the owner by mail on July 1st, 2025. This property was last re-inspected on March 17, 2026, and 0 out of 1 violation have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violations are: after the fact, a permit will be required for construction of storage building at right side of the property. Additional relevant facts in regard to this case is there's 2 permits on 2506002648. I'm sorry, there's one additional violation here. The shade cloth attached to the fence surrounding property remains on the fence. So additional relevant facts in regard to this case, there is two permits, 25-06-002648. It being ready for correction since July 17, 2025. And there's a single home permit, 25-09-00-196, that it being ready for correction since October 17, 2025. And there have not been any changes on that. And this will conclude my presentation.
Okay, Mr. Rada, thank you. This was a citizen's complaint, is that correct? This was a citizen's?
Yes, it is.
Did you have input? No, sir. Okay. Okay, your name and address, sir.
Jake Michelle, 539th Avenue South.
Spell your last name.
Michelle, M-I-C-H-E-L.
And your connection to Goodwin and Matthews.
Our contracting company represents him. The general contractor, yeah.
Okay. Where are we at?
So the pole barn was the violation. The permit was submitted for the new construction, and it was kicked out for a variance requirement.
Were you involved when the permit was submitted?
Yes, sir.
And it was returned in July of 2025, and it was, another one was returned in October of 2025. This is March 2026. Where were you?
I was not aware that it was kicked out for this variance. The variance is that there's three lots.
Yep. Yeah, this is a citizen's complaint. I'm real sensitive to citizens' complaint, but when, and I don't mean to be harsh, but this case has been before me before. The last time it was before me was in November of 2025. And
Yes,
I
sir.
granted 120 days. I normally don't grant 120 days to anybody, but I granted 120 days. The permits have been sitting since the middle of last year. I have no patience for it. I really feel for the citizen who complained. So unless you can assure me that it's going to be taken care of immediately, and obviously it isn't because you haven't returned the permits, I really don't have much choice.
Can I
Anything else
explain
you want to
something to you? Can I explain something?
Sure.
Okay, I'm in discussion with Katrina Luna Gordon. The owner owns all 4 lots. The 3 lots that are combined need to be, they basically are going to be combined. He's going to deed it over so that there's no variance issue. That clears that up. Everything's ready on the permitting side for approval, and it should be passed after that. So if we just could get a little more time.
You haven't submitted them since last year. So how can you tell me they're ready for approval? They're not even back. I don't get it. The timing of this is really off. And I
Yeah.
guess what bothers me is I've granted 165 total days on your case, and I see no reason to grant it.
This was a different, this variance we were not aware of. This requirement for this to do this. We just weren't aware that he needed to combine the lots, that because that extra lot was 50 feet, not 75, it required the lots to be combined. We just weren't aware of that. And now we are aware of it. Now Katrina said that the city passes it. She has to send it to Pinellas to get that approved. And then we will be able to submit. That'll be cleared up. As simple as that. So if we could get a little more time to get that accomplished, that would be.
I'm not inclined to grant more time. Regardless of what I do, the case continues, so it'll come before me or the magistrate again, regardless of what I do today, unless it's in compliance. I guess what disturbs me is the fact that permits were not returned all of that time for correction. That is not your responsibility per se, but the owner's responsibility. And I have granted 165 days. So therefore, my decision is simply this. I order that for case number 326, C326, case number 2420122, that the board order an additional certified lien of $10,000. Now that's in addition to a lien I did place on the property, well, $5,500 that I placed in August of 2025. So this case has just dragged on too far. But the liens keep accumulating, potentially at 150 a day, so be aware.
Yes, sir. And what does that actually mean? If we get this into compliance?
If you get into compliance, you got 2 choices. You have one choice. you can appear before the Code Enforcement Board and ask for a review of the liens. They can reduce or even eliminate the lien or just leave the lien stand. But that cannot be done. You can't even get a hearing date until the property is certified in compliance. So there's nothing more you can do about the liens. You can pay them if you want, or they can sit. And if there's nothing more I can do once I've ordered the liens, and I have, so your option is to go before the board in the future, but not until this property is totally in compliance.
I guess because we were not aware that it was kicked back for reason of this variance scenario. But
where were you in July?
I was brought into this. I met with you in November, and we just submitted the permits for the new construction, and we've been working on that. And you said, how much time do you need? And I said we could probably get this done in a few months.
120 days.
You did, very graciously. And all I'm asking for is just a little more time. We have all the ducks in a row.
I've already given you my decision today. It's
Okay.
6,000.
If it's
now,
done,
that
done.
doesn't change anything because it still accumulates at 150 a day.
Okay.
Until the property's in compliance, which means the case, if it's not in the compliance, will come back against the magistrate again. So it continues. Once it's solved, you've got another course of action you could take if you choose. But my decision stands, and it's based on what's happened in the.
So nothing can be, if the permit, when the permit is approved.
When the permit is approved, any case, this case then goes on hold. It has nothing to do with the liens that I've already placed.
Okay.
Case goes on hold, provided what's in that permit is being executed. Now, I have had cases where someone has gotten a permit and done nothing.
I see.
Case comes right back. Bingo. So as long as you're executing the permit, the case stays on hold. Once you've completed that, hopefully the case is then removed.
I see.
It's a process, but at this point in time, you can't go back. You can only go forward.
Okay.
All right?
Yes, sir.
I wish
Thank
you
you.
well.
Appreciate the explanation.
Item C, 212, property owner Albino Investments Group Incorporated, investigator Petrina Miller.
Okay, Petrina?
I am Petrina Miller, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C-212, case number 24-000-16354, regarding property located at 651 10th Avenue South. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This is a single-family structure and is vacant. The case began on September 5th, 2024, and it's a codes-initiated case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on July 1st, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on March 18, 2026, and 0 out of 7 violations have been corrected since the case began. No work has been completed since the last meeting. The remaining violations are: the exterior walls are in disrepair with areas of chipping wall finish. The garage door has areas of rotted wood. There's chipping, peeling paint in multiple areas on the structure, including window sills and door frames. There's vegetation that's growing on the exterior wall. The second floor balcony has broken or missing areas. A permit may be needed for the repair or replacement of that. There's broken gable vent, and there's junk items that are on the property. There's overgrowth of vegetation throughout the property, and there are multiple windows that are missing or broken. There's an additional relevant facts. There is a roof permit that is on hold for notice of commencement since May 16th, 2025, and that permit number is 24-02-001308. And this concludes my presentation.
Petrina, the permit was issued May 16th, 2025.
Mm-hmm. It's been on hold.
On hold.
And it's on hold for notice of commencement.
Okay. Okay, sir, your name and address, please.
Louis Albano, 2041 Beach Drive, Southeast.
What's happening?
If I could give you, right, absolutely, sir. If I could give you a little past of the property. A little bit over 3 years ago, I purchased this property. It's in historic Roser Park. Purchased it to be my forever home. And I purchased it sight unseen, basically. A little bit thereafter, I found another forever home in Old Southeast on the bay. So I decided that'd be my forever home. So now I have 2 forever homes, and finally got into the property and realized it was in massive disrepair. Okay. So I put it for sale because I don't need 2 forever homes. So probably had at least 40 rehabbers through the property. It's a bigger project than any rehabber that I encountered would undertake. So I said, okay, well, I'm going to have to rehab this property because no one else wants to do it. So brought in a partner about a year ago, Rick Lane. He's been in front of the committee before. We didn't advance the cause that terribly much. Brought in Niall about two months ago, and he's reviewed the property extensively. And based on it being in historic Roser Park, this property would take about $1.5 million to restore. So way over my head. I think it's a labor of love for somebody that truly is in love with the property. So reached back out to a few people that have expressed interest in the past. Because this is, according to Niall, this is probably a 2-year process at minimum between, everything needed, engineering. And so reached back out recently, within the last month, to everybody that expressed a slight bit of interest. And I think I have the buyer for the property, and who seems, who's well aware of all that the property needs and the 2 years that it's going to take to complete the project. But he seems on board. And if I could just and if he doesn't buy it, it's probably going to go back to the lender because there's still some funds owed on the property. So if I could get 30 days, I think I can complete this sale, and then he'll be in front of the committee, and it's going to be a long project, whoever takes it on, because of the historical aspect and all that good stuff. So I've tried, I've failed, but I think I have the guy that might take it to the finish line. It's a special property, but it's truly a labor of love.
Okay, and he understands everything that
he understands.
Property, correct me, director, the buyer then inherits the violation, so that doesn't change. Yeah.
And so far I don't think we have any certified liens.
I have not certified the liens, but they've accumulated to 31,008 as of today, and they go up 150 a day.
Well aware.
Okay. And I have granted 90 days, and the department has granted 25.
You've been more than patient, more than patient.
So your request is 30 days.
That's it.
Mr. Schultz, if I may.
Yes.
So I understand the position that the property owner is in. As he mentioned, this is in historic Roser Park. And one of the challenges that we have as a department is, balancing the desires of getting these properties rehabbed, but then also when we get in these situations, the preservation community gets concerned about demo by neglect, essentially, that we're just not going to touch the property and then it's going to deteriorate so much to where it can't even be restored. And we want to make sure that that doesn't happen. What I would say from the city's position is I think 20 days, that way it gets back to the hearing next month, and not push this out another month to May 19th. We would feel better about that, understanding the circumstances at this property. And then obviously an update could be provided then, your decision. But just wanted to provide that perspective, considering this is a historic property. There's been very little maintenance, anything done to it over the past couple of years. And, we want to make sure that this property gets, it doesn't continue to be neglected to the point where we're going down the condemnation road or somebody is demolishing the property instead of rehabbing it as it should.
Understand, and thank you, Director, appreciate that input.
And I'd like to add,
I understand that you're trying to make something happen, and so I will grant what I call the short leash, that is the 20 days, okay? That means essentially, hopefully the case won't be before the magistrate next month, but it's also an example of how the department tries awful hard to work with property owners in some way to solve the problem, okay? So
Not remotely complaining. Truly appreciate all the
I
assistance.
order that for item C 212, case number 2416354, that lien certification be deferred for 20 days or until April the 13th, 2026, which means essentially the case would be before the magistrate toward the end of April. Maybe it won't be. I mean, but worst case scenario would be taking a minute. Something's got to happen. Okay, so you've been granted some additional time, and
Sounds
I wish
fantastic.
you well. Good luck on that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Do I get any paperwork or no?
Yeah. Be sure, everyone, you get whatever decision is made here today, be sure and get the paperwork from the girls in front of me, because it's the only written document you will receive of any decision made here. None is mailed to you or delivered to your house. Get it right here, so don't leave without it. Don't leave home without it.
Item C 230, property owner Pear Holdings LLC, investigator Patrina Miller.
Okay, Patrina.
I do not have the correct paperwork for the case.
On 230?
No, I have 233. I apologize.
That's okay.
We'll revisit the case.
Go to 261, the next in the queue, please.
Item C 261, property owner Jennifer Becker and Dieter Van Steenberg, investigator Timothy Howard.
Okay, 261, Timothy. Tim.
I'm Timothy Howard, Building Demolition Coordinator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C-261, case number 243504, regarding the property located at 1052 6th Street North, Unit 1. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner. This case began on February 28th, 2024, and is an internal complaint case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on July 2nd, 2024, and this property was last re-inspected on March 20th, 2026. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violation is, per the city building official, the balcony is unsafe and unstable. Access to the balcony must be blocked off with a fixed barrier. Temporary shoring must be completed within 30 days under the direction of a licensed contractor. As of June 11th, 2024, an engineer's assessment has been provided and states that the second floor balcony is structurally deficient but does not require that structural shoring. Permits will be required for repairs. Additional relevant facts regarding this case: commercial permit 243504 was issued December 3rd, 2025, but has not yet had any inspections. And this concludes my presentation.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Tim. Okay, name and address.
Winter Wah, 630 Orangewood Drive, Dunedin, Florida. I am the general contractor.
Ah, okay. And when did you become general contractor?
A long time ago. I don't remember what. I came before you a while ago. For this permit, we ran into an issue because we're also doing another unit in this building where we found more damage than was previously found. So right now we are currently working with the client's engineer, who is not getting back to us to actually get an okay to redo the demo or the framing so that it's actually safe. The owner is also considering just completely doing away with the balconies, but we need an engineer stamp of approval before we can move forward with that. We have offered to take over the plans from this engineer. It's Barrel Engineering. but the homeowner has not wanted to do that at this time. So that's kind of what we're up against, is we're trying to get the engineer to respond like, yes, this is okay per Florida code, and get that changed on the plans, and then do a revision to the permit so that we can actually build back safely and hopefully have no more issues with this unit.
Is the balcony, I mean, people on this balcony, or is just?
No, as far as I know, I spoke to the homeowners, I think last week, and they're not even in the unit at this time. They're like both out of the country or something at this time, so.
Okay, so given, before have you appeared before me before?
Mm-hmm.
Multiple times?
At least two.
Two. Oh, well, there was someone who appeared before you, because I've seen this case 4 times.
I'm well aware of that.
I granted 290 days,
Mm-hmm.
and the department granted extensions of additional 75, so that's 365 days. That's a year.
Yep.
And this goes back to February 24.
Mm-hmm.
And I-
We didn't take over this project till last year, but
Last year when?
around June, I think.
June of last year?
Yeah.
Almost a year ago.
Yeah, this is also a private provider permit as well, so our inspections will be done through a private provider, in which case the reports will be sent to the city right away.
Okay, the reason I'm hesitating is simply because of the amount of time that's already been granted. Now,
Understood?
I realize you're new in the game, at least more recently, although I did grant you, I did put you on a short leash once.
You did. You gave me, because I have 2 units. One permit was like issued and the other permit was about to be issued. We just had some fire corrections that needed to be done, in which case I had told you my engineer was already working on that and got it corrected, and I was going to have it resubmitted later that afternoon. That obviously got issued within a short amount of time after that, but here we are after demoing the other unit. We found more damage and now we don't want to.
All right, here's what I'm, just for your information, it's accumulates to 250 a day. You're aware of that. It's accumulated as of today to 153,000 plus.
Yep.
And it's been granted 365 days.
Yep.
Now, based on your testimony and the fact that at least I seem somewhat hopeful that something's about to happen, I am going to grant a very short amount of time, which means you're going to likely be here before the magistrate next month. And he will take into account all of this timing and everything else. So in other words, this may be the last free time you're going to get out of this deal.
Understood.
I order that for item C 261, and that assumes that there isn't a report of great progress in all areas.
Yeah. We've started putting heat on Beryl, whether that's us showing up, calling, emailing, texting. I don't really care as long as they actually give me a response, because they are going to give me a response whether they like it or not.
Much of what the magistrate will do will depend on Tim's report, because obviously he'll be monitoring the property. Like it or not, Tim, you got it. I order that for item 261, case number 243504, that lien certification, be deferred for 20 days or until April the 13th, 2026. Now, what that means essentially is that you will be back here on April 26th. So don't miss that one. And the reason is because if you do miss it, the magistrate is required by law to certify all of the existing fines.
Understood.
But at that point, Tim will be able to report, you will be able to report, and the magistrate will be able to determine whether more time is in order. Keep in mind, that's not going to be an easy decision because of the time been granted. But anyway.
It's a reasonable response.
See what you can get done.
Thank you.
Paige, could we go to 273, because it's also the same?
Which one?
Yes.
273, and then we'll hop back to Ms. Miller's case.
273?
Item C, 273, property owner Robert Anthony Marinelli Jr., investigator Timothy Howard.
Jeez.
Miss me? I'm back already.
Yeah, well, nice to see you, I think. Tim,
I'm Timothy Howard, Building Demolition Coordinator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C-273, case number 243508, regarding the property located at 1052 6th Street North, Unit 3. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner. This case began on February 28th, 2024, and is an internal complaint case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on July 2nd, 2024. This property was last re-inspected on March 23rd, 2026, and 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violation is, per the city building official, the balcony is unsafe and unstable. Access to the balcony must be blocked with a fixed barrier. Storm shutters can be installed up to guardrail height to act as the fixed barrier. Temporary shoring must be completed within 30 days under the direction of a licensed contractor or engineer and must be done with permits. Additional relevant facts regarding this case: commercial permit 2505002851 is approved as of September 4th, 2025, with the last action under that permit being a private provider drywall inspection on December 6th, 2025. And this concludes my presentation.
Wait a minute, go back now on the permit again.
Sure, yeah, it was approved September 4th, 2025, and the most recent action under that permit was an approved drywall inspection on December 6th, 2025.
So the inspection approved it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks, Tim. Hi, name and address again.
Winter Wah, 630 Orangewood Drive, Dunedin, Florida. This is actually the unit where we started demo and we discovered more damage than was present. So we have sent a change order to the client. We spoke to them yesterday regarding it's going to take way more framing that needs to be done, so it's under actually compliant and safe. They are planning on signing that and getting that all done so that we can actually get the plans corrected. Again, another revision will need to be made because the framing will probably change. In addition, for the shutters, we have found a company that's going to do the shutters for us. But again, it's we did exploratory demo and found more damage that we were not aware of. And so we're currently working on getting that corrected.
Okay, this again, long,
Yeah.
I've granted 365 days, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hearings. But I have not certified any liens, so I guess I'll put this along with the other one. I'll put it on the short leash, which means you're going to be back here in next month. And at that point, unless there's some major progress, something happens, I can't imagine not certifying liens. So I order that for item C-273, case 243508, that lien certification be deferred for 20 days or until April the 13th. 2026. Rolling. You're getting to get them.
Back to 2:30.
Joking, because the magistrate, should I say anything about the magistrate that will be sitting here next month? No, okay. But he may be sitting in this room, you never know.
Back to 2:30.
Huh?
Item C, 230, property owner Pear Holdings LLC, investigator Petrina Miller.
Number of
230.
30, got it. Petrina.
Yes. I am Petrina Miller, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 230, case number 23-000-19167, regarding the property located at 236 21st Avenue Southeast. I was sworn in at the meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is vacant. The case began on November 23, 2010, and is a Codes-initiated case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board order was sent to the owner by mail on September 30, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on March 18, 2026, and 0 out of 8 violations have been corrected since the case began.
0 out of what?
8 violations have been corrected since the case began. No work has been completed since the last meeting. The remaining violations are Areas of the roof are in disrepair and damaged from a tree. A permit will be required for the repair of the roof. There's rotted wood, chipping, peeling paint on the rafter tails. There's overgrowth of vegetation and grass throughout the property. There's junk, trash and debris, and vegetative debris that's located on the property. The softening fascias in disrepair with rotted areas. There is chipping, peeling paint throughout the main structure. There's vegetation that are growing out of the walls of the property. The exterior walls are in disrepair with rotted siding and holes. There's rotted wood around the window sills and chipping, peeling paint. There is a expired, there was an expired demo permit. However, with the additional relevant facts is that it was approved and issued on November 8th of 2022 and reissued in January of 2026 with an expiration date of January 2nd, 2028.
2028?
Yes, because it was reissued.
So, Katrina, there is a demo permit.
Yes.
That is good till 2028.
Yes.
Okay.
But it was issued since 2022 originally. Mm-hmm.
So it was reissued.
Correct.
Okay, thanks, Katrina. Hi, name and address, please.
Good morning, Niall Nickel at 5922 9th Avenue North, St. Petersburg 33710. I'm general contractor representing the property owner.
Right. Were you before me in December?
I was. And what we did was I had mentioned at that time that the owner was in some legal issues and was prevented from accessing the property and doing anything until that time. Since that time, the permit has been reactivated, and I believe that reactivation was in mid-January. We started to mobilize for that, and we plan on having the property down probably before the end of the month, and that's not that long away.
And I granted time when you were here the last time. And,
you did.
And you know, this is one of those cases goes back to 2024, and it's a disaster in my vegetation. I mean, just think about it. Yeah, to bulldoze the damn thing.
Oh, that's definitely the plan. It's like I said, the owner was prevented legally from doing anything, and we got that resolved.
But as far as I'm concerned, you know, I've already put liens on the property. I see no reason not to put the additional liens on the property at this point, so I order that for item C230, case number 2319167, that the board order an additional lien of $4,200. It's still accumulating at $150 a day until the case ends. So, and the only reason I did that is because I've granted the owner time in the past, et cetera, and when I hear debris, vegetation, obviously nobody gives a darn, and I realize it's going to be demolished, but that doesn't help the neighborhood, doesn't help anything.
Understand.
So, as far as I'm concerned, the lien goes on the property. But I wish you well.
Thank you, sir.
Item C122, property owner Ursula A. Moore and Ursula A. Moore Revocable Trust, investigator Glenn Haight.
122.
122.
Good morning, Glenn.
Good morning. Yes, I'm Glenn Haight, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C122, case 25-24529, regarding property located at 3275 Walnut Street Northeast. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is vacant. This case began on September 16th, 2025 as a citizen complaint. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on February 3rd, 2026. This property was last inspected on March 17th, 2026, and one of the two violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violations are in-ground pool present in the rear yard is in disrepair. It's popped out of the ground and must be corrected or removed. Additional relevant facts are the permit for demolition of the structure is in progress. I've had numerous communications with the family members, and they are working to move this permit to the approved status.
Sounds good. Okay, thanks, Glenn. All right, name and address, please.
My name is Laurie Hartford, and it's 3275 Walnut Street Northeast.
Okay, Hartford, your relationship to the Moore Trust?
I'm her daughter.
Okay. Sounds like you're going to demolish the joint?
We are just waiting.
Your case, I love this case. It's new. Obviously, you didn't let it drag like some of the cases you might have heard me talk about today. So, any time frame you need here?
Just an extension. We're hoping to get it also done by the end of the month, demolished. We're very close to
All right, just I'll give you
having
a
the
little more
permit.
time just to make sure I order that for item C122, case number 24529, that lien certification be deferred for 60 days or until May 23rd. I picked 60 just in case something goes wrong with the demolition company or whatever.
It can happen.
But thank you for taking care of it. Be sure. Order.
Item C187, property owner is not listed. Investigator Joseph Brenori.
This is for Itopia Private Residence
Okay.
Condominium. I am Joseph Bernori, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item C-187, case 2310449, regarding the property located at 10263 Gandy Boulevard North. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a commercial structure and is occupied by owners and tenants. This case began on June 9th, 2023, and is a tenant complaint case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on March 5th, 2024. Property was last re-inspected on March 17th, 2026. 0 out of 6 violations have been corrected since this case began. The following work has been completed since the last meeting. There are several permits that have been approved. There has been a lot of coordination done. They've gotten a substantial loan for the repair. They've been really transparent through the change of a board president now just recently and a new attorney involved in the case, but they have several approved permits on file, and work has begun. We've received 8 field reports for December and January and February. And after I read the violations, I'll explain some of the rest of the case. So the remaining violations are numerous areas on all buildings have stucco disrepair, cracked stucco, and rotted wood. Building permits may be required for repairs. There is bare wood, chipping and peeling paint on all structures. There are electrical meter cans not securely fastened to the wall and propped with wood. Numerous areas on the structures have rotted window trim. All buildings have been identified to have stair disrepair, balconies, handrails, staircases in various stages of disrepair. Complete evaluation by a licensed engineer is required with permits obtained from a licensed contractor to perform the work per engineer's report. And numerous porches with rotted wood, flooring, shoring being used on one porch. Engineering report required for all porches to access flooring and support joists. Additional relevant facts, those engineers' reports have happened and the licensed contractor has been secured. As I said, many approved permits in this case. The additional relevant fact is that through 40 buildings at this condominium complex and more refinement as far as like deferment to approved permits, is the scope of work that's happening under each building is getting its own separate permit, and the scope of work to include the electrical can violation, falling away from the wall, was determined that it wasn't in that scope of work. Now, since then, since we've had some discussion with the new attorney, there is one building that has that permit and also a guardhouse, but we're working together to get the whole property covered as far as that last violation. And this concludes my presentation.
So let me ask you this, Joe, in your assessment, I'm looking at the history of this, and in your assessment, things are now finally happening.
Absolutely.
Positively.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Name and address, please.
Good morning. My name is Kathleen Reres. It's R-E-R-E-S. I'm an attorney with Becker and Polyakov, and I have the privilege of representing Itopia Private Residences Condominium Association. I'm here with Bradley Phillips. He's a volunteer on the board of directors. He's the vice president. I just want to add to Mr. Brunori's presentation that the board has recently undergone a turnover of control, a turnover to a new property management company, and retention of a new attorney. And the parties involved are 100% committed to addressing all the violations. Mr. Brunori has been incredibly helpful in explaining what we need to do to work through this process. So we understand that the existing permits do not address all the electrical issues. The association did have a plan for this. As the stucco work is done on each building, the engineer of record was going to identify what structural work needed to be done to address the electrical permit boxes per building. But I understand from Mr. Brunori that we need to have a permit on record for the electrical now in order to show that they're moving progress towards the violation. So we're going to reach out to the electrical engineer today and see if we can get that taken care of. The project is working on a rolling basis. There are 4 buildings under construction at any given moment, and what we're working towards is completion of the first building by early April, completion of the second building in May, and as each building is completed, demo will commence on the next building. The scope of the project is basically redoing the entire exterior of the buildings down to the studs. So it is going to take some time to work through to final completion, but we're committed to keeping Mr. Brunori informed throughout the process, and our private provider will be filing progress reports on the regular basis.
Sorry, Mr. Schultz.
Yes.
Did we get the attorney's address for the record?
Oh, I apologize.
My address is fine.
My firm's address is, I'm sorry, 1511 North West Shore Boulevard, Tampa, Florida, 33601 maybe? Sorry, I'm new to that firm.
Lawyers. Okay, a great detailed report. Joe, excellent report too. You know, I look at this, and I've dealt with this before, and it did grant some time, but total amount of time granted by the department alone was 200 days. So the fact that it sounds to me like we're finally seeing a light at the end of the tunnel, I will grant some time that you've requested. Worst case scenarios, you'd be back to reporter in the future if it's not completed. Again, your best friend happens to be your investigator who can either cite you or not. Okay, I order that for item C187, case 23-10449, that lien certification be deferred for 120 days or until July the 22nd, 2026. Man, if it doesn't really correct in 120 days, you're in trouble.
We're all over it. Thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you. Item C51, property owner Joseph R. Cote, investigator Carl Gordon.
C51, Carl?
Yes, sir.
Morning.
Morning. How you doing?
Good. How about you?
All right.
All right. Fire away.
Yes, sir. I'm Carl Gordon, codes investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C51, case number 22-23547. Regarding a property located at 1511 Scranton Street South, I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and occupied by, it's in an estate, but that's the son of the estate. So I'm saying tenant, but that's a family member. This case began on December the 2nd, 2022, and is a code-initiated case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board order was sent to the owner by mail on March 28, 2023. The property was last re-inspected on March 17, 2026. 7 out of 11 violations have been corrected since this case began. The following work has been completed for this case. Tree limbs cut, fence disrepair was repaired, roof disrepair was corrected, overgrowth, exterior wall disrepair, electrical disrepair, and gable vent disrepair was corrected. The remaining violations on this case is that the main structure has multiple locations with missing, chipping, and or peeling paint. Fascia and or soffit have locations of damage and or rotted wood. The carport ceiling has holes and or damage and missing wood. The window frames have damage and or rotted wood and must be painted also. Additional and relevant facts regarding this case is that we received information that the contractor who was going to assist with this case, with this property, has pulled out and no longer is assisting. And this concludes my presentation.
So the contractor did perform 7 out of the 11, as best you know, or?
No, that's not right.
No?
No, sir.
He didn't do anything.
No.
I fired him. I had to fire him.
Okay, are you Mr. Cody? You got
Yes.
to state your name and address.
James Cody, 1511 Scranton Street South.
Okay, we've been together a lot, Mr. Cody. And, you granted a lot of time.
Yeah.
But the fact that you got 7 out of 11 done, I love that. Okay, what's the game plan on the carport ceiling, the window frames, the fascia, the paint?
In order to get this all finished up and get this case closed, I hired a general contractor.
You have hired a general?
That's the one he was talking about here. But I had to fire him because he was playing me like the village idiot. So he couldn't do what I wanted to do.
Okay, so now going forward, what are you going to do?
I'm going to call a carpenter. The carpenter should be able to evaluate the structure above the carport. That's where all the problems are. Well, there's another problem somewhere else. But most of the problems are on that structure above the carport.
Okay, but what about paint and fascia?
Yeah, I need to get that fascia fixed on the carport, the structure above the carport. The general contractor said it needed to be demolished, but I don't know if that's true or not, because he was trying to play me like the village idiot, you know. So I need to get an evaluation from a carpenter.
Need to get what?
An evaluation about that structure above the carport from a carpenter. If it can be fixed for 20.
Why can't you've got a contractor, right?
I had to fire him.
Oh, and you haven't got a new contractor.
No, not yet. I'm going to get a carpenter. A carpenter should be able to evaluate the structure above the carport to tell me if it's fixable or whether it needs to be demolished. Because there's some other stuff on the house that needs a carpenter. So that's what I'm going to do next.
Okay. What I'm wrestling with here, and I'm trying to acknowledge the fact that you got a lot done.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm wrestling with here is the fact that this case goes back 33 months. And I have in hearings, granted a total of 660 days.
Yeah.
I have certified a lien on the property, but I certified that way back in March of 2024. After that, I granted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times, granted you more time for 660 days. Now, where I'm going with this is simply this. I want to honor the fact that you seem to be moving in the right direction, but you also need to understand that I'm looking at a very old case here on which it should have never gotten this far or this long.
Mm-hmm.
So no matter what I do today, it's not going to change anything in terms of what the magistrate was going to have to do sooner or later. I have certified only $5,000 thus far in your entire case, and that goes back to 2024. I haven't done anything since then except grant you time. But you have accumulated, do you know how much potential fines?
No idea.
How about $141,500?
That ain't worth that much.
I'm sure it's not. And you accumulate $150 a day on top of that. So,
I was trying to get this case closed out. That's why I hired a general contractor.
okay, and what I'm going to do, and this really is against, I suppose against my better judgment, I ought to just fine you, given the amount of time, and you've heard other cases that are far less than yours, and I fine them. But I'm going to grant you a little more time to get this contractor moving and a game plan that convinces our investigator that this is going to be brought into conclusion. Okay?
Yeah, I want to do that.
Keep in mind this, and I want you to understand clearly. The amount of time I give you, if there is not a report that major progress is being made at the next hearing that you're summoned to, you will be looking at potential fines that will exceed $145,000. I can see that coming. So we've the ship has sailed. It hasn't hit the rock yet, but it's close. So this is what I'm willing to do. Understand, please, tell me that you get it. I order that for item C51, case number 2223547, pardon me, that lien certification be deferred for 30 days or until April the 23rd, 2026. Now, I picked 30 days because that gives the contractor plenty of time to assess, come up with a game plan. What's going to happen is the way the calendar falls, if the property is not in compliance, he will be ordered to appear before the magistrate on May the 19th. So you get a little extra time because the thing was April, but the hearing is in May. But if at that point there hasn't been a report by the investigators of huge progress, hopefully the whole thing has been taken care of and it's off the rolls, you'd be looking at potential fines in excess of $145,000. Okay? Best I can do for you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
And Carl, I throw it back at you.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it.
Oh, yes, one moment. Let me read in the next case and then I'll document it for you, okay? Item C 149, property owner Terry Porter, investigator Jean Madu.
Hi, Jean.
Hi. I am Jean Madu, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C 149, case number 25-27032, regarding property located at 126 9th Avenue Northeast. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a multifamily structure and is occupied by the owner and tenants. The case began on November 4th, 2025, and is a codes follow-up case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on February 3rd, 2026. This property was last re-inspected on March 19th, 2026. 2 out of 3 violations have been corrected since
What was
this.
that, Jean? How many?
2 out of 3.
2 out of 3?
Yes.
Okay.
So the remaining violation is that the exterior metal stairs is in disrepair with rust and has rotted areas in certain places. And as of today, there are no permits for the repair of the stairs on file. And this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thanks, Jean.
You're welcome.
All right, name and address.
Terry Porter, 126 9th Avenue Northeast.
Okay, Terry, 2 out of 3. Great. Stairs, where are we going?
Okay, I'm under contract with Spiral Staircase Company. We're waiting for the city. I signed the commencement paper for the city for the permit to do it and the contractors to do it. Or for the stair company, Du Visage, we need to wait from the city to find out what's approved with their drawings, what's certified and stamped. So there's a little bit of time gap there. we're, with the commencement letter, we're ready to submit the permit. Find it would take length of time it comes back from the city. Then I can get with Duvenage, to sign the final contract for. The bottleneck may be this, I don't know what the time frame is for them to build it.
Well,
So-
what happens is they will apply for the permit or whatever, the contractor, right?
Yes.
And once that permit, I think you've heard me say, once that permit is issued, the case with codes remains on hold pending execution of what's in that permit.
Correct.
Okay, so this case theoretically will go on hold, and hopefully you get the permit within the time I'm going to give you.
Right.
And worst case scenario is you end up back before the magistrate, but I'm going to give you, I think, enough time to get the permit and then hopefully get the job done. And I also want to compliment you on getting 2 out of 3. And your compliance date was last month. It wasn't even a month ago. I love cases like that. I mean, thank you. I order that for item C 149, case number 2527032, that lien certification be deferred for 90 days or until June the 22nd, 2026. I would hope within 90 days
I'm not
you got a permit.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Well, I have the permit. I'm just worried about the time frame as far as.
You have the permit?
No, not for the staircase.
No. Okay, and the staircase is the one item still.
Right.
So within the 90 days, you got to get a contractor who get a permit. What's the worst case that can happen in 90 days?
Oh.
Worst case is you'd be ordered back here on July the 21st.
Okay, I misunderstood. I understand.
And I hope you can get it done in 90 days, but if you have to come back in July, just report to the magistrate at that point, or Gene will report that everything is in process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and thank you for getting it done so quick.
Item C, 264, property owner Everest Flagler Point LLC, investigator Timothy Howard.
All right, Tim.
I'm Timothy Howard, Building Demolition Coordinator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C-264, case number 25176, regarding the property located at 2540 Roy Hanna Drive South. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a commercial structure and is occupied by tenants. This case began on January 7th, 2025, and is a codes follow-up case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on April 1st, 2025, and this property was last re-inspected on March 23rd, 2026. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violation is, per the city building official, apartment 190 at 6331 24th Street South, as well as apartment 216 at 6367 24th Street South, are unfit and unsafe for human habitation and use. All repairs must be completed by a licensed contractor with approved permits. Additional relevant facts regarding this case: both affected units required permits for roof repairs and interior repairs. Each unit has received all required final inspections for the roof repairs. Post-disaster emergency permits 25-0400-2266 and 25-0400-2270 for the interior repairs expired on February 7th, 2026 with no inspections. As of yesterday, a representative for the property provided us with some information that they have submitted for revisions and a change of contractor to those permits. And this concludes my presentation.
Okay, go back, Tim.
Sure.
When did they say they have changed contractors?
As of yesterday, we were notified that they submitted the paperwork to change the contractor and make some revisions under those permits.
All right. Okay, thanks, Tim. Hi, your name and address, please.
Yeah, my name Aryeh, address 2540 Roy Hanna Drive, South. and we're taking care. We was changing the contractors, and we put the permits now and do this.
Wait, your relationship to Everest.
Yeah, COO of the company. I'm the COO of the company. ARIE. My last name is AVRAM.
And you're the CEO of Everest?
Yeah, I'm new there, only 2 months, and I'm starting to take care of all the problems now. I speak with him. We change the contractors. We put the permit. And we changed the COO, yesterday CON and everything. We're starting to care for all the validations.
Yeah. Here's my problem. The violation goes back 14 months.
I know.
I don't know whether you appeared before me in December, but someone did, and I granted 45 days. The department has granted 75 days in addition to the 45 I granted. So I'm not pleased with where we're at. I did place a fine on the property.
And we paid the fine, yeah, we paid the fine.
Okay, that's good. I placed that in February, last month. Okay. There is a potential fine of $59,000 today if I certified that. I didn't say I did, but I say that's the potential because it's accumulating at 200 a day. What I want to hear from your testimony is when you think this property will be brought into compliance? Next week, next month, when?
60 days, the maximum, everything.
60 days?
Or maybe less, 30 days I can give to 30 days. We'll take caring for everything.
You've already been granted 75 days. So you're asking for 60.
60 days, everything will be done. I'm now new there, and we change the contractors, and we're taking care. I start to speak with him all the time to start to take care for all the validation what we have in the property. And we start to work for all the validation. We finish with the roofs, we finish the permits with the roofs, all the roofs, they are done, the permit, they are closed and everything. There must have like a couple validation and we're taking care for everything.
All right, tell you what I'm gonna do. If I grant you 60 days, and the property is not in compliance, you will be back before the magistrate in early June. And I estimate the fines, which accumulate at $200 a day, will at that point be in the neighborhood of $70,000, so that you're aware, if I grant the 60 days.
Okay.
So at that point, I would expect the magistrate to go ahead and impose the fines, given the history and given what I've done. So we understand that. I order that for item 264, case 25176, that lien certification be deferred for 60 days or until May the 23rd, 2026. Hopefully it will not be before the magistrate at that point, but
yes, I will take care for everything. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Schultz?
Yeah.
Do we get a break for staff?
Do we get the boss to buy lunch or anything?
We can negotiate that, certainly.
Okay. 15 or 20?
15, please.
One more, why don't we do one more case? Can we do one more?
We can do one more.
Can we do one more since Carl's here?
We're actually going to do one more, so keep it.
Don't worry, Beatrice, I'll make it fast. What do you got, Carl?
Yes, sir. This shouldn't be too difficult.
What's she called?
Item C57, property owner Mindy S. Hostin and Maurice J. Hostin Jr., investigator Carl Gordon.
57, got it, Carl.
Okay, let's go. I'm Carl Gordon, codes investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C57, case number 24-10422, regarding property located at 3556 6th Avenue South. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and unoccupied by owner. This case began on June the 14th, 2024, and it is a codes-initiated case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board order was sent to the owner by mail on April the 29th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on March 17th, 2026. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violation is, after the fact, a permit is required for an oversized accessory structure and electrical work. Additional relevant facts regarding this case is that the permit was applied for on August the 12th, 2024, and and it has been ready for correction since November the 13th, 2025. And this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thanks, Carl. Hi, name and address.
Hi, this is Mindy Austin, 3556 6th Avenue South.
Why haven't you done anything with the permit?
I wish I could tell you. 2023, I bought a tiny home to have my mom move on property. I was told by the person I bought it from that everything was taken care of. Thought it was just doing a good thing. Everything was, never saw any permits.
When did you buy it?
2023. She moved in Easter of 2024. And then right after that is when I was told that no permits were ever pulled by the contractor that sold this for me.
Right.
And my mom had a turn of events and even went back and forth to the nursing home throughout everything as I kept trying to go back to them. They had to change the roof to match because they never even submitted plans. They just sold it to me. And I thought I was doing good for my mom, who has now even passed away.
Okay, and the department has granted on 5 occasions 125 days to try and help. And
I even had a lien assessed to me because I missed the appointment because she
where are
passed.
we going to go?
Huh?
Going forward, where are you going?
I'm trying to get it approved and pay whatever after the fact permit fee I'm going to have to pay because I do have 2 young daughters. One's graduating that I possibly could have her live in when she goes to college. I mean, it is a.
What are you doing to get the after the fact permit? What?
I'm constantly, it's, DOTEC is the engineer. They keep having the plans having to be revised, and going back to the pastor of the church that sold me this tiny home to help. And it's a communication error that I'm not aware, I don't know what to do.
Okay, do we have any record of permits being applied for or anything? Carl, did you?
The permit was applied for in August 12th, 2024.
Right.
How in our records right now, from what I was seeing, is that on November the 13th, 2025, it was showing that it was ready for corrections.
So it was ready, never picked up.
The corrections have not been made for what the permanent department is asking for.
There's been nothing after that, Mr. Schultz, except for a driveway permit. So the only thing would be that 2025 note requesting revisions.
Because the site plans can't get approved because the engineer changed everything, or I don't know what this guy that sold me this tiny home did, but he even had to come back out and change the siding on it to get the plans approved. All this stuff he kept saying he was taking care of, and at the same time I'm also dealing with my mother who's dying. So I've just, and he was.
I'm sorry about your mom for sure. Who's the engineer? What firm are you working?
DOTEC. DOTEC, and it's a J. Chrisma that I finally started contacting myself because Aaron Craneshaw just kept leaving me unread, and so I don't know what else. So I've been trying to take matters in my own hands these last couple months, but I'm not an engineer. I don't know. They sent back, the last thing I heard was they weren't digitally signed and sealed. So I had to go back to Jay at DOTEC and say, hey, whatever, they won't even look at them because they're not digitally signed. I don't know why the architect didn't sign them before he sent them. I don't know the link.
No communication with the architect.
It's just by email, and he says, I'm working on it. And then now that I go back to the guy that sold it to me, he says, well, that was 3 years ago. And I'm like, I don't know what else to do.
Well, and the department has tried to help you too, and there are some liens placed on the property prior, but right now I could place a $15,400 today. I'm not going to do that, but they are accumulating $100 a day. I guess I will grant a short amount of time to see if you can get something moving in the permitting process.
Yeah, because I'm nervous. It hasn't even technically been inspected. When we finally do get an inspector out there, who's to say that this guy that sold me this 3 years ago, luckily my mom's not living in it anymore. No one's living in it. But at this point, I don't even know, what, it probably will have to be demolished. I mean.
Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to grant some time. Carl, I'm asking you to give her direction and advice.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, he's been great. We've communicated very much.
Doing it is up to you, obviously, not to Carl.
Right.
But take that advice. Now, the what's going to happen is they'll give you some time, and if something doesn't happen, you're going to end up back before the magistrate again, and at that point, fines keep accumulating. So I order that for item C57, case number 24-10422, the lien certification be deferred for 45 days or until May the 8th, 2026. Hopefully within those 45 days, you can begin to get a direction and so forth. Stay in touch with your investigator. And worst case scenario is you would appear before the magistrate, but the report would be that progress has been made.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to take a, how much break? 15 minutes? We're going to take a 15-minute break for staff. We will
You're good. We're up.
Okay, we're back in session. Please call the next case, Hope.
Item C17, property owner Dwayne Robert Scott and Dwayne Robert Scott Jr., investigator Bobby Calhoun. Okay.
Who said he could do that? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah.
Mine.
By the time he's done testifying, I think he'll be back.
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Tamika Scott. I'm his
It
wife.
Yeah, she can represent.
Yeah.
I think he's coming in right now.
Okay.
C15 was waived, or what?
Great job, everybody.
C15 was, we're on C16.
We're on C19. Or C17, excuse me.
C17.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
C17. Okay, I got it. Bobby, go ahead.
Hello. I'm Bobby Calhoun, Housing Support Specialist for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item C17, case 25-24141, regarding property located at 600 16th Avenue South. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is occupied by tenants. This case began on September 12th, 2025, and is a tenant complaint case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on December 23rd, 2025. This property was last re-inspected on January 21st, 2026. 0 out of 4 violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violations are: the wall around the AC unit has holes and gaps. The wall located in the living room under the AC unit has a large hole. There's chipping and peeling paint on interior walls. The windows are sealed shut. The shower faucet is loose. There are kitchen cabinets with broken and missing areas. Kitchen counter tiles broken. Hall closet door is broken. There is a bedroom door handle missing and a mold and mildew-like substance on the walls, windowsill, and bedroom floors. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are that the tenant missed their previous inspection appointments and has not returned my calls or attempts to re-inspect, and the owners have indicated that they are in the eviction process and intend to move into the house once it has been vacated. This concludes my presentation.
Okay. Thanks, Bobby. Okay, name and address, please.
Dwayne Scott. Address is 2637 27th Avenue North, St. Petersburg, Florida. Zip code 33713.
Okay. Heard the testimony of the city. When did you start the eviction process and all that jazz? I need your name.
Tamika Scott, 2637 27th Avenue North, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33713.
Hey.
We began the eviction process in November. Previous to that, the tenant was not paying any rent, and we weren't able to get onto the property to see what was needed or going on. So since then, we've only had minimum contact with her once or twice, and we have not been able to get into the property since. So the eviction process, I believe, is at the end. I checked the court records, and we now have a writ of possession, so I guess we're just waiting for them to finish their process. We can't, our intentions are to do the repairs after she's gone and then move into the property ourselves.
You intend to move into the property?
Eventually, once we get the repairs done.
Is this the tenant that filed the complaint?
Yeah. And I'm just being candid, she didn't move in, it didn't look like that, so I'm not sure what is going on. I don't know if she's trying to prolong the eviction by, doing this, but that's what we are.
Yeah, so you haven't been able to get in either, Bobby.
No, I did contact her originally when I got the case and made an appointment with her, and she didn't answer the door. I left the door hanger, did not call me back. I tried calling her and have not been able to get in touch with her.
We got you. Okay, I noticed the department gave you some extension in January just because of what's going on, and that's great. There's been no liens certified against the property thus far, but they do accumulate at $250 a day, so if I certified any, I could certify 23,000 today. I don't want to do that, but I just want you to be aware what's happening, kind of hanging over your head. I'm going to grant you some time to get rid of the tenant in the hopes that you can get in there and rehab the property and move in and make it a great home.
Sir, we have paperwork. Do you need to keep that on file or anything towards the eviction?
I don't need to see it. I'm accepting your testimony.
Okay, all right.
Process. What will happen is I will give you some time. If in fact the property is not into compliance at the end of the time I give you, you'll be ordered back here to appear again before the magistrate. At that point, the investigator will report on what's happening, whether there's been an eviction or whatever. So I don't need to see the paperwork. I accept your testimony, and I base my decision on your testimony, okay? And the sooner you get rid of the tenant, the better. Maybe I didn't say that. I order that for item C17, case number 24141, that lien certification be deferred for 60 days or until May the 23rd, 2026. And I picked 60. My hope is that she's out of there before then.
Yes,
but
sir.
that gives you some leeway, and because at that point, if it doesn't work out, you'll be ordered back here in June, be sure never to miss a hearing if it comes to that, and I hope it doesn't, because then liens can be automatically certified, so.
Yes,
But
sir.
hopefully within the 60 days, and you can begin the rehab process. Your investigator will continue the report, and even if it's not totally done in those 60 days and you're ordered back, always return, but he can report progress, and that's taken into consideration.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Item C, 186, property owner Lila Hart, investigator Joseph Bernori.
86?
186.
Okay, Joe.
I am Joseph Bernori, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item C-186, case 25-25421, regarding the property located at 162 Americana Court Northeast. Was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner. The case began on March 25th and is a 2010. And that is a C-Click Fix case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on February 3rd, 2026. Property was last re-inspected on March 17th, 2026. 01 violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violation is a permit is required for the construction of an addition on a manufactured home. Please contact Construction Services. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are in discussion with the owner. They had gotten a roof permit that they thought would include the scope of work for the addition. They've been through a couple contractors since to try and find someone that will retroactively permit the work that's been accomplished. And this concludes my presentation.
Oh, it's a after-the-fact permit?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, hi, your name and address, please.
Lila Hart,
Address.
162 Americana Court.
Okay, I've heard the testimony of the investigator. You gotta get the permit, which isn't, I guess, as simple and easy, but your case is so new, obviously I'm not gonna impose any fines or anything. I'm gonna grant you some time to get through the process, I guess.
Mr. Schultz, I'm her son. I'm just stepping in.
Your name?
I'm sorry, Roy Fields, and I live in Lakeland, Florida. So I'm a homeowner there, and I'm here stepping in because they missed their court hearing. She is married to my stepfather, who has been diagnosed with severe dementia. He's in his late 80s, 87. He's made a lot of business decisions that's really messed things up for her a little bit. We're good with him. He's a good guy. We love him and all that, but she's terrified of this. She feels like this is crazy, and I'm stepping in a little bit to try to push this thing so we can get that permit and get into compliance. It's a storage shed. He basically took a storage shed and had some contractors come out and attach it to a trailer, and it looks like a disaster. If Trump were here, he'd be like, "This is a complete disaster," so. I'm just trying to help. That's why I'm here.
And I think that's great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any time frame?
Could we? I kept hearing you say all day today, like you don't give 120 days, but because my travel schedule, I fly overseas a lot and through the nation. I'm limited available to her and to them, but I'm trying to make myself more available. Would like 120 days be too much, or do you need 60 or 30? What would you?
Depends on who's asking, I guess, but it's
whatever you think necessary.
New case. I mean, it was due last month, so it's not one of those old cases you've heard me have to deal with. So I'm certainly glad. And then the fact that you're willing to help her, that's great. So I will grant you 120 days.
Thank you, sir.
There's been no liens placed against it, but keep in mind, $100 a day accumulates. So technically, it's $3,000 today, and it'd be $31.
That's why I stepped in.
So I order that for item, and I'm sorry I had to wait all day, C-186, case number 2525421, that lien certification be deferred for 120 days or until July the 22nd, 2026.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
You should write that down. Write that down.
Could you repeat that at the very end, or is it on the piece of paper she's going to give it?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Again, I remind everyone, do not leave the room without getting the paper which says what a decision I made. It's the only written document you receive. But any decision I make will be on that paper.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Item C, 233, property owner Jerlene Rowell and Robert Lee Knight Jr., investigator Petrina Miller.
Okay, Petrina, you got this one? Yep.
Yes. I am Petrina Miller, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C-233, case number 23-000-21552, regarding property located at 795 20th Avenue South. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is occupied by the owner. The case began on November 27, 2023, and is an internal complaint case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on April 2nd, 2024. The property was last re-inspected on March 18, 2026. 3 out of 5 violations have been corrected since the case began. No work has been completed since the last meeting, and the remaining violations are: a permit is required for the larger shed, and only one shed may encroach into the setback. The maximum size limit is limited to 100 square feet in area and 10 feet in height. Additional relevant facts regarding the case is that there is permit 24-02000556 has been in process since February 8th of 2024. February 13th of 2025, plans have been up for correction. And this concludes my presentation.
Okay, Petrina, so February 25, plans were sent back for correction.
Correct.
Okay, that was the last action on, okay. Okay, thanks, Petrina. Hi, your name and address, please.
Jerlene M. Rowell, 795 20th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, 33705.
Okay.
795 20th Avenue South, St. Pete, Florida, 33705.
You're Robert?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay, I'm looking at the case. Of course, I've had the case before, as you know, and I guess it's all about this shed, right? All the time, and this case goes back to 2023. And it's not been resolved, so what I struggle with is the fact that it's such an old case, and it's the same problem, the shed. What is the plan, and the permit was returned in 2025. Okay, a year ago. Why is the shed even there? Or what do you plan to do? Or why didn't you bulldoze it? I don't understand all this time. I have granted you, in the hearings that you have attended, 240 days. The department granted you another 100 days. That's a year, 340 days, and we're in the same position. Why should I not impose fines on you? I don't understand. Help me out.
Well, from my knowledge, it wasn't sitting in the correct, the guideline.
Speak into that mic for me, please.
From my knowledge, it wasn't, it was sitting too far out on the property. So since then, we had to have a survey done. We had it done. And since then, I don't had it pulled further up on the property, away from the property line. So I turned in paperwork Friday.
Friday?
This Friday just passed. And that was for the survey. So
you turned,
now
turned in that.
now I'm sitting there waiting to see what need to be done.
Who did you turn the paperwork in?
Around the corner there, at the code office there.
Planning? That was planning. Yeah.
And I think they say Scott wasn't in that day because a lot of people was looking for him that day. So.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do, Mr. Knight. This has been granted a lot of time, okay, as I said. But the fact that you've turned in some paperwork now, and I am counting on you to continue to pursue this. Okay. I will not impose additional fines. However, they do accumulate at $100 a day. I've already imposed previously fines on the prior liens because I had no choice. No one attended hearings or whatever. I'd have to go back in the history. But looking forward now, I will not impose any more and grant some time for you to continue to follow through this process, this permit.
Okay.
Okay? Understanding that once you get the permit, whatever that permit says, you got to do what's in it, or this case comes right back in your face, right?
So we got to wait to receive the permit and then continue on.
And I'll grant you time to get that. Be sure and follow through, getting that permit, whatever is necessary. Whatever, if they send it back to you for corrections, immediately do that, whatever it takes.
Okay.
Okay, and that avoids the additional liens. However, because I'll set a time limit on it, if for any reason nothing happens or the permit isn't issued or whatever, and you have to appear again, be sure to appear, otherwise the fines are automatic. Okay?
That's the problem. We didn't appear when we supposed to because both of us didn't pay attention to that piece of paper you gave us the last time.
Yeah,
So,
I can't go back. There's other processes. I can't deal with that. All I can deal with is today.
well, we'll remember.
Grant you some time and put the onus back on you to follow through.
Got it. We'll remember this time.
I order that for item C 233, case number 2321552, means certification, and be deferred for 60 days or until May the 23rd, 2026. Now, what that means as a practical matter is if there's no permit issued or if the investigator reports no progress, nothing's happened, you will be ordered back here in June. Do not miss that or the fines are automatic.
Gotcha.
Okay. Gotcha. Green.
I'll get it this time.
Okay, get your paperwork.
Item C 21, property owner Judith A. Rasmussen, investigator Bonnie Green.
Good morning. I'm Bonnie Green, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item C21, case number 25-24331, regarding property located at 934 10th Street North. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting.
I'm out. What's case number, Bonnie?
25-24331.
Stand by. Hope. Okay, 24331.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry, Bonnie, start again.
Okay. This property is a single-family structure and is occupied by owner. This case began on September 16th, 2025, and is a citizen complaint case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board order was sent to the owner by mail on December 23rd, 2025. This property was last re-inspected on March 18th, 2026. 0 out of 2 violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violations are there is an active water leak at the right side of the structure adjacent to the neighboring property. Also, at the right side yard, there is a large depression forming from the leak and accumulating water. This concludes my presentation.
Okay, Bonnie, thank you. Hi, your name and address, sir.
Kevin Hernandez, 13006 Whitnell Way, Riverview.
And your relationship to the Rasmussen estate?
I'm partial owner.
You're partial owner?
Mm-hmm.
His company is the petitioner in the probate case.
Okay. So the whole thing is in probate? So I'm looking at the record, and it was before me last month, and they granted 20 days, put it on a short leash. But if it's in probate, what? From a legal point of view?
It's hard to tell how long it could take.
Yeah.
If it's a simple summary, it could be 2 months. If it's a formal, it could be a year or more.
Yeah, but meanwhile, we got a citizens complaining, water, a hole, I mean. Yeah, what's your plan to stop the leak? Are you even involved in stopping the leak and filling the hole? I assume the citizen's complaint's your neighbor. Yeah, well, I don't blame him. What's the game plan here?
Part of the issue is that I contacted several different plumbing companies, and they were all requesting access to the inside of the house. I had one plumber go out there yesterday, and he went underneath the crawl space of the house, and he said, I'll give you a copy of this, but it says, due to excessive flooding and unsafe conditions, access to the underneath area was not possible. The volume of standing water prevented proper inspection and accurate diagnosis at this time. So, in the moment we turned off the water, at the main, but, all they have to do is turn it back on. I'm kind of in a hard place because, I'm not legally the owner yet, so I can't do anything else. I can't put a lock on the water or anything like that. But I do understand the situation because the water is so much, it could, it's a hazard for the people living at the property and then also the neighbor. So I was hoping that maybe I could get some suggestions on what routes we could take. As we know, the house is a tear down, so.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a tear down.
But you have who's in it? You're in it.
No, I'm not in it. It's 3 heirs of the estate of Judith, and 2 of the heirs continue to live there, but they're recluses, so they don't come out, they don't speak to anybody, they don't answer the mail, phone calls, summons. As far as the probate goes, we have a notice of publication that was filed last week, so they'll be running the newspaper ad saying that the probate is ongoing. If they don't answer, then the court's still going to continue with the order of summary administration, but as you know, that could take some time.
So the tenant just turns the water back on?
Yeah, there's no lock on it. I was hoping that, I don't know if, government bodies speak to each other, but, is there any way that the utility department could just turn it off?
Help.
Yes, typically we're not going to cut off water on an occupied property unless, one, the bill's not getting paid, or there is a significant leak. I'd have to look into the details to see what the consumption is. We can reach out to utility billing, but I don't think it's very likely that if they haven't done it at this point.
Well, I granted director last month 20 days. I put it on the short leash, figuring we'd find some solutions or something, and Bonnie, you're in the same position. So, I could start slapping fines here. I'm more concerned with getting a resolution somehow. Because it's a citizen's complaint. I have some passion for the neighbor.
There's 2 other cases also that have liens on the property as well, so it's.
I could slap a fine on it. It doesn't solve the problem either, but I want to.
If I may add, Bonnie, Bonnie's been great, and I was able to trim back some of the trees on a separate case. So, although I'm not directly involved until the probate, gives me my share, then it's kind of tough. But I am making, I have all intent on getting this done, but it's just a really complicated situation.
Yeah, I agree. And basically, I should just go ahead and slap fines on it, because that's what the law requires, and yet I'm trying to analyze the situation you're facing and find some other possible action. You know, I could put them on a short leash again. I think all I'm gonna do is force them back here again.
Yeah, we were able to look at the utility bill for this past month was only $103, so that wouldn't lead me to believe that there's a significant amount of usage, so.
From my understanding, they've been turning it off and when they need to use it, and then turn it on and then turn it off.
If you'd like to do another short leash, I'll be back next month and I can bring some more photo and evidence so that you can review it, or whoever the magistrate is at that time. But you know, it's just so far I just haven't had the best of luck with getting that taken care of.
All right, I'm gonna put you on another short leash, so be sure and plan to attend next month, and we'll go from there, but, you know, it's one of those catch-22s, I think. So I don't want to make your life difficult. On the other hand, I got to do something. So I'm not going to slap additional fines on the property. I have certified 2,400 in the past. I could certify 8,400 today, and it does accumulate at 150 a day. So that's still floating out there. Meanwhile, I order that for item C21, case number 2524331, that lien certification be deferred for 20 days or until April the 13th, 2026. Be sure and not miss the hearings on April 21st.
Thank you.
Yeah. Otherwise, if you miss the next hearing, it's automatic. The fines are automatic. So.
Item C-150, property owner R&G Apartments LLC, investigator Jean Madu.
Jean.
I am Jean Madu, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C-150, case 25-219, regarding property located at 800 32nd Avenue North. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a commercial structure and is occupied by its tenants. This case began on January 2nd, 2025, and is a codes follow-up case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on June 3rd, 2025. This property was last re-inspected on March 19th, 2026. 5 out of 10 violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violations are several areas of bare wood and/or chipping, peeling paint present for several buildings on the property, to include but not limited to the exterior walls, fascia, soffit, window casing, door casing, and/or stairs. Areas of exterior walls, window, and/or door casing for several buildings have rotted and/or missing wood present. Areas of fascia and soffit disrepair for several buildings, rotten and/or missing wood present. Window screens for several units are torn, missing, and/or damaged. Several windows in units are in disrepair. They cannot open and close properly, or they are screwed shut. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay, Gene, 5 out of 10. Well, give me an idea with the 5 that were corrected.
It was window glass, a crawl space that was open, electric disrepair, stair disrepair, and a legal premise agent violation.
Okay. Well, thanks, Beatrice. Okay, name and address, sir.
Isaiah Whidden, 1501 16th Street North, apartment 101, St. Petersburg.
Okay, Mr. Whitten, your relationship to?
Property manager.
Property manager. Okay, got 5 out of 10 done?
Yes, sir.
Good. Tell me how you're going to get the rest done.
Yes, sir. So I think there's a little bit of misunderstanding with the fixed windows. There's no windows that are screwed shut, so either the windows open or they're just fixed pane windows. That is also in correlation with the screens. There were several screens that were still ripped, but they are on fixed windows, so they have since been removed since Jean did come to the property on the 19th. So the screens and the windows should be completely closed. I would love for Jean to come back at her earliest availability to confirm that, to close those.
You will.
For the paint, we did get an approved bid. Unfortunately, during the last hearing, we were waiting for lead-based paint results. They did come back positive. So all of our contracts or our bids did get put back because none of them are EPA certified, or they're not part of the EPA firm. So I am reaching out to the Historic Board of Preservation. I sent 2 emails to Derek. I'm still waiting a response, asking for if there's a list of vendors or contractors that is already approved and kind of set for the area, to see if I can get them to come out and bid to get that kind of resolved.
You're ready to move if they.
Correct.
Okay. If I asked you how much time you think you need, tell me.
I mean, I've sent an email to Derek. We're very close to 30 days now. I haven't received a response. So just for the turnaround time with getting advisory from the Historic Preservation Board, I do ask for a little bit more time. I have opened up a case with the Environmental Protection Agency. So they are aware of the issues. They did confirm of what I need to do as the property manager and what contractors need to have certain licenses or certifications. So I have all of that. I just need the Historic Preservation Board to let me know, do I need to submit a formal form of action, just advisory from their behalf so I can cross-reference and make sure that we're in compliance.
Okay, the fact that you got 5 out of 10 done, the fact that what your testimony and what you're doing, I'm going to give you time.
Thank you.
So I order that for item C 150, case number 25219, lien certification be deferred for 120 days or until July the 22nd, 2024.
Thank you.
That gives you, hopefully, time to get through it all.
Yes, thank you.
Item C60, property owner Jeremiah E. Joseph, investigator Carl Gordon.
Carl.
Yes, sir. I'm Carl Gordon, codes investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C60, case number 25-15443, regarding property located at 1776 44th Street South. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and occupied by owner. This case began on April the 8th, 2025. It is a citizen's complaint case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board order was sent to the owner by mail on July the 29th, 2025. This property was last re-inspected on March 17th, 2026. 0 out of 3 violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violations are: a permit is required for the oversized accessory structure. There's numerous items located throughout the accessory structure. Several pieces of domestic equipment are located in the carport area and near the City of St. Petersburg easement. Additional relevant facts regarding this case is that the property owner recently showed me that he has a permit application that has been notarized, and that he will be turning it in along with the drawings. So he's ready to submit that to the permanent department to get the process started. And this concludes my presentation.
So the permit application is to what?
For the oversized accessory structure that's located on the property. That's what that permit will take care of. Everything else, technically, he's going to have to take care of himself.
Okay, thanks, Carl. Name and address.
Jeremiah Joseph, property address 1776 44th Street South.
Okay, sounds like you're moving forward. Is that right? The permit, do I understand the permit has been sent in?
It has not. He currently has it with him
Well,
right now.
I have the application. I had to get it all notarized. I was going to drop it off today.
Great, okay. All right, that's great. It'll take perhaps a little bit of time to get the permit. The process is slow. So I will grant you what I think is enough time to get the permit. Keep in mind that if you get the permit, what's in that permit is what you got to do, and this case goes on hold. If you don't do what's in the permit, this case comes right back at you. Also keep in mind that until the property is certified in compliance, you may have to reappear here. Don't miss the hearing, because then there can be automatic fines, okay? So I order that for what's the C number?
C60.
Great. Did you say 60?
Yes, 60.
Good. Well, somebody else got all the notes on that one. Okay. Sorry there, Mr. Joseph. But anyway, in the end, I order that for item C60, case 250154443, that lien certification be deferred. You just, have you, are you going to file the permits now?
The paperwork here, I just got to drop it off when I leave here.
All right, permitting can be a little slow, although I think things have picked up, but it might be sent back for revisions to you or whatever. So I'm going to give you 90 days. Now, in 90 days, even if they send it back to you for some revisions, should be able to do it without having to appear here again. But keep in mind, if you get notice to appear in the future, okay. I order that for item C60, case number 2515443, that lien certification be deferred for 90 days or until June the 22nd, 2026. Thank you. Okay, good luck.
Item C, 304, property owner SLP Florida LLC, investigator for Zone 18, Brian Greenman.
304. Brian.
Hello, I am Brian Greenman, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C304, case number 2523-850, regarding property located at 2126 22nd Avenue South. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is vacant. This case began on September 10th, 2025, and is a citizen complaint case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on March 3rd, 2026. This property was last re-inspected on March 18th, 2026. 7 out of 12 violations have been corrected since this case began. The following work has been completed since the last meeting. Hazardous tree has been removed, soffit screens repaired, light globe restored, window secured, and dead vegetation removed. The remaining violations are debris located on property, exterior wall in disrepair on structure, front window has broken glass above the boarded up area, window screens missing on multiple windows, fascia boards have chipping and peeling paint and are rotted in areas. This concludes my presentation.
Okay, thanks. Hi, name and address.
Hi, Tara Garrity. Excuse me. 700 Beach Drive, number 302, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33701.
Relationship to SLP.
I'm the property manager.
7 out of 12. Nice management. Great.
Yes. Yep.
Citizens complaint, neighbor? What?
Probably. Yeah.
Okay. Interesting, your compliance date. This is the nearest case to compliance. Compliance date was last week.
Yeah.
So you already got 7 out of 12 done and everything.
Yep.
Give me a time frame. I'm sorry I had to wait all morning for this.
That's
Give me a time frame to get the rest done. I'm confident you're going to do that.
I was asking for like another 20 days.
20?
Yeah, 20, 30. I mean, I don't think any more than that.
On yourself, will you?
Yeah. I have a new trainee, and Brian's been great heading over to the property, walking the property with him, and trying to learn how the process works. So unfortunately, I won't get to see you after this. Congratulations. But yeah, so we're working together on getting all this taken care of.
Okay, I order that for item C-304, case 2523850, the lien certification be deferred for 45 days or until May the 8th, 2026. I picked 45 days just in case it rains or whatever. Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you for getting done what you're getting done.
Of course.
And Brian, thank you. Be sure and get your paperwork.
Where'd she go? Item C 236, property owner Jeremy J. Wellman and Emily G. Wellman, investigator Patrina Miller.
336.
236.
I'm sorry, thank you. Okay, Patrina.
I am Patrina Miller, Coast Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C-236, case number 25-000-24462, regarding property located at 659 28th Avenue South. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is vacant. The case began on September 17, 2025, and is a codes-initiated case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on December 23, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on March 18, 2026, and 3 out of 10 violations have been corrected since the case began. Some work has been completed since the last meeting. The remaining violations are: there's missing soffit, missing paint at the fascia, missing window frames, missing door frames, missing areas of the porch ceiling. The fence has missing or broken areas, and there's some junk at the property, like the cement blocks that has been there for some time, and building material. Additional relevant facts regarding the case is there is an approved permit, number 19-09000540 since December 31st, 2019. And it is, the last I saw it was waiting for the contractor to pick it up. That's what I saw since then.
What was the date, Patrina?
2019. So it's a new build. It's a property that's, being built, and that was left undone since 2019. So the permit was reissued in January of 2025 with an expiration date now of January 2027. And the last thing I saw with this permit is that there was a roof inspection January of this year that was approved, and that was it.
Okay.
This concludes my presentation, sorry.
Thanks, Patrina. Okay, name and address, please.
Emily Wellman, 659 28th Avenue South.
Okay. Making progress.
Yeah, this has been a slow, sustainable build. My husband is the owner builder, and so he's being the GC on the property, so it's taking
Use that
time.
mic for me.
Oh, sorry, yes. Could you hear any of that?
I hear you.
Okay. We did make some progress since after she came to the property, so we've already figured out the fascia, the soffits, and then also the door frames, and there's very minimal rubbish on the property as well, and I also have pictures if we need proof.
Let me ask you, what's the game plan for the property? It's vacant, right?
It is, yes.
What are you going to do with it?
Well, it's 75% done. We didn't think it was going to take this long. It's a slow, sustainable build, so we didn't take out a mortgage. And, when we got cited last year around September, we had just dropped a ton of money on getting the electric done. So at that time, we were like, okay, we got to put stuff together to make sure we get the exterior. We just didn't really focus on the exterior for a long time.
Okay, looking forward.
Looking forward, we'll just continue on finishing out the rest of these. Honestly, I thought we had already finished these, so this is news to me.
Planning to occupy it, or what?
Yes, of course. Yeah, forever home kind of place, yeah.
Okay, well, your actual compliance date, there's some dates in it, but your real compliance date that I'm dealing with was actually just January. So it's a relatively new case. Great. And you're making progress. So I will grant you some more time.
Thanks.
I was trying to get a feel for the amount of time you think it might be needed. If not, I'll just take a stab at it. But if you've got something in mind, I'll listen. Obviously, you got windows, you got... The junk sounded to me like that would be easy, but...
Very easy, yeah. It's just a bit confusing because what she's cited me on, I have evidence of the contrary of...
So Mr. Schultz, can I interject? I think, so it's a new build. You can still see the, it's the exterior walls are not finished. It's just the concrete block that's up. Nothing's done. They did put a door in the opening where the doors are supposed to be, but there's no framing. You can still see above the door, there's gaps. Like the property looks unfinished. It's not a finished property at all. It looks like it's still under construction. There's still construction material at the exterior wall. It looks like it's in process of being constructed.
It is under construction, yes.
Do you see any, are you able to see progress, like each time you go?
They did install the doors. They did do that. They did paint the blocks at the exterior wall. Like I said, there's still gaps, there's still construction material, there's still bare wood, it still looks like it's under construction.
Mr. Schultz, if
Which
I
it
may
is.
also.
Yes, please.
So for the purposes of this, if she has the permit for the new build, we are checking to see if there's at least inspections every 90 days. In this case, we haven't seen any inspections called since January. So if you are making progress on the outside and can continue to call for inspections under the approved permit, then we would administratively defer it. It's just that when we stop seeing those inspections, to us, we have to consider that, okay, no progress is being made, and that's why we've asked the owner to come back and provide an update. So.
Oh, you've asked for inspections?
No, we're saying that we've brought the case forward today because we haven't seen an inspection under your permit since January. So we're checking to see if there's inspections within at least 90 days.
So Beatrice, given the fact that you're on this, reviewing it, I need to make a decision as to what to grant time, which I will, but give me a window.
If I may, to the homeowner, what's the next phase of the construction?
On the exterior, would be the siding. Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if we can see that progress is being made on the siding within 90 days, we would just choose to defer the case. So if you want to grant her 60 days, I think that would be a reasonable time to begin on the siding.
Okay, yeah, I think 90 is pretty generous. I'm willing to do 60 because I want to see progress made. So I order that for item 236, case 2524462, that lien certification be deferred for 60 days or until May the 23rd, 2026. What that means as a practical matter is that if it's not in compliance, and it may or may not be, you'd have to appear in June.
Okay.
Be sure to appear.
Okay.
Okay, as I've said before, if you don't appear, the fine's automatic. I have no choice.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you.
Please, it sounds like you're doing good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Item C, 346, property owner 8016 Properties LLC, investigator Zoraida Melendez.
Sarita.
Good morning. I am Soraya Melendez, co-investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item C-346, case number 25-13517, regarding property located at 5340 Carolina Way South. I was sworn in at the beginning of this meeting. This property is a single home and is vacant. This case began on March 3rd, 2025, and it was a case follow-up case. After the bench trial hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board order was sent to the owner by mail on February 3rd, 2026. This property was last re-inspected on March 17, 2026, and 0 out of 1 violation have been corrected since this. I'm sorry, I do apologize. 1 out of 2 violations have been corrected since this case began. The following work have been completed, which is the overgrowth. The property is free of any vegetation and overgrowth. The remaining violations are: property has had interior gutted framing removed, electrical, plumbing, and mechanical components removed, as well as roof removed. Additional relevant facts in regard to this case: there is a permit 2311000307 that requires a revisions, and it's been sitting there since April 20th, 2025. And this property, Mr. Shaw, this property was damaged by a fire where everything, like including roof, framing, windows, doors, everything was removed, and it's just sitting there with cinder blocks structure, and nothing else have been done. Also, there is roof material sitting in the front yard, but the permit is still not being addressed. And this will conclude my presentation.
All right, thanks, Sarita. Okay, name and address.
Kevin Eastlack, 9300 Conroy Windermere Road, 3243.
Your last name?
Eastlack, Eastlack.
Okay. 1 out of 2, I didn't even ask what those were, but you know what's pending.
Get relationship to the LLC.
Oh, I'm sorry, relationship to, yeah.
Excuse me, manager or manager member.
Got the 1 out of 2. Where are we going? It's vacant.
Yeah. So we were in mid-construction when Hurricane Milton happened. Because of the roof, the fire damage, we had to open everything up. Things got made even worse. Since then, we did a change of contractor. They were having some issues. Brought on new contractors, brought in a private provider. The plans we had that taken care of, so I'm not sure why that's not in the system, but they were done. I can give you dates. I have them here. At this point,
April 25.
What's that?
The permitting showed April 25.
April 25.
It requires a revision since April 2025.
Yeah, it was sent back for revision. Yeah.
Okay, so that I don't understand the whole process. I'm the owner, so I work with the contractors. The private provider we brought in to bring in, do the plan review, and to do the inspections. So from my understanding is the only thing we've been waiting for is getting the private provider added and issues with the details of the contract, and we've been getting conflicting information from the department. So finally, they were able to escalate it or whatnot and get Tom Jimpy, inspector supervisor. He came in, helped out. We've been referred to several other people in the process. Rachel, the supervisor for e-planning. I may be mixing up some names here. Right now, Gloria Vargas has been helping us trying to get this resolved. I was under the understanding that the permits were pretty much taken care of. We were just waiting for the final, I know, famous last words. Taken care of. We literally have the trust package on the property right now because we were told things were ready to go. So I don't know what more information do you need from me?
The current compliance date happens to be March 14th, just now.
Okay.
So I only look at that right now, so I'm not going to impose any fines or anything, obviously. Give you an opportunity to sort through the rest.
Okay.
I will grant some time. Keep in mind, if it's not in compliance watch for any notice for future hearings, because otherwise fines are automatic.
Yes.
As of now, no fines have been certified, so.
Okay.
I order that for item C 346, case number 2513517, that lien certification be deferred for 90 days or until June the 22nd, 2026. Hopefully within 90 days, the permitting situation is resolved one way or the other, and as you've heard me mention, once there's a permit issued, case goes on hold. Okay.
Got it.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Get your paperwork. Remember to get paperwork before anybody leaves. It's the only paperwork you'll get on the decision.
Item C 166, property owner Catherine J. Lewis, investigator Jose Rodriguez.
Jose.
Yes, sir. I'm Jose Rodriguez, co-investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C166, case number 24-499, regarding property located at 1117 12th Street South, and I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. Property is a single-family structure and is occupied by family. This case began on October 24th, 2001 as a C-Click fixed case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board order was sent to the owner by mail on July 2nd of 2024. This property was last re-inspected on March 17th of 2026. 4 out of 7 violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violations are repair all areas of roof in disrepair, repair all areas of fascia and soffits in disrepair, and repair all areas of accessory structure in disrepair. There are no additional relevant facts regarding this case, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thanks, Jose. Hi, your
Sir.
name and address, sir.
Leonard Lewis, 1117 12th Street South, St. Pete.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, 4 out of 7 done. Excellent.
Mr. Schultz, can we get relation to the estate?
Are you Catherine's son?
Yes.
I know Mr. Lewis because he's been here 4 times, so he's kind of familiar to me. Okay, you got 4 out of 7 done, but the tough one's the roof, and what's the game plan there?
Oh, well, I ran out of material. Once I had to go and buy some more material. When I get some more money, and you know, I was gonna finish it, but I just ran out of material.
When do you think that can happen?
As soon as I get some money. Now I get paid every month though. That's it. Yeah.
Well, you know, and you know this, and the only reason I'm not just slapping a fine on you is because you have been before me 4 times, and I've granted a lot of time in the past. So, but the fact that you got 4 out of 7 done, I hate to slap any more fines on you. I did slap some early on. So I guess I will. You got any idea when you'll have enough money to get some of this done? Give me a time frame.
Yeah, I get Social Security every month. So last month I used what I had, you know, to finish most of what I'd done. I just ran out of material.
All right, tell you what I'm going to do, because you've got 4 out of 7, and because I think you will get it done when the money's there.
Right.
I'm going to grant you 90 days.
Okay, appreciate it.
So I order that for item C166, case number 24499, that lien certification be deferred for 90 days. The only thing I warn you about is that means essentially if it's not in compliance in June 22nd, 2026, that's 90 days, June 22nd, you would be ordered here in July.
Okay.
Do not miss, I'm hoping it's done, but do not miss that hearing.
Okay.
Because at that point, the potential liens could be in excess of $25,000.
Yes.
Okay? All right.
Yes, sir.
Good luck to you.
All right, thank you.
Item C 321, property owner Marion A. Coley, investigator Zoraida Melendez.
What's the number?
321.
Sarita?
Good morning. I am Soraya Melendez, co-investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item C 321, case number 22-23876 regarding property located at 2239 Coronada Way. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm reading the wrong case. Sorry.
Didn't I have it?
No, I am on the right one.
Huh?
Okay.
Wait a minute,
So
didn't
I guess I had two on the same street. Sorry.
And the correct.
So,
Are we on 321?
yes, it's correct.
You had another case on Coronado.
Before, yeah.
Okay.
Coronada Way South. I was sworn in at the beginning of this meeting. This property is a single home and is vacant. This case began on December 7, 2022, and it's a strictly fixed case. After the eventuary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board order was sent to the owner by mail on December 23, 2025. This property was last re-inspected on March 17, 2026. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violations are, there is junk, wood, tarp, cooler, and other miscellaneous materials stored on the property, front yard. Additional relevant facts in regard to this case is Mr. Shaw, he make a lot of progress. He still has some items stored on the side of the yard with tarp, and we just spoke that he needs to remove all that in order for us to be able to, close this case to compliance. So he's working on it, and this will conclude my presentation.
Okay, thanks, Sarita. All right, your name, sir?
Marion Coley, 2239 Coronado Way South.
Okay, get rid of the junk.
I'm working diligently on it. It's not the same junk. It's a clean out. I'm cleaning out the house and moving and hauling stuff away.
What are you going to do with the house? It's vacant, right?
I've been there 45 years. I built the house in 81.
Oh.
It's going to go to my daughter. I have in process of getting it all ready, cleaned out, moved to what it is, and she informed me, that I can't have stuff for any extended time in the front yard. And what it is, I'm loading trailers and hauling it away.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm just, your compliance date was January of this year. It's one of the newer cases. I have no doubts that you're going to get it cleaned up for your daughter. I don't want to saddle her with any liens. So I'm going to grant you a little more time and ask you, please, get rid of the junk in the wood and get rid of this case, will you please?
Yes, sir.
So I order that for item C321, case 22-23876, that lien certification be deferred for 45 days or until May the 8th, 2026. If you can't get rid of the junk in 45 days, I'll have to talk to your daughter.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Item C102, property owner Rafael Velasquez and Marina Lenova, investigator David Rockwalker.
C102. David.
Good morning, sir. Again, I'm David Rockwalker, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item C102, case 25-4201, regarding property located at 4713 Dover Street Northeast. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by the owner. This case began on January 24th, 2025, and is an internal complaint case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board order was sent to the owner by mail on December 23rd, 2025. This property was last re-inspected on March 14th, 2026, and 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Work was performed without a permit that included but was not limited to a new kitchen, cabinets, and countertops, new bathroom fixtures, and flooring. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are they do have a PDEP permit under 25-10001-705 that's still in process.
Any date on that? Was it sent back? Was it any?
No,
There's nothing uploaded into the permit, so there's nothing to route. It's just an application.
Oh.
This
concludes. They don't have a permit.
Yeah, they just have an application started, but no documents have been uploaded.
Okay.
This concludes my presentation, sir.
Okay. Thanks, David. Hi, name and address, sir.
Rafael Velasquez, 4713 Dover Street Northeast, St. Pete.
Okay, sounds like you've done some great remodeling or whatever. The permit, where are you on that, and how are you going to get that taken care of so I don't have to fine you, etc.?
Yes, so we have a constructor. Initially, he told me that we have 3 permits. He's working on that. So a couple of weeks ago, I get a notice from commission that was signed by a public notary and sent back. And then this is we're working also and waiting. But my contractor, according to last week I spoke with him, he said everything is done by his side. So, and I don't understand what the paper in your record show that nothing is done.
Well, I don't either, but everything is done and the paperwork should have been filed or whatever. I'm going to grant some time. I don't want to be slapping fines on the property at this point in time. So, however, I guess I urge you to follow up and find out why and what's happening, et cetera, because if the record doesn't show it, the case is pending against the property.
I understand.
I order that per item C-102, case 25-4201, that lien certification be deferred for 45 days or until May the 8th, 2026. Now, that means, keep in mind, that if the property is not, if the permits aren't issued or the property is not in compliance, you'd be ordered back in May. Do not miss that or it's automatic fines. Okay?
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Item C-309, property owner Ahana Incorporated, investigator for Zone 7.
309.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Who's got it?
All right. Good morning, Your Magistrate.
Good morning.
Thank you again for your service. I'm Robert Hicks, co-investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item C-309, case 25-26851 regarding property located at 3630 49th Street North. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. The property is a commercial property and is occupied by tenants. The case began on October 30th of 2025 and is a codes-initiated case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board order was sent to the owner by mail on 2/3 of 2026. The property was last re-inspected on 3/20 of 2026 per city record check. 0 out of 1 have been corrected since the case began. The remaining violation is there's a permit required for a door and a window, concrete block window change out basically at the commercial property. Additional relevant facts, as it was noted, is 11/25/2025. Permit 25-1100-1860 for window door changeout remains in process with no further actions in plan tracking at this time. And this concludes my presentation.
Okay, so the record shows it's in process.
It's in process, but there's no further actions.
There's nothing uploaded into the permit.
Yeah.
Then how, I don't
It reads in process, but there's nothing in plan tracking that there's no updates.
There are 2 programs talking to each other. There's ePlan that the contractors and homeowners use to submit their application and upload their documents. So all it's showing on our end is that, okay, a permit has been started, but then when I go into the actual permit, there's no application, there are no documents that are uploaded.
Okay, thank you. Hi, name and address.
My name is Salam, address 2359 Lanier Road, Zephyr Hills, Florida 33541. I'm representing the LLC.
You are?
Jaber.
So you are a HANA Incorporated?
I'm the tenant at the,
Oh,
at
the
the
tenant.
unit, yeah.
Mr. Schultz, typically we need a representative of the ownership of the company. We can't hear from tenants without an authorization.
I did authorization to represent, and I did record it as well.
Okay, we'll just check that real quick.
Yeah, I have a copy if you would like to see it.
We should be able to pull it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I have it.
Okay,
great.
great. Okay. So as I understand it, Beatrice, well, it doesn't show. A permit for the doors and windows, have they been installed?
So what happened was we had a modification done to the main door. We had it switched, it's the same door. And we didn't know that that would require a permit. So when we did apply for the permit, they requested the specifications of the door, but it's an old door, so there was no product code on there. So what we did was we got approval to do shutters instead of replacing the door. And that's actually what the permit is for. But last I spoke with the GC that we hired, he said that he did upload the plans. So I have to reach out to him and see what's going on with that.
Right, all right, then I obviously tell you, reach out to the GC as
Absolutely.
soon as possible. Tell them what's happened in this hearing. There's a potential fine of $200 a day. I could fine $6,000 today. I will not.
I appreciate that.
We'll grant you some time to get a hold of that GC, because unless it starts showing up in our system, you're vulnerable. I order that for item C 309, case number 2526851, that lien certification be deferred for 30 days or until April the 23rd, 2026. Tell the GC that you're on the hook for big bucks if he doesn't follow through.
I will. Thank you.
You bet. Okay. Lonnie, I want an assessment of what's left. You know,
I have like 16 or 17 cases, right?
okay.
It's up
Well,
to
just
51.
Your tuna may go out the window.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm sorry?
I'm gonna have to translate for this one, but.
Oh,
17.
One moment.
okay. 17. Okay, so then my question is, looking ahead, I can probably do 17 and right at 2 o'clock. What would? Go straight? All right. 'Cause it's fine with me. Up to you guys. Okay.
Item C 322, property owner Contractors Innovation LLC, investigator Zoraida Melendez.
It needs to be sworn in.
Okay. If anybody hasn't been sworn in during the morning part, if you could please stand for swearing in now. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, what,
Ready?
Zoraida,
Item
what number is it?
C 322, property owner Contractors Innovation LLC, investigator Zoraida Melendez.
323.
322.
23?
22.
22.
2. Contractors Innovation, Zoraida.
Okay. I am Zoraida Melendez, co-investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item C 322, case number 2525440 regarding property located at 4024 Grove Street South. I was sworn in at the beginning of this meeting. This property is a single home and is vacant. This case began in October 2nd, 2025, and is a code follow-up case. After the eventuary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board order was sent to the owner by mail on February 3rd, 2026. This property was last re-inspected on March 17, 2026, and 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violations are renovation of the structure without permit, work include but not limited to installation of new windows and mechanical ductwork, Please note that other interior and exterior renovation or upgrades might require permits. Additional relevant facts in regards to this case, there's no permits on file for this property. And this will conclude my presentation.
Okay, thanks, Loretta. Sir, your name and address.
Orlando Ramírez, 8669 Wadsworth Drive, Tampas, 33614.
Dime su nombre otra vez.
Did you get?
Orlando Ramírez.
Ramirez. Orlando Ramirez.
What's his last name?
Ramirez.
Ramirez, oh, okay. Okay. This is a very recent compliance date, so it's a very new case. So I guess, does he understand the whole permitting issue at this point?
Todavía está nuevo, está preguntando si usted entiende que necesita permisos de la ciudad para toda la construcción.
Sí, claro.
Okay. Y ¿cuándo va a sacar los permisos?
O sea, realmente quería saber exactamente. Necesito permiso absolutamente para todo. Paint.
No para paint. So he's saying he does understand the concept that he needs a permit. He's trying to understand what all does he need a permit for. So.
Does he have a contractor?
¿Usted tiene
No, perdón.
¿Tiene contratado?
Sí, teníamos un contratista allí.
Okay, yes, he has one.
He does. Okay. So he understands this contractor's got to apply for a permit, et cetera. All right, so Beatrice, I'm inclined to obviously grant him some time to do that. Okay. I order that for item C322, case number 2525440, that lien certification be deferred for 90 days or until June 22nd, 2026. I explain I did 90 days because permitting sometimes can take time, but we need to make sure he in fact pursues with that contractor the permit. Okay?
Okay, no problem. Thank you, sir.
He didn't speak English, but now he speaks.
Item C278, property owner Pacifica Emerald Bay LLC, investigator Timothy Howard.
Tim.
I'm Timothy Howard, Building Demolition Coordinator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C278, case number 2516070, regarding the property located at 3901 38th Avenue South. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a commercial structure and is occupied by tenants. This case began on April 21st, 2025, and is a codes follow-up case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on September 2nd, 2025. This property was last re-inspected on March 23rd, 2026. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violation is, per the city building official, the balcony at Building 12, Unit J is unsafe and hard barriers must be installed to prevent access. Repairs must be completed with approved permits by a licensed contractor. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are that there are no permits on file for the repair of that balcony, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay. Thanks, Tim. Hi, name and address.
Hi, Yasmeli Hardy.
You got to pull that mic down.
Yasmeli Hardy.
And your relationship to your address.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Need your address.
The address is 3901 38.
No.
Oh.
Your address.
Okay. 8101 Heatherwood Drive, Seminole, Florida.
Okay. In your relationship to Pacifica Emerald.
I'm actually covering for the manager, the property manager there. I was just honestly told that they were starting, or they have a contract now, and that they're going to be starting next month.
Next month.
I know that's not what you want to hear, obviously.
Okay, and you been thrown into the fire.
Yes.
I understand that, but just for the record, because it was an unsafe situation, I ordered in October 20 days to correct the safe situation. That was not done. I then subsequently fined this property for the months following. Either no one appeared or maybe they appeared. I really don't know. Oh, the representative was present. However, so we reached the point today where your testimony is they're going to apply for a permit or whatever. My point is this case goes back too far. It was an unsafe situation, so I really have no choice but to continue to add fines to the fines I've already done. So I order that for item C 278, case number 2516070, that the board order further lien certification of $7,000.
Wait, oh, okay.
Yeah, Hope, got it?
Yeah.
7,000. Now, it's just for your info, it's still accumulating at $250 a day every day this property is not into compliance, so.
I understand.
Okay,
Thank you.
sorry, and sorry you got thrown into the fire.
Sorry, I'll read the next one and then I'll fill out your paperwork. Just give me a moment. Item C 66, property owner Reka LLC, Build Your Future LLC, investigator Carl Gordon.
Six.
Yes.
Okay, Carl.
All righty. I'm Carl Gordon, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C66, case number 24-20056, regarding property located at 4400 6th Avenue South. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and it is vacant. This case began on November the 20th, 2024, and is a codes-initiated case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board order was sent to the owner by mail on July the 1st, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on March the 11th, 2026. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violation is after the fact an active permit is required for the interior renovation. Additional relevant facts regarding this case is that a permit was applied for on February the 13th, 2025, and it is still in the in-process status. No action has been taken since that time. And this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thanks, Carl. Name and address, sir.
Ryan McIntosh, 2727 Almerton Road, Suite 330.
Okay, and your relationship to Rika?
I'm the project manager. I'm not sure if you remember when I came. I believe it was in December. I'm normally working with my partners that are my investor partners, and I was normally like more of the acquisition, buying other properties, and it was shifted over to the project manager at that time. We didn't know that basically every project we had was going underwater, and when we found this out, I pretty much took over that position. And so this is I think I got involved in this one about November time. Just before then, I was in the process of having to remove the contractor that was on there, who was just impossible to get a hold of. So we've got that now. We've changed the contractor. We submit everything, and now the city has come back and say we need a revision on some of the drawings. So I met with my engineer, got a new engineer as well, paid him for a site visit, walked the whole property, showed him what the city's comments were, and he's like, okay, well, what they're asking for is this. Gave me that full list, told me give him 2 weeks and a bill, and say he'd take care of that for me. So this was just last Tuesday. So I expect to have the drawings how the city is requesting them by end of next week. And I believe there's like a notarized document they want me to submit. So that's, other than that, I don't think there's anything else the city needs from us to greenlight the permit.
Okay, given your testimony and the fact that it sounds to me like you've taken charge and make some things happen, I did hear this case in November and granted 90 days, so that obviously didn't work. So I'll grant some time again, believing that you're going to make it happen.
Thank you.
Permitting. And remember what I've said about the permits. Okay.
Yes.
I order that for item C80, make that C66, case 24-20056. The lien certification be deferred for 60 days or until May the 23rd, 2026. What that means is if the permits are not, when the permits are issued, this goes on. But if they're not, you'll be before me on May the 20.
June 23rd.
May the 20th.
Hopefully
June.
not.
Oh, no, it will be June 23rd. Anyway.
Hopefully not, but yes.
Yeah,
I
don't
understand.
miss it. Yeah, I hope you're not either. So.
All right.
Okay.
All right, thanks a lot.
Yep.
Thank you. Item C23, property owner Suncoast Haven of Rest Rescue, investigator Bonnie Green.
I'm Bonnie Green, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item C23, case number 22-22258, regarding property located at 1763 9th Avenue North. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a commercial structure and is vacant. This case began on October 20th, 2022, and is an internal case complaint. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on January 31st, 2023. This property was last re-inspected on March 18th, 2026. 12 out of 14 violations have been corrected or inactivated since this case began. The remaining violations are: risers and treads on staircase to second floor apartments have broken and dislodged bricks, causing a trip hazard, and a permit will need to be obtained by a licensed contractor for the following unpermitted work: correcting unpermitted electrical wiring throughout structure, interior ceiling repairs to second floor apartment, illegal conversion of bathroom to living room, installing a kitchen area at rear carport to include electrical and plumbing, and installing electric water heater in the rear carport, and plumbing connections for washing machine at rear carport. Additional relevant facts regarding this case: there is an active building permit on file that has had no inspections conducted since this case began. This concludes my presentation.
Case began when?
It began, the permit was, I'm sorry, not the case, but since the permit became active, and that was issued August 2nd, 2024, and then on September 18th, 2025, it was granted a 24 emergency extension for let's see, and expires in December of this year. This concludes my presentation.
Okay, thanks, Bonnie. Hi, name and address, sir.
Butch Kafori, 1763 9th Avenue North, St. Pete.
I'm sorry, what's your name?
Butch Kafori, K-F-O-U-R-I. I've been there for 4.
Okay, and your relationship to Suncoast?
I met assistant to Reverend Lionel, the director.
We've spent some time together.
I see you more than I see my family.
Well, believe me, it's not because I want to see you.
Sir.
Yeah, and 12 out of 14's done. Why can't we get this thing done?
We got everything finished except for the stairs, and waiting for FEMA money to repair the stairs.
But wait a minute. You testified in January, that was 3 months ago, that you were waiting for FEMA money.
That's what I'm saying. We had ceilings fall down, roof fall off. We fixed the roof, temporary, make it stop leaking. Spend all our money doing that. We're waiting for FEMA to come, and FEMA is required to.
But the FEMA money, you converted the kitchen and
No.
other things. You
No.
What was Bonnie's testimony? What?
This case started prior to the hurricanes, and when I was, he said there was more damage due to the hurricanes. I believe is where the FEMA part is coming in.
Yeah.
Okay.
We spent our own money on repairing the roof to make sure it stopped leaking and didn't do more damage. So I'm sorry, I'm doing the best I can with the FEMA.
All right. Okay. And I'm not going to review the case anymore. Obviously, we've seen each other a lot. I've granted a lot of time. I understand what you're.
Bonnie's been real good, so I'll explain to her what's going on.
I have, unfortunately, over a period of time, placed a lot of liens on the property. I will not add to that now. Grant you some more time. Hopefully, get the FEMA money and get this done. Okay. So I order that for item C23, case 222258, that lien certification be deferred for 90 days or until June the 22nd, 2026. Now, what that means is if the property's not into compliance by June 22nd, you'll be ordered here in July.
Okay.
Don't miss that hearing, although I hope it's in compliance and it's not.
I don't miss any of them.
Well, you never know with FEMA, but at least maybe in 90 days, something will happen.
Okay.
Okay. And the only reason I made it only 90 is because I didn't cite this, but I've granted over 500 days to Suncoast already. So
I realize.
kind of like the ship sailed. So, good luck.
Okay. Maybe I'll see you shopping sometime.
Item C 291, property owner Osbeniz Serrano Romero and Reynelis Herrera Rodriguez, investigator Tucker Hodges.
You know from that? Oh.
Doesn't look like they're here yet. So could we move to the next case, please?
Yep.
Hey, Tucker's got a case.
39. So just put that number back. Item C28,
C28.
property owner Kailash Union Incorporated, investigator Brayhan Gay.
C28.
Yes.
Got it. Breon.
Yes.
Hey, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Breon Gay, codes investigator for the city of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number 28, case number 248173, regarding the property located at 2730 13th Avenue South. I was sworn in at the beginning of this meeting. This property is a vacant lot. The case began on May 8th, 2024, and is a codes follow-up case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on March 3rd, 2025. This property was last inspected on March 17th, 2026, and 0 out of 2 violations have been corrected since this case began. No work has been completed since the last meeting, and the remaining violations are: this is a vacant lot that was approved for a community garden to include allowing the shed and deck to remain on the site as part of the garden. Also, there's a NOT, as of October 15, 2025, a NOTH permit number 259002230 for a tiny home has been submitted, but it still remains in process.
When was that submitted? Does it show?
It was submitted in October 15, 2025.
Okay.
Still remains in process. And the other violation is there's a partial fence around the property that is in disrepair. No additional relevant facts are regarding this case, and this concludes our presentation.
Okay, thanks, Brian. Okay, name and address, please.
Vasu Brown.
Pull that down, please.
So I am the realtor for the property.
Okay.
And my son is going to take over. And my name is Miss Brown. Yeah, my realtor business is Kailash Union. I did get the extension for community garden, which was one of the hold up. And I submitted the application, and apparently they had it on hold to get it to the courthouse to get signed. I never got a notification. I don't know how they sent it, so I never picked it up. So I want to go pick it up and get it signed and bring it back. My community garden is valid till September of next year, or rather every year it renews, so I'm planning to renew. It's 3 feet on one side. I already have plants growing there. And they asked me to remove the deck, which I already did, and the fences are in. So the only thing that looks like it's pending is I have to bring back the signed, what do they call it, application to courthouse, bring it back to the permit department, which I didn't know I had to do. So my son asked whether he can get a 60-day extension because he is in school, so he's going to bring his friends and be in compliance. Brown, like the color, but the property is listed with the...
Yeah, Kale.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, I've already placed a lot of liens on the property, so I won't place any more. Counting on your son to get it done, I order that for item C28, case 248173, that further lien certification be deferred for 60 days or until May the 23rd.
Thank you.
2026. Keep in mind, or your son, that if it's not in compliance, then you would be ordered here in June.
Can you explain what exactly we need to do? Just take down the fence.
What?
What exactly I need to have in compliance?
So the fence needs to be...
The investigator will explain everything to you now. Brehan, you got my decision, right?
Yes.
Granted some time.
Right, I can talk to you afterwards.
He will try and explain and answer your questions.
Thank you.
You bet.
I appreciate the time.
Get your paperwork and meet Brehan outside.
We're moving forward still? You haven't come back yet? Okay. Item C 159, property owner Dixie Doodle LLC, investigator Jose Rodriguez.
Aren't you glad we didn't go to lunch?
It's the dog. Yes.
Okay. 159, Jose.
Yes, sir. I am Jose Rodriguez, co-investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C-159, case number 24-5531 regarding property located at 978 9th Avenue South, and I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. Property is a single-family structure and is occupied by tenants. This case began on March 28th of 2024. It's a code-initiated case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on July 29th of 2025. This property was last re-inspected on March 17th of 2026. 1 out of 2 violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violation is the ADU living unit is considered abandoned and is required to be reinstated before it may be utilized as a dwelling unit. Approval of reinstatement application is required. There are no additional relevant facts regarding this case, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thanks, Jose.
Yes,
Name and address, please.
Peggy Edwards, 6283 3rd Avenue South.
Okay, Peggy.
Okay, this was we foreclosed on this property because we had an agreement for deed. We couldn't evict the guy that didn't pay his mortgage payments. We just got it back approximately a week ago, and Duke Energy just hooked up the power line, because the power line came down because we had a tree removed and they disconnected the power line. So we just got this back approximately a week ago. The power line, after several calls, was just hooked up on Sunday. We just got power on yesterday. So it wasn't legally like ours to do anything. And it went to the auction and it didn't get bid out. So we just got it back.
So when they gave you the 90 days in December,
But there was an agreement for deed, so Juan Clark actually was the owner. Our name's on it, but he was the owner, so the judge made us foreclose on it. So we just got it back last week, and everything is going to be taken care of, I promise.
you just need to balance the 90
Absolutely.
90 days. I got it.
Absolutely.
Okay, so what do you need to get?
I have to apply for. I'll be down there tomorrow. I don't know what that entails. I haven't done that, so I don't know.
Okay. I'll rather than put any more fines on it, I'll grant you some time.
Thank you.
But keep in mind that they're accumulating 150 a day on each issue, and right now it's 28.5 as of today. I'm not doing that, but it's
Okay.
I order that for item C-159, case number 245531, that lien certification be deferred for 90 days or until June 22nd. That's another 90, so that's a lot
I'm
of days.
going down there tomorrow. I'm going to see what I need to do to get
Please,
it.
because it can take some time, but sooner or later, the ship's going to
Yes.
sail and the fines are going to.
I understand. Thank
Okay,
you.
And now we have another one, I think, for Peggy. Do we?
Item C-160, property owner Dixie Doodle LLC, investigator Jose Rodriguez.
I am Jose Rodriguez, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C-160, case number 25-16178, regarding property located at 978 9th Avenue South, and I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. Property is a single-family structure and is occupied by tenants. The case began on April 24th of 2025 as a tenant complaint case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on July 29th of 2025. The property was last re-inspected on March 17th of 2026. 5 out of 10 violations have been corrected since this case began. Following work has been completed since the last meeting. Damaged fence has been removed. The majority of outdoor items or storage have been removed. The remaining violations are multiple areas of fascia and soffit in disrepair. Multiple areas of both structures have chipping and peeling paint. Window screens are missing, and as of the 17th of March, I did observe some of the window screens have been damaged. Junk trash and debris outdoor storage, again, the majority of it has been removed, but as of time of inspection, the palm tree trunk mattress and large pieces of plastic still remain. Exposed rotten wood around the main structure, and the multiple crawl spaces are open. There are no additional relevant facts regarding this case, and this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thanks, Jose.
Yes, sir.
Peggy, name and address?
Peggy Edwards, 6283 3rd Avenue South.
Okay, Peggy.
It's 100% done. Like I said, we just got it back. It is. I just sent him 12 pictures. It's 100% done.
Hallelujah.
I know. Jose said he'll come back out and look.
And I know he will, especially if you buy him lunch. Now, I order, no, kidding. I order that, I have to order something. I order that for item C-160, case number 25-16178, the lien certification be deferred for 15 days or until April the 8th, 2026, which gives Jose time to go ahead and confirm.
Yay.
That's great.
Yes.
That's wonderful.
Thank you.
Why are you doing that?
Finally.
You have another one?
Is that it? No, I think that's it. That was it.
You're done.
Thank you.
Your people here now? Okay. Item C-291, property owner Osbaniz Serrano Romero and Reynelis Herrera Rodriguez, investigator Tucker Hodges.
Good afternoon. I'm Tucker Hodges, Code Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item C-291, case 24-6465, regarding property located at 2135 24th Avenue North. I was sworn in at this meeting. Property is a single-family structure occupied by owner. The case began April 11, 2024, and is a citizen complaint case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on 9/3/2024. Property was last re-inspected on 3/14/2026. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since the case began. Remaining violations are permits are required for construction of structures in the rear yard. Permits should cover framing, plumbing, and electric and AC work. Additional relevant facts, have 2 permits that are still in process and have been for some time. And this concludes my presentation.
Okay, Tuck, any 2 permits are in process, meaning?
Yeah, they applied for, there's a lot of verbiage in the permits about requirements for, they need to remove the AC and then remove the plumbing. These were structures kind of like sheds from Home Depot. They turned into like tiny homes. They're in the rear yard, so they're encroaching in some areas. Never got permitting for the electrical hookup, that sort of thing.
Okay, thanks.
Yes, sir.
Okay, need a name and address, Beatrice.
My name is Rainelis Herrera Rodriguez. Address 2135 24 Avenue North, San Petersburg, Florida 33713.
So the address is 2135 24th?
Yeah.
Yeah, she lives there.
Okay. I'm hesitating only because this case goes back, it was a citizen's complaint in 2024, so it goes back. And Beatrice, if she's not aware, I have on 3 occasions since January 2020, granted 285 days extension. I granted, the last extension was January 27th of this year. Why has nothing happened?
El problema es que se nos ha hecho un poco difícil al principio por la falta de información. Ahora mismo, este es el nombre de la compañía que nos está ayudando con los permisos. Cuando nosotros fuimos a hacer eso, que yo vine aquí y nos dijeron que no necesitábamos permiso para ponerla, lo que no me dijeron fue la medida exacta, que ya una vez yo le expliqué. No es fácil, no es fácil, todo es dinero, no tengo los recursos. Entonces ahora lo que estoy es mirando cómo quito una, porque la verdad no sé.
She said she's run into issues with a lack of communication with the contractor. She has one, but at this point, due to a financial issue, she's looking into having one of the structures removed.
She's having one removed?
That's what she's looking into now.
El problema es que están esa compañía, por hacer toda la corrección y todo, nos está cobrando 27,000 pesos. Si yo los tuviera, pues estoy pensando quitar no sé.
She says that going back and forth with the revisions with the contractor that she's hired, it's now they're asking her for money that she does not have, so now she's going to have to look into just removing the structure.
Dile que de verdad que me disculpe, pero
Yeah, and that she's very sorry.
The difficulty, Beatrice, I'm having is that I have granted 3 times 285 days and we're nowhere. And it's hard for me to overlook the fact that this goes back to 2024. So what I feel compelled to do, given the fact that we've granted so much time, and now she doesn't even have, I understand she doesn't even have a contractor.
She has a contractor still, but it's the funds that are the issue.
Oh,
The amount of money that they are asking for due to all the revisions they've had to submit for all the permits.
Okay.
El problema fue cuando yo vine aquí, no me dieron la información adecuada. Si no,
Schultz?
yo no, ¿entiendes?
También.
Yo dije para poner unos checks y me dijeron que no necesitaba permiso. Y entonces ahora resulta ser que tiene que ser una medida exacta o no sé qué.
She was basically just explaining that the reason this happened, she asked very generally if she could install a shed without a permit. She was told yes, but clearly there are restrictions past that due to the size, due to how many she's placed. She's learning this now, so.
Doug?
Listen, they may be able to keep two of them without the air conditioning and plumbing. I believe that was written in one of the permits. So that might be a fix.
All right, I have not put any liens on the property to date.
Actually, Mr. Schultz, it's not noted on here, but it says lien certified for 21,000 at June 2025 hearing. But that's not reflected at the bottom.
Yeah,
So
I'm
not
sorry.
sure which one is.
You're absolutely right. Well, I'm not sure which is accurate, but you're right. In June, I must have put a lien on the property of 21,000. Let's assume that for a minute. But where I'm going with this, Counselor, is I should go ahead and impose more liens, but I'm willing to grant some more time, which throws it back on you, Tucker, to try and point them in I believe they really want to solve the problem, so slapping fines on them isn't going to change anything either. So if I grant them some more time, it throws it back on you. They must get advice from their investigator, but then they must somehow follow through, or sooner or later, there's no choice. So if you'd explain that, Beatrice, and I will not put any fines today.
Mr. Schultz, Lonnie did confirm that there are no liens currently on the property, so that lien may have been released.
Oh, good.
So
Well,
currently 0 is correct.
and they're further ahead than we thought. Okay, no liens confirmed.
Those were removed last year.
Oh, really?
Oh.
Yeah.
Wonder why? I don't
There's
know.
an issue.
Es que se hace bien complicado.
All
Ahora
right,
mismo están
I'm
diciendo
going to
que
give
la
them more
primera
time.
Hay que checar
Yeah,
la 6 pies. La 6 pies es una
What do you want in time? You're going to have to kind
Es,
of
de verdad,
give them
no
direction. I
tengo
don't know.
los medios,
60.
ni los recursos
Yeah,
para
60.
eso. Pero además,
Yeah.
ustedes trabajan aquí, ustedes deben de saber que eso yo lo
We
compré.
give them a lot of time, but
Una
also
compañía que lo vende aquí, que no
A
vale
lot
un
of
peso.
language barrier and
Es muy fácil decir que, por
misunderstandings.
supuesto, yo estoy intentando quitarlo. Es muy fácil decir que molerlo. Aquí no creo ni yo ni nadie puede reunir, no sé, 20,000, 30,000 pesos así de la noche a la mañana.
She's saying, I'm explaining that you've given her time, that you're not imposing fines due to the financial constraints. She is saying that she is happy to explore looking into removing it. She is still just concerned about the timing of that, how easy it would be to remove it, and the cost of that also. But I can talk to her more in the hall.
Okay, Beatrice, I'm going to grant more time. She needs to take advice from her investigator, but she needs to do whatever. Okay, even though we grant her more time. So I order that for item 291, case 246465, that lien certification be deferred for 60 days or until May the 23rd. Okay,
Thank you so much.
so you got it for a while.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure working with you, Mr. Schultz.
Thanks, Tuck.
You have a great retirement.
Yeah. You know, Joe, it's amazing.
Item C15, property owner Loren Real Estate Holdings, LXI, investigator Bobby Calhoun.
I'm sorry,
C15.
16.
15.
15. Okay. Okay, fire away, Bobby.
Hi. I'm Bobby Calhoun, Housing Support Specialist for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item C15, case number 25-12419, regarding property located at 2680 54th Ave South. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a commercial structure occupied by tenants. This case began on February 5th and is a codes follow-up case. February 5th, 2025, sorry. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on June 3rd, 2025. This property was last re-inspected on March 17th, 2026. 1 out of 3 violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violation is that the ceiling of Building 21's walkway is in disrepair with chipping and peeling paint, and the cement balcony of apartment 220 is in disrepair with crumbling cement and rebar showing. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are that the 3rd violation for stair disrepair was inactivated to be pursued as an unsafe case. This concludes my presentation.
Okay, so back to the balcony at 220, unsafe?
Oh, no, that was, the balcony is not unsafe. That is the active violation. There was 1 out of 3 violations that were corrected. I just read that one off, and then the 3rd violation was inactivated to become an unsafe situation regarding stairs in disrepair.
Okay, thanks, Bobby. Kelsey?
Kelsey Harbin, 9554 86th Avenue, Seminole, 33777.
Nice to see you again, Kelsey.
Yes, I heard it was your last day.
It is.
It is also my last day.
Is it really?
Yes, you guys will never see me again. Yay!
I certainly enjoyed seeing you.
Yes, same with you.
Finding you and all the rest of it.
I'm the property manager until Thursday. Yes, I have no updates.
No updates? All right. Well, at this point,
No.
it's one violation was deactivated or whatever, and one was taken care of. I've already slapped fines on this, on the
Right.
property, as you well know, so I guess,
Do what you gotta do. I
huh?
understand. I understand. You have to do what you have to do.
Yeah, well, at this point in time, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Since this is your last week and my last one, I'm going to grant a small amount of time, which means whoever gets your place
Yes.
will be here next month.
Even better.
A new magistrate, and he's going to be tough, I got to tell you.
Perfect.
I order that for item C15, case number 2512419, that lien certification be deferred for 20 days or until April 13th, 2026, which means on April the 21st, the newbie's going to show up.
Lucky them.
What are you going to do? What are you?
We're moving to Orlando.
Oh, you're moving to Orlando?
Yep.
Will you get a job at Disney or?
No. Close to it, though.
Okay, I think Kelsey has one more case.
Item C16, property owner Loren Real Estate Holdings LXI, investigator Bobby Calhoun.
I'm Bobby Calhoun, Housing Support Specialist for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item C16, case number 25-21147, regarding property located at 2680 54th Avenue South. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a commercial structure and is occupied by tenants. This case began on July 29th, 2025, and is a citizen complaint case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on October 28th, 2025. This property was last re-inspected on March 17th, 2026. 0 out of 2 violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violations are that the pool behind Building 23 is stagnant, creating a breeding ground for mosquitoes, and that it is in disrepair and is neon green with vegetation now growing in it. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are that the pools have been closed by the permitting agency, the Department of Health. This concludes my presentation.
Why am I not surprised? Kelsey.
Kelsey Harbin, 9554 86th Avenue, Seminole, 33777.
Okay, Kelsey, in December, I gave 20 days to...
No.
Well, I wish you well, but on this one,
Thank
I
you.
order that for item C16, case number 2521147, the lien certification, the board certify an additional lien of $5,600. And that's what's run up to today. And only because, come on,
Oh, I know.
you know,
I know.
let's be reasonable. Anyway, that's it?
I think there's more.
Oh, is there? Okay, I don't show it,
I
but,
think I have 4.
oh, okay.
Item C, 270, property owner Loren Real Estate Holdings LXI, investigator Timothy Howard.
270. Okay. Tim?
I'm Timothy Howard, Building Demolition Coordinator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C-270, case number 2321734, regarding the property located at 2680 54th Avenue South. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a commercial structure and is occupied by tenants. This case began on November 29th, 2023, and is a codes follow-up case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on April 2nd, 2024. This property was last re-inspected on March 23rd, 2026, and 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violation is joist rot and disrepair on the second floor balcony at apartment 239 is impacting both the first and second floor units. A permit is required to repair the balcony. Access to the balcony and patio must remain secured to prevent use until final approved inspection is conducted. Additional relevant facts regarding this case: commercial permit 2504003019 is expired as of December 30th, 2025. Final building inspection was disapproved on July 9th, 2025. Final fire inspection was canceled July 14th, 2025. And this concludes my presentation.
Holy moly. Okay, thanks, Tim. Kelsey?
Kelsey Harbin, 9554 86th Avenue, Seminole, 33777.
Okay. Anything?
No, I mean, they corrected, they did the thing, but everything else has fallen to the wayside, so, nope.
I don't even want to review the case.
Do what you have to do, I
So
understand.
many extensions and so forth. I ordered.
Yes.
Huh. Oh, gee. Good Lord.
It's not funny, I'm sorry, but
And not,
it's just,
I know it's not funny, but I'm looking at it and I'm going, oh my.
Yeah.
God. The department granted them more than 100 days.
Mhm.
Ridiculous. I order that for item C 270, case number 2321734. That further the board certify an additional lien of $79,800.
79,000.
79,800. Now that's what's accumulated. I had already certified in the past, because this has gone back so far. I had already certified 54,000. So I just certified another 79. And it will continue to accumulate at $200 a day, even after you and I are gone.
Yes.
It's a ridiculous.
It would have been cheaper to fix it, right?
I'm sorry?
It would have been cheaper to fix it, right?
I don't want to say that, but.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see if the next
Item-
case is better.
Item C, 271, property owner Loren Real Estate Holdings LXI, investigator Timothy Howard.
I'm Timothy Howard, Building Demolition Coordinator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C-271, case number 2418065, regarding property located at 2680 54th Avenue South. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a commercial structure and is occupied by tenants. This case began on October 3rd, 2024, and is a codes follow-up case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on March 4th, 2025, and this property was last re-inspected on March 23rd, 2026. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violation is per the city building official. The rear stairs are unfit/unsafe for use. Emergency repairs can be completed under the direction of a licensed design professional. Permits will be required for repairs. As of March 18th, 2025, emergency repair was allowed to be completed without a permit, with the knowledge that an after-the-fact permit would be required for the repair. Additional relevant facts regarding this case: commercial permit 25100001063 is in process as of October 15th, 2025, and is ready for corrections as of December 18th, 2025. This concludes my presentation.
Weird. Okay, Kelsey.
Kelsey Harbin, 9554 86th Avenue, Seminole, 33777.
Any comment on this one?
I have no comment about any of it.
Yeah, it just shakes my.
It just shakes my head too.
Since December.
Yeah, we're not, I mean, we haven't done anything at the property. It's
They
been,
get killed there or anything yet?
no, surprising, I mean, no, but I mean, you
You have
know,
to answer that question.
I know, yeah, it's sad. It's really sad. That's all I can say.
All right, I order that for item C 271, case number 24-18065, that lien certification, that the board certify an additional lien of $31,500. Accumulating $250 a day. Okay, and Kelsey, I really appreciate you coming in.
Yeah.
And doing it. It just
2 years
beyond
strong.
me, beyond
I
me
know.
why some of this couldn't have been handled, and especially the kind of money.
Yeah, well, like I said, there's so much more to it, but it's all behind the scenes, unfortunately. Nobody boots on the ground but me, so. Can I shake your hand since you're leaving?
Thank you.
Yes.
Holly. It has been nice seeing you, although it's been a tough time.
I know.
And I wish you well at Orlando. Yeah, well, good luck in Orlando.
Item C 182, property owner Montague R. Chansey and Lonnie Campton, investigator Joseph Bernori.
180,
182.
182. Got it. Joe's got it. Yep.
I am Joseph Bernori, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item C-182, case 2520579, regarding the property located at 8487 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Street North. Was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a commercial structure and is occupied by tenants. This case began on July 21st, 2025, and is a citizen complaint case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on October 28, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on March 20th, 2026. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. Following work has been completed since the last meeting. The structures that are in question in the rear of the property have been deconstructed. The remaining violation is permits are required for the structures in the rear yard. Additional relevant facts regarding this case are a demolition permit is in process. It was applied for January 29th, 2026, with no further information filed. And this concludes my presentation.
So the demo permit, Beatrice, is just waiting for approval or what?
I'm checking right now. I would imagine it's probably the same thing as the other ones we've encountered today. Oh, okay, so there's plans that were uploaded yesterday.
Oh.
And there are some comments from the building department that need to be addressed.
Okay. Okay. All right, name and address.
Good afternoon, yes. Kenneth Keefe, the Keefe Law Firm, representing the property owner, Mr. Chansey.
Great, all right. Counselor? Okay, the permit's been applied for, although just over the wire here, time-wise.
Yes, thank you.
I don't know who was before me in December. I granted 90 days at that point. I'll grant some more time since the permit's been applied for, but please relate that it is the potential fines are accumulating at $200 a day. I could fine $21,600 today. I will not. I will grant some time, but the clock is running, so we need to get those permits.
Thank you, sir.
Taken care of, and if they just applied, they need to respond quickly, whatever.
Okay, thank you very much.
I order that for item C-182, case 2520579, that lien certification be deferred for 60 days or until May 23rd, 2026. Hopefully within 60 days, they'll get a response back to the permits. And you've heard me mention what happens if a permit is issued, the case goes on hold pending execution by the client of the permit.
Thank you. Thank you, Joseph. Appreciate it very much. Love.
Yep, thank you.
Item C 220, property owner Roget Goodhue, Investigator Petrina Miller.
220.
Yes.
Okay, Petrina.
I am Petrina Miller, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C-220, case number 25-00-19621, regarding property located at 229 21st Avenue South. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by the owner. The case began on July 3rd, 2025, and is a citizen's complaint case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement's board order was sent to the owner by mail on September 30th, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on March 18, 2026. 0 out of 1 violation has been corrected since the case began. The remaining violation is permits required for garage being converted into a living space. The additional relevant facts are that the permit 25-09000972 is in process and ready for corrections as of December 19th, 2025. This concludes my presentation.
Okay. Hi, name and address.
Daniel Majewski, 229 21st Avenue South, St. Pete.
Your relationship to Goodhue?
She's my mother.
Okay. Okay, the permit's been applied for. It was sent back for corrections on December the 19th?
Of 2025, yes.
Of 2025. It's
They,
almost 3 months, 4 months?
She reached out to Miss Driscoll, and Miss Driscoll told her what to do. So I brought the plans down to the building department. They were, blueprints, which the building department doesn't scan, but Miss Driscoll said that talk to a certain person and they would scan them. So I gave them the plans, left. I went back, they said there's no plans here. So I went to Office Depot and got them digitized.
Good.
The ones they told me that I needed. Took it back, they uploaded them, they sent me the list for the corrections. It was the other plans they said that I didn't need. So I took those back to Office Depot, got those digitized. Now they're telling me I need some card, some digital ID or something, which we've obtained. We just have to finish the process.
You have obtained it?
We have obtained it. We just got it. Okay. I mean, it's kind of a matter of money. We don't have any money. I mean, and the card was $190. It's just 100. This issue's been going on, and we just want to get it rectified. I mean, my mom is 81 years old, and she stresses about it greatly.
Well, we do too, and I have not put any fines on the property, but if I did today, it'd be $9,100, so we don't want to go there.
No, I don't.
Okay, for your mom. All right, all I can do is grant you some more time to see if you can straighten this permit thing out. Your best advisor is Petrina in terms of telling you what you got to do or why she needs to cite you under the law, etc. I mean, you got to do it.
I've spoke with her before. She's a very nice lady.
Yeah, she is, but you're the one who has to execute it. So I order that for item C-220, case number 25-19621, that further liens, that any lien certification be deferred for 60 days or until May the 23rd, 2026. So within those 60 days, you need to move that permitting process, whatever, follow through, do whatever you got to do, because once the permit is issued, this case goes on hold. But if the permit has not been issued in 60 days, you're going to be back here facing more fines.
Okay.
Okay. As long as you got the...
I think that we have everything we need to proceed. I mean, the card is the last thing I think I need.
Well, yeah, just keep pursuing it, because at this point, there isn't much more we can do except point you in the right direction, so.
All right.
All right, so you got 60 days, Petrina.
Thank you.
Go for it.
Good luck with your departure.
All right, thanks. Yeah. Go fishing.
Item C, 227, property owner Zeno O'Neill, investigator Patrina Miller.
227.
Yes, 227.
You're welcome.
Okay, Petrina, you got it.
Yep. I am Patrina Miller, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C-227, case number 25-00008570, regarding property located at 511 40th Avenue Northeast. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. The property is a single-family structure and is occupied by the owner. The case began on January 29, 2025, and is an internal complaint case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on September 2nd, 2025. The property was last re-inspected on March 18, 2026. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since the case began. No work has been completed since the last meeting, and the remaining violation is after the fact permit required for new windows and door at the front of the structure and the framing to windows and door. Additional relevant facts regarding the case is that there is a permit on file 2505000910 that is in process and waiting for corrections and ready for corrections. I'm sorry.
Any dates on
that? This was October 9th of 2025.
So it was sent back for corrections in October? Okay. All right, thanks, Petrina. All right, name and address.
Yes, name is Zeno O'Neill, 511 40th Avenue Northeast in St. Petersburg, 33703.
Okay, Mr. O'Neill, why didn't you send the permit back?
It all started when I first went and applied for the after fact permit, and I was told that they would be sending me an email that I come in and pay the fee, and they'll have somebody come and inspect it. For some reason, that never happened. Came in. They told me we had it mixed up with the case number. I got a letter saying that everything was cleared, but I guess they were talking about the area was cleared for, I don't know. Mr. Miller told me to go back to go back up there and with the right case number. I did. The guy looked at my paperwork, and he went and pulled the paperwork that I put in the first time from Home Depot, and he said, "Oh, you had like 4 inches of water in your house." And I said, "No, I didn't. My house didn't get any water damage." And then he went back again. He said, "Oh, you good?" I said, "What? I'm good." He said, "Yeah, you good." And I'm thinking that's all I heard. I'm good. Apparently, I wasn't, because to get another letter saying, "Okay, this time it had a lien," and where did that come from? I called Ms. Miller. What did I do wrong? What am I not doing wrong? Am I misunderstanding something? This and that, whatever. Then life happens. I got hit with this unexpected.
So going forward, what are you going to do?
Well, like I said, life happens, and I got hit with this unexpected diagnosis, and then that caused me to go to therapy 5 days a week and at work, and so I actually forgot it. I didn't forget about it. It just was no longer a priority. But now that I'm almost done with that, I plan on going and getting everything squared away. I don't want any more liens.
Mr. O'Neill,
that's crazy. It's not that I neglected it, but I kind of neglected it because I was dealing with other things.
All right. It's an after-the-fact permit, so you did the windows and the doors. That's all done, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I didn't even know I need a permit, actually.
You apparently didn't attend a couple of hearings, so there is some liens on the property.
Yeah.
You have to address that, but you can't do it while the property's not in compliance anyway. So at this point, I really don't want to add any more liens to the property. I need you to continue to pursue this after-the-fact permit, whatever it takes. And I can give you some more time before any more liens would be put on the property. But it's up to you to go to planning or whatever you need to do to make that happen. The investigator can't do it. She can only tell you this is what you got to do.
Oh,
okay, so I'll give you some time to do it. Otherwise, it's going to cost you $100 a day eventually if you don't. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I order that for item C 227, case number 258570, that lien certification be deferred for 60 days or until May the 23rd, 2026. 60 days should be plenty of time for you to pursue the permit, but if you don't, you're on the hook.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Item C 262, property owner Willie C. Carter Trust and Vernell H. Carter, investigator Timothy Howard.
Number again, Hope?
262.
66.
262.
260.
262. It's a long day.
Carter? Yes. I tell you. Okay, Tim, you got it.
I'm Timothy Howard, Building Demolition Coordinator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C-262, case number 2418406, regarding property located at 2185 16th Avenue South. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a commercial structure and is vacant. This case began on October 13th, 2024, and is a codes-initiated case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on January 28th, 2025. This property was last re-inspected on March 20th, 2026. 0 out of 1 violations have been corrected since this case began. The remaining violation is, per the city building official, units 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17 are unfit and unsafe for human habitation. All repairs to roof and interior spaces with damage must be completed by a licensed contractor with approved permits. A report from a licensed electrician will also be required to determine electrical components within the unit are safe. Additional relevant facts regarding this case: post-disaster emergency permit 2504002578 was issued on December 15th, 2025 and has had no inspections. This concludes my presentation.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Tim. Hi, name and address, please.
My name is Danny Carter. Address is 2255 21st Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33712. I am the son of Vernell Carter and Willie C. Carter.
Willie?
Yeah. I manage the properties.
Okay. The units are unfit. Explain to me what's happening there.
Well, when the hurricane came, it blew the roof off. Yeah. We did the roof. It also exposed balcony issues. So we've torn down the balcony. We've just finished replacing the balcony, but the scaffolding is up, so you can't really have access to it. So now they're just taking the scaffolding down. In the midst of that, we were told we had to revise the steps. So now the railing is, we're waiting for reliable welding to finish the middle stairwell so we can have access to that. So the middle stairwell is 3 stairwells, but 2 of them you can actually walk up on. So the interiors of the units, they're all done. And now that the balcony is done, they can have access to actually look in the upper units and then come through the back door of the lower units. They can take a look in that. The inspection has already been done as far as electrical, all that's been certified, but not by the city of St. Pete, but by a licensed electrician. So now that they have easier access to it, they can come as early as tomorrow. So, but code compliance inspector Howard can attest that we've not really been sitting down on it. It's just a matter of accessibility. Now you have more accessibility. Not of the half of the rails is up, but not all of them.
Okay. Then I need to grant you, there's been no lien certified on the property so far.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And it's not because we definitely have not been standing still. That's evident when they come around.
I take that testimony into account. So I'm going to grant a little bit more time here.
Yes, and I'm hoping within 30 days we could be through with this, because
that would be great. I'll grant you just slightly more than that to be a little insurance. I order that for item C262, case number 2401846, that lien certification be deferred for 45 days or until May the 8th, 2026.
8th of May?
May the 8th, yeah,
okay.
2026.
Yes, sir.
So the lien certification, any liens would be deferred. Okay.
Yes, sir. I sure appreciate it.
Hopefully that'll do the job. Worst case scenario is you'd be before the magistrate again in May.
Yes, I'm hoping all the contractors get their stuff together so we can get off this. Thank you. I sure appreciate it.
Item C301, property owner James Moore and Wilbur Johnson Jr., investigated for Zone 18, Brian Greenman.
Number again, Hope?
301.
301. Got it. Okay.
Hello.
Tim.
I am Brian Greenman, Codes Investigator for the City of St. Petersburg, testifying in reference to item number C301, case number 2522235, regarding property located at 1900 26th Avenue South. I was sworn in at the start of this meeting. This property is a single-family structure and is occupied by tenants. This case began on August 14th, 2025, and is a citizen complaint case. After the evidentiary hearing, a copy of the Code Enforcement Board's order was sent to the owner by mail on November 25th, 2025. This property was last re-inspected on March 18th, 2026. 5 out of 7 violations have been corrected since this case began. No work has been completed since the last meeting. The remaining violations are: the roof located on the structure is in disrepair. Roofing material located on the roof is deteriorating. Chipping/peeling paint located on the fascia on the structure. This concludes my presentation.
Okay. Hey, you got any idea, Brian, what some of the 5 that were completed now?
Yes, so it was for an inoperative motor vehicle that was removed, junk that was cleared, a parking issue, and maintenance structure parts for a window canopy that was in disrepair, and mold and mildew that was removed from the wall.
Great. Okay, thanks. Name and address, sir.
Name James Moore, 3408 East Fern Street, Tampa, Florida.
Okay, Mr. Moore, great on getting a lot of the things taken care of. What are you going to do about the roof?
Finances. I've been having trouble with finances, with fixed income, and the tenants gave us some money, and we did some things, but we haven't done everything. The tenant just started beginning to pay anything, because I've been fighting with him for more than a year just about to try to get some things done over there, get some money from him. And we are in the process of getting things done. And when I got the last notice concerning the fine and so forth, I didn't get a notice before then to go try to get certain items done. So we're in the process of doing that. It's just been the money of completing it when it comes down to that roof and the roofing material. But everything, mostly been done, and that's a work in progress.
How about paint on the fascia?
Yeah, it's been painted.
It has been?
Yes.
Oh, okay. All right, well, you didn't attend the February hearing.
I didn't realize I had one in February.
Unfortunately, when someone doesn't attend, you've heard, I automatically must, under the law, certify a lien. So there is a lien on the property from February. I will not put any more on now to recognize the fact that you're trying to address the situation. However, give me a time frame when you think you can get the roof done. I'm assuming painting the fascia you can do pretty easily. What about the roof?
Give me at least 60 days.
60 days?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm gonna grant that because you've got 5 out of 7 done, so I know, or at least I'm confident you'll get it done. So I'll grant the 60 days. I order that for item C 301, case 2522235, that lien certification be deferred for 60 days or until May 23rd, 2026. Okay, so hopefully in the 60 days, you can get it done and this is gone.
Yes, that's the plan. I regret that it hadn't been done, but finances and the roof materials is on the expensive side, and trying to get a roofer to do it has been a situation.
Well, I get it, and so the worst case scenario is if you're not able to put that together, you will have to appear again in June 23rd. Do not miss that one if it comes to that, because the fine would then be automatic.
Yeah, I understand, sir. I just...
Pay attention and realize that if you don't get it done by May, you have to be here in June or face a fine.
Sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
Good luck to you. Get your paperwork. Oh, I thought that was it.
This?
Oh, well, I didn't. Boy, you're off the hook. I'm telling you, you are so lucky. No lunch bill, nothing.
We'll go to lunch. One last.
Hey, Joe, it's fun,
Yes.
baby. It's fun. You know.
We're gonna miss you.
Oh, thank you.
Wait there.
You're so sweet.
My wife said to me this morning, "How do you feel?" And I said, "I really have mixed feelings."
Yeah.
You know, I felt like I contributed. It's something I enjoyed doing because of you guys. So I got mixed feelings about it, but that's okay. I'll tap you for lunch some other way.
Call anytime.
Yeah. And I know her boss will go to lunch anytime, so, you know. Yeah. How is she? Your boss? Yeah.
Right?
No.
What?
Your boss.
My boss. Oh, Heather?
Heather. Heather.
She wishes.
I thought Heather was your boss.
No.
Oh. I don't know where'd I get that. I don't know.
No, she.
Oh, well.
There it is.
Okay, I told you we'd get it.
Then they came. She was my law school roommate.
You're just
Oh.
number and close.
She started here a couple of years before me, so mentor I think would be.
I remember her. Yeah.
She was my predecessor.
You guys ready?
It was fun.
A long list, right?
Yeah.
It's like 350.
Okay, so we should go to lunch and come back. Never mind.
Ready? All right. Item C1, Azam Properties Corp. Item C2, Velastos and Georgia Christakos. Item C3, Velastos and Georgia Christakos. Item C4 and C5 have been deferred. Item C6, GFH Fairfield LLC. Item C7, GFH Fairfield LLC. Item CH, Philip D. and Erica Lauren Maher. Item C9, Mary S. McBride. Item C10, Michael J. Neville. Item C11 and C12 have been deferred. Item C13 has been removed. Item C14 has been removed. Item C18 has been removed. Item C19 has been closed. Item C20, Raheem and Rahman Kapita. Item C22 has been closed. Item C24 has been closed. Item C25 has been deferred. Item C26, Community Prayer Band Center. Item C27 has been deferred. Item C29, Wileen CA Estate. Item C30 has been closed. Item C31 has been deferred. Item C32, Four Seasons Roofing and Lawn Care. Item C33, Four Seasons Roofing and Lawn Care. Item C34, David G. Edwards. Item C35 has been deferred. Item C36 has been closed. Item C37, Nancy M. Ott Estate. Item C38, Marilyn J. Potter. Item C39, Jacqueline Marie Berdard, Trustee, and Clam Bayou Land Trust. Item C40 has been deferred. Item C41 has been closed. Item C42, Giselle Brothers LLC. Item C43 has been removed. Item C44 has also been removed. Item C45, owner's name is redacted. Property address 2135 44th Street South. Item C46 has been deferred. Item C47, Avendarchik LLC. Item C48 has been deferred. Item C49, Blackjust Homes LLC. Item C50, Caprice Incorporated. Item C52 has been closed. Item C53, Florida Tax Deeds LLC. Item C54, Fred H. and Mary N. H. Gamble. Item C55, Natalia S. Gelpy. Item C56 has been deferred. Item C58, C59 have been deferred. Item C61, C62, C63 have been deferred. Item C64, Me Herrera Group LLC. Item C65 has been deferred. Item C67, Sea Lion LLC. Item C68, Deborah and Randall Simmons. Item C69, Deborah and Randall Simmons. Item C70 has been removed. Item C71 has been deferred. Item C72, U.S. Home Services LLC Trustee, Trust Number 220933711. Item C73, U.S. Home Service LLC Trustee, Trust 220933711. Item C74 has been removed. Item C75, Selena N. Woods. Item C76, 10 Myrtle Street, LLC. Item C79, 10 Myrtle Street, LLC. Item C77, 10 Myrtle Street, LLC. Item C78 has been deferred. Item C79, AKGP, LLC. Item C80, Agana St. Pete 7777777, LLC. Item C82 has been deferred. Item C83, Alan K. Dahlstrom. Item C84, Flip It To You, LLC. Item C85 has been deferred. Item C86, I've Been Around the World. Item C87, Jackson Trust 1751, and Jim MacArthur, Trustee. Item C88, Zayed Labidi, Trustee, and Ryan Nawi Labidi, Trustee. C89, Mary Ann Lynch. C90, Mary Ann Lynch, and C91, Mary Ann Lynch. C92, Mary Ann Lynch. C93, Mary Ann Lynch. C94, Kathy A. Maloney. C95, Old House, LLC. C96, Properties, LBJ, LLC. C95 has been deferred. C97 has been deferred. C98 has been deferred. C99 and C100 have been removed. C101, Tampa Venture Properties, LLC. C103, 4H Contractor and More, LLC. C104 has been removed. C105, Jennifer Beaton. C106, Big Tucker Holdings, LLC. C107 and C108 have been deferred. C105 have been removed. 109, thank you. C110 has been closed. C111, Sally M. McCauley. C112, Molinaris Investment, LLC. C113 has been removed. C114 and C115 have been deferred. C116, Catherine Chanahome Holmes. C117, Melissa A. Hughes. C118 has been closed. C119 has been removed. C120, Cubic Group and Associates, Incorporated. C121, Gregory D. Miller. C-123 Northeast Little League Incorporated. C-124 Michael Placido and Anthony Shanaderman. C-125 has been closed. C-126 Roberta A. Wharton Estate. C-127 Daniel Woodall. C-128 5363 Land Trust and Fairborn Properties LLC trustee. C-129 Jason and Margie Bedell. C-130 Lisa A. Clayton Davis. C-131 Lisa A. Clayton Davis. C-132 Lisa A. Clayton Davis. C-133 has been deferred. C-134 Keith J. and Christina M. Fain. C-135 KNNZ LLC. C-136 Julio Cesar and Yesenia Legoretta Llanes. C-137 Irving Millard Estate. C-138 has been deferred. C-139 has been deferred. C-140 has been deferred. C-141 Chow Hung Tran. C-142 Angela A. Vilova. C-143 has been deferred. C-144 has been closed. C-145 has been closed. C-146 has been deferred. C-147 has been closed. C-148 has been deferred. C-152 Courtney C. and Tracy E. Winters. C-153 123 Investors LLC. C-154 Annie Adams Estate. C-155 Linda G. Avant Estate. C-156 Beatrice W. Beecham. C-157 has been closed. C-158 has been closed. C-161 FS Investment Properties LLC. C-162 FS Investment Properties LLC. C-163 Gulf Townhouses Incorporated has been, C-163 has been deferred. C-164 I Got a Guy Construction Incorporated. C-165 has been deferred. C-167 and C-168 have been closed. C-169 PHA Management LLC. C-170, C-171 have been deferred. C-172, C-173 have been deferred. C-174 Martha Talbert Estate. C-175 Nathaniel Thomas Jr. C-176 David Watson Jr. C-177 David Watson Jr. C-178 has been deferred. C-179 has been deferred. C-180 and C-181 have been removed. C-183 and C-184 have been deferred. C-185 has been closed. C-188 has been closed. C-189 has been removed. C-190 Samuel Luna Tubbs. C-192 has been deferred. C-194 has been deferred. C-195 has been closed. C-197 Marta L. Ostapwich. C-198 has been deferred. C-199 Tu and Hang J. Pham. C-200 has been closed. C-201 Properties LBJ LLC. C-202 has been closed. C-203 Rad Diversified REIT Incorporated. C-204 Said Investments LLC. C-205 has been removed. C-206 has been closed. C-207 Technology Dev Consultants LLC, 307 87th Avenue Northeast Land. C-208 Robert C. Turner. C-209 and C-210 have been deferred. C-211 has been deferred. C-213 Carolyn Allen. C-214 has been deferred. C-215 Michael J. Baugh. C-216 Richard A. Baylor trustee and Richard A. Baylor revocable trust. C-217 has been removed. C-218 Glenda D. Bright and Javon M. Scott. C-219 has been deferred. C-221 Greenwood Cemetery Association. C-222 Susan J. Hutchinson. C223 Islamic Society of St. Petersburg, C224 Islamic Society of St. Petersburg, C225 Libelo Mostly Holdings LLC. C226 has been closed. C228 has also been closed. C229 has been deferred. C231 has been deferred. C232 has been closed. C234 Eleni Mary Tizares. C237 has been closed. C238 has been deferred. C239 has been closed. C240 Burton and Mary B. Bickford. C241 Harold Bradley Estate. C242 has been removed. C243 Rhonda Renee Gary. C244 Susan J. Grossman. C245 Egomar Capital LLC. C246 Michael A. Luprena. C247 has been removed. C248 Nancy Lee Pitney. C249 has been deferred. C250 and C251 have been closed. C252 has been deferred. C253 June A. Johnson. C254 has been closed. C255 has been deferred. C256 Massage Spa Incorporated. C257 Jackie L. and Connie L. Meir. C258 Alton R. O'Berry III. C259 RVG Design Corps. C260 Teresa E. and Michelle R. Sandel. C263 has been deferred. C265 has been closed. C266 has been deferred. C267 I've been around the world. C268 and C269 have been deferred. C2 has been read. C272 has been closed. C274 and C275 have been deferred. C276, C277 have been deferred. C279 has been deferred. C280 SFR XII Tampa Owner 1 LP. C281 has been deferred. C282 Whitestone CPI Capital AV USL. C283 1750 Burlington Ave LLC. C284 has been deferred. C285 has been closed. C286 has been deferred. C287 Yuzlabi C. Hernandez Iru and Victor J. Jimenez. C288 Walter M. Gibson Sr. C289 has been closed. C290 John Cooch. C292 White Cabinet Corps. C293 has been deferred. C294 4362 Investments LLC. C295 295 Affordable Properties Realty. C296 has been closed. C297 has been closed. C298 has been deferred. C299 Annie M. Jackson Estate. C300 has been removed. C302 has been closed. C303 Robert Rogers Jr. C305 Dorothy V. Satchel Estate. C306 has been removed. C307 Truecoat Enterprises Incorporated, Jacqueline L. Davis Estate. C308 Mabel Williams. C310 Ricardo Emilio Yarad Andrade. C311 Donald T. Combs and Nancy T. Combs. Item C312 has been deferred. Item C13 Crooked Pine Investments LLC. C314 Crooked Pine Investments LLC. C315 Min Hoang Dong and Wei Chu So. Items C316, C317, C318 have all been deferred. C319 William Josh Brown Trustee, 3673 Searburn Drive Southeast. C320 Patty Holmes Cloy. C323 Adam Domino has been deferred. C324 Empty Pages LLC. C325 has been removed. C327 has been closed. C328 Edward F. Hagan Estate. Shirley, C329 Shirley S. Hayes, C330 Islamic Society of St. Petersburg, C331 Bimbazar and Swati Jani, item C332 Bimbazar Jani, C333 Bimbazar Jani, C334 Marianne Lynch, C335 and C336 have been deferred. C338 Paul Rogers, C339 has been removed, C340 has been deferred. C341 has been removed, C342 Martin and Maxwell Joseph Thibodeau, C343 has been removed, C344 Sheila and James Woods, C345 Sheila and James Woods. C347 has been removed, and that concludes the read-in.
I order that certification of liens be deferred for 25 days for the item numbers and cases as just read by staff. Further, I order to remove from the agenda the cases that are closed as read into the record by staff and all cases that have previously been acted upon in this meeting. And finally, I order that the liens for cases on the amended consent agenda be certified. This hearing is adjourned. Nice job reading.
My name is Chan Srinivasa, and I'm the first African American city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg, Florida. To me, a trailblazer is someone who sets out on a journey to accomplish something. An individual who sees a path or has a path, and even though obstacles may be in their way, they find ways to get beyond those to reach their goal. To me, that's a trailblazer. I began my career 24 years ago on January 26, 1998. It was a cold, rainy day. I started in the Parks and Recreation Department as a temporary employee on the waterfront, cutting grass and maintaining our parks. Throughout there, I developed as an individual, as a person, but also as an employee of the city of St. Petersburg. And from there, in 2014, I was appointed as the city clerk for the city of St. Petersburg. The city clerk is a very responsible role. Not only are we responsible for the legislative issues of city council, but also our city elections. If you look at the history of how elections are, and being the first African American to hold the role of city clerk in conducting our elections in the city of St. Petersburg, it's a significant role because that within itself is literally setting some type of trail for others to follow as well. It dawned on me the day that I got appointed that I'm the first. And being the first, you always want to be the best at what it is that you do. Failure is never an option for me. If obstacles come, you strategize and you adapt and you go beyond them. Personally, my grandfather, a gentleman by the name of Josh Stanford, the greatest influence in my life. Professionally, there were two individuals, Thomas Jet Jackson and Clarence Scott. Jet taught me the importance of community and showing compassion towards people and always making your presence known. Clarence taught me the significance of being not necessarily a perfectionist, but doing your best and also reaching back, helping others, and never forgetting where you came from. St. Pete is progressing, and we're becoming a more diverse and inclusive community. And it says a lot about the character of the people of the city of St. Petersburg, that we look beyond someone's skin color, but we look at the content of their character. To me, that's what it says.
Welcome, everyone, to the Committee of the Whole, March 12, 2026. Clerk, can I please have a roll call?
Harding. Here. Hanowitz.
Here.
Sanders. Here. Driscoll.
Here.
Gibbons.
Here.
Floyd. Here. Gertis. Gabbard.
Here. We have an agenda before us. I'll entertain a motion for approval. Approval. All in favor?
Aye.
We have the February 26, 2026 minutes. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Move approval.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we are here for the Community Benefits Advisory Council standing member applications and city council appointments. That's part A, and then part B, we're going to continue the conversation we had previously in economic development regarding the community benefits agreement ordinance. So we will start off with the first part. As you will see from the backup, I will have to commend Janie for doing a fantastic job on giving us a great overview. And not only that, we actually got a chart in terms of how the process would go, whether you want option A or option B. So given the fact that this chart has been given to us in terms of how the balloting process should go, I would love to hear from y'all what you think of which option we should go with. Councilmember Fig Sanders.
I like A.
Huh?
Since two.
Oh, you like A?
No, I said I like A. Yeah.
You like A? Oh, okay. I was like, I thought you said okay. I'm like,
It's been that type of day.
that's okay.
Been that day, but
So
no,
you like A?
I like A.
Okay. Councilmember Givens.
If we're taking a vote, my vote is for A.
A. Councilmember Driscoll.
A.
A. It looks like it is A. Okay. So now that we have agreed on A, the other issue we have is the eligibility considerations. As you know, we have the city codes provides that if someone serves on another committee, there's only certain circumstances where they can serve simultaneously on two boards. Now, we can deal with that question now, or how about if that person isn't picked? I mean, do we have to deal with it now, or can we just wait to see how the balloting goes?
I mean, you could do it either way.
We could do it either way. So we can decide, number one, we're going to go through the process and understand that this may be something, if we really want this person, then we have to make a vote and say that we are going to accept them, knowing that the ordinance requires us to allow them to serve on both boards. Because that's, at the end of the day, if we have a majority, then that means that we're kind of aware of the fact that we would have to allow them to be both on the CPPC and on this board. We can have that discussion. If we want to deal with it now early, we can also deal with it too. So it may work itself out because you may not come to the question at all and not have to deal with it. And then if it comes, then we'll have to deal with it then. So I'm fine with going through the process because it may not get there.
Right.
Okay, so I think we're on the same page. Okay, and we have all the applicants' information, and so what I think now is appropriate is to open it up for council members in terms of if you want to have any questions for applicants. If there's anything else that you need, we could do this now. I wouldn't take a long time, but if there is anything imperative that is really, really important, we could do that. Otherwise, we go straight to balloting, which would be my suggestion.
Mine.
Preference. Okay, so we're going straight to balloting.
He said, oh, God.
Okay.
Just was very
And
quick.
we put our names top.
So we are doing option A, and each council member, I was told, by the way, and I think this was really directed at me, that it should be clear, the handwriting. So, and yes, and it's coming from various people, not just you, Chan. Yes, Councilmember Driscoll.
Could you have the clerk tell us how he wants this?
Put your name on the top with today's date and your top two candidates.
Yep.
Elect them.
So you put your name on the top,
Today's
and then you put
date
your top two
And the date.
and the date. And today's date is March 12th. Oh, do we have to sign it? Well, we have our name. I didn't know if you want a signature. Okay. Just in case.
I was wondering if someone would know, it's something about the Affordable Care Act, like health insurance marketplace.
So for those that are here or they're watching at this point, the clerk is tabulating the ballots. Just to break up the silence.
You'd make a good play-by-play, Chair.
Huh? Well, yeah, well, this is what's happening right now. I mean, Shan could provide us.
And look at him, definitely.
I do not want to interrupt him. I want him to focus.
Some light waiting music.
Understood.
I'll also just say it was very difficult to choose.
Yes.
I mean,
And
I have 6 top choices.
yes. And at this point, I should note, first of all, for everyone who actually applied and has gone through the process, thank you so much. Our city does not work alone without the volunteers that serve on our boards. So we're thankful for all the volunteers that serve on our boards and those that have come forward and submitted their resumes to serve on the Community Benefits Advisory Council. And one of the factors that plays into it is that they have to be from different council districts. So we have applicants that are various people from different districts that happen to be in the same district. So we want to make sure that we're picking one from whatever district, and it cannot match the one that the mayor has picked.
So tell us what the districts are.
I could read the memo. I could start reading the memo.
It's on the bill.
It's right here. You didn't see it?
The City Council appointed 2 CBAC standing members to 4-year terms in April 2022. Those terms are set to expire in April 2026. The CBAC is composed of 4 standing members, 2 appointed by the mayor and 2 by the City Council, each representing a different City Council district. The 2022 appointments were intentionally staggered to ensure continuity, with mayoral appointments for 3-year terms and City Council appointments for 4-year terms. The mayoral reappointments have already been completed and currently represent districts 3 and 5. Accordingly, the city is now accepting CBAC standing member applications from residents in districts 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, and 8. The application period opened in February 1st and closed on February 28th. Although the current city council appointments do not expire until April 26th, we have to initiate this application and review process in advance to allow city council to proceed deliberately and in an orderly manner. This approach provides sufficient time for thoughtful consideration of applicants, supports a well-paced appointment process, and helps ensure continuity of service on the CBAC by avoiding gaps in member appointments. And if we are lucky, there may be 2 people that happen to be from 2 districts that are the top. And then we don't continue with the diagram process.
And you have your flow chart in front of you?
The flow chart is great, huh?
It is good.
Who doesn't need a flow chart in their life?
I know, right? See, I'm one of those go to A, then put B, then put, yeah, that works for me. Yes, it does.
You're an adventure kind of person?
Huh? But it's nice to know once you choose your adventure, maybe. I do like to choose my adventure, but I do have to have I do like a game plan.
Yeah, this was good. Who did the flow chart? Janie?
Janie did all of this.
She's the GOAT.
She is.
She is the GOAT.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
you want me to read all of them or just the top 2?
The top 2.
Top 2, Mike Vigiano with 4 votes and David Hartbeitner with 3 votes are the top 2 vote getters. And Alyssa Bedard had 1, Richard Bruce 1, Debbie Reeser 1, Maria Scruggs 1, and Jamie Solomon, 2.
So council members, and they're from different districts. Mark Vigiano, right?
Mark is District 8.
8, and David Harbinger is District 4.
Correct.
So they're from different districts, so they meet all our criteria. Council members, good job, congratulations. So at this point, we need a motion to recommend.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion, a second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Great job. Are you going to have acceptance speeches ready? No acceptance speeches? Okay.
Are they here?
They are here.
They're both here.
Why don't you come and introduce yourselves? David's over there and Mark is over there. Have a seat so you can introduce yourselves, David.
Yeah, my name is, you ready?
Yes, we're ready.
My name is Mark Vigiano. I've lived in St. Pete for about 12 years now. Currently, I work as the training coordinator for Tampa Bay Pipe Trades, which is the plumbing and pipe fitting apprenticeship that serves the Tampa Bay area. And that's about it.
Great, great.
Thank you for being willing.
Well, thank you for your willingness to serve.
I appreciate it.
Thank you
guys very much.
Thank you. David?
Hello, David Harbeitner. I've been a resident since 2012 and very active in advocating for our community since 2013 in the city of St. Petersburg. I have met many of you on a one-on-one basis, so thank you for your support. Look forward to serving on the Community Benefits Agreement Committee. Thank you.
Great. Well, we look forward to having you. Thank you. Okay. Well, everyone's welcome to stay for the next part of the meeting. If you want to hear, we're going to talk about the Community Benefits Ordinance. And this is a continuation of the conversation we recently were having. And Andrea, if you want to go ahead and kick us off in that conversation.
Thank you so much. Andrea Falvey, Economic and Workforce Development. Let me thank you for the conversation we had on this item, the CBAC over the last couple of months, the conversation we had at the EWD committee, and then of course today. So we'll go ahead and get started. Of course, you have all the backup that we'll be referencing as we go, and then we look forward to taking all your feedback and questions since we have plenty of time this afternoon. So just kind of bringing us kind of where we have been to today. So at the December 17th, 2025 meeting of the Community Benefits Standing Committee, members expressed a desire to review the existing community benefit program to identify potential program enhancements. And they outlined goals to improve communication, collaboration, and engagement among development teams, the CBAC, the broader St. Petersburg community, during active CBA projects. So again, on December 17th, we had our CBA council meeting. Staff and our partners in the legal department kind of took back their suggestions, brought forth a series of changes based on their feedback to the January 26th meeting. We discussed them with the EWD committee at the end of last month, and then that brings us forward to today. So just a little bit of an overview. Again, this is a little bit of time. I thought I would spend just a couple of minutes kind of level setting on the program, for those who are watching along at home, just understanding a little bit about where we've been and what the program was intended to do. So it was adopted by City Council in July of 2021 to address the lack of benefit to economically disadvantaged communities and the rapid pace of real estate development in St. Petersburg. So the policy requires qualifying development projects that receive public assistance from the city to deliver measurable impacts in the form of community benefits as part of the overall development agreement. And these community benefits fall into one of these 5 categories: business equity, contracting with small and minority-owned firms; workforce equity and development, hiring apprentices and disadvantaged workers; sustainability and resiliency; affordable and workforce housing; as well as other community priorities like supporting the arts, education, health, and technology initiatives. So we'll just step through what the current community benefit program process is, and we'll go through some kind of proposed changes a little bit later in the presentation, but I thought this might be, again, a great level setting for everyone following along. So the current trigger for the program is that the developer would submit something called a community benefit impact report. And that would show what the overall project was, what the proposed city participation value is, as well as some other environmental assessment information. And then it would be determined which process the developer would be stepping through, either the streamlined CBA process or the standard process. The city conducts a public meeting, and then there is a selection of community benefits. So the streamlined process, the developer selects one of the streamlined process community benefit scenarios, which is included in the ordinance information as well as the guidance document backup. Or the standard process, where they select benefits from tiers 1 through 3, again, all outlined in the guidance document that was provided, unless there are alternative community benefits that are offered by the developer, proposed by the developer, I'm sorry. So as I mentioned, these tier requirements are detailed within the program guidance document. So tier 1 would be any project with city participation value equal to or greater 15% of the total construction cost, with a minimum city participation value of $500,000. And these tier 1 projects must agree to the following community benefits, which you see listed on the screen. Include holding one public meeting, constructing streetscape improvements, utilizing a minimum of 10% participation from MWBE enterprises, utilizing local workforce partners to employ local residents, designing and constructing the covered project to current LEED Silver standards, and coordinating with our Office of Sustainability and Resiliency to plant a similar number of trees as removed on the project site. Tier 2 projects are any project with a city participation value equal to or greater than 20% of the total construction cost. Again, with that minimum participation value, the minimum city participation being $500,000. Tier 2 projects must do everything that I just described for a Tier 1 project, and then they also provide additional community benefits which are selected from the options that are outlined in the guidance document. Tier 3 projects are any projects with a city participation value equal to or greater than 25% of the total construction costs. And Tier 3 projects must agree to all of the community benefits required of Tier 1 and Tier 2 projects, and then they have an additional set of community benefits that they must select from that are outlined in the guidance document. A project with a city participation value above $30 million qualifies as a Tier 3 project regardless of construction costs. The next step is the city would seek CBAC input, and then the city would present the final community benefit agreement to City Council for consideration and approval as part of the overall development agreement set of documents. So we have up to this point had 2 projects covered under the ordinance, and I'll talk about those very briefly. The first is the 800 block redevelopment. So in May of 2022, Moffitt Cancer Center and the TPA group proposed a mixed-use development for a cancer center, a residential tower, and a hotel. Over the summer of that year, the CBAC project committee meetings were held, and following city and developer negotiations and CBAC recommendations, that term sheet was revised and a new draft proposed increases in affordable housing units. In August of 2022, the project was determined not to provide sufficient community benefit and was terminated. The next one was, of course, the historic gas plant district development project. So in December of 2023, the development team of Hines and the Tampa Bay Rays proposed a mixed-use development that included office and hotel space, residential units, entertainment, and community space. In the winter of that year, January through February of 2024, the CBAC project committee meetings were held. Then a revised draft term sheet included increased affordable housing units, recommendations surrounding apprenticeship commitments and utilizing disadvantaged workers, and also recommendations around design and construction standards. In July of 2024, our City Council and the Pinellas County Board of County Commissioners approved that deal and its full set of agreements. Unfortunately, as we all know, in July of 2025, City Council unanimously voted to terminate the deal. So that brings us forward to today. And as I mentioned at the start of the presentation, the current Community Benefits Standing Committee met and expressed a desire to discuss potential program changes and enhancements to the program. And they kind of come in two tranches. The first, which I'll go through here, are contemplated changes to the standing committee, CBAC standing committee, as well as the CBAC project committee. So we'll first talk about these proposed changes dealing with the standing committee. So as you all know, because you just stepped through it, our current standing committee has 2 members appointed by the mayor and 2 members appointed by this body. And they all must be from separate city council districts and complete a financial Form 1. I will make a note that these changes that we're talking about in reference to the CBAC, the composition of the committees, changes to these could be handled by the adoption of a new resolution, whereas we step through some of the changes with the process, those would have to be, that would have to be changed with the adoption of a new ordinance. So the process for changing it is a little bit different. So you can see on the screen, on the left is the standing committee, the current structure. And these proposed changes on the right would be increasing the standing committee to 6 members. So this would be 3 members appointed by the mayor and 3 members appointed by city council. Also suggested was to add a clause to encourage but not require that the mayor and city council consider member expertise in electing CBAC standing committee members, so that it is represented by mission-aligned community advocates and professionals in such areas as real estate, affordable housing, labor, business, workforce equity, and sustainability and resiliency. So some knowledge about the community benefits that would be a part of any. Also in the backup, again, our colleagues in legal have been so wonderful with us. They have, they went ahead and drafted a sample resolution, a proposed resolution that was included in the backup, so you could see how these changes would be handled in the document, if it does get brought forward. So then we're moving on to the project committee. So as we know, we have that standing committee, meets regularly, advises on the program, and then when we have a project, we would form the project committee. So unlike the standing committee members, these members must be from the surrounding neighborhood of a covered project or work or own a business, and they still must complete that financial Form 1. So on the left is our current structure of project committees. So it would be the current 4 standing committee members, 2 ad hoc members that are appointed by the mayor, 2 by city council, and 1 city council member appointed by the full body. So the proposed changes you can see on the right side of the table. So now we would have 6 standing committee members. So that would leave 1 ad hoc member appointed by the mayor, 1 appointed by city council, and then still 1 city council member appointed by the full body. So that's kind of the first tranche of changes. The second one, the CBAC really expressed a desire to have kind of an earlier activation time frame for their involvement in the project. They felt on the 2 previously covered projects that they were kind of brought a fully baked agreement already, that the negotiations had already taken place between the city and the developer, and they didn't really feel that they had a great opportunity to provide input on the front end. So we kind of took that back and thought through what would be a way to bring the CBAC in a little earlier. Because currently what the beginning trigger point for this entire process is the submission of the community benefit impact report. And so we really wrestled with what could then be the beginning, what could trigger this process. So again, I thank our colleagues in legal for their creative thinking. So we came up with this concept of a proposed covered project. So, and this is, and again, I just want to highlight on the backup material, I know there's so many documents that we have here. On the bottom of page, there is a red line, or actually green line ordinance in your backup packet. And this introduction of a proposed covered project is at page 2 of that green line ordinance. So you can kind of follow along with us. So this proposed covered project means a project for which the city has selected a developer. City participation in the development is proposed and under evaluation by the city, and the city reasonably anticipates that the city participation value will meet or exceed the minimum threshold for a covered project. even though the actual city participation value and tier designation have not been determined. So if we did incorporate that change, that would then necessitate changes to the standard process, which you could see outlined for you at the bottom of page 5 of that green line ordinance. So the CBAC project committee would be established for a covered project or a proposed covered project. And after the developer selection, but prior to the determination of the city participation value, the developer must meet with the CBAC. So that's kind of the difference between the current process and these changes that we are contemplating. So this brings the CBAC in earlier so that the developer and the city can hear from them what are the community benefits that are most important to them and to the community so that those can be incorporated into the negotiations. And you can see it here, that the purpose of that meeting is for the developer to present the proposed project concept, the developer's request for city participation, and the developer's proposed community benefits, and to receive input from the CBAC regarding their community priorities, concerns, and desired community benefits. Then the city would conduct a public meeting to seek input from the surrounding neighborhoods and community on the community benefits being proposed for the covered project or the proposed covered project. And that would then feed into the determination of what the final city participation value would be. If it would come that the city participation value does not meet the minimum threshold for a covered project under the CBA article, the city would terminate the standard process for the proposed covered project and no community benefit agreement is required. However, if the city participation value would mean that the proposed covered project would be a covered project, then the rest of the process, as you know, it would still apply. So the tier designation would still be determined and the rest of the ordinance, again, would still be in effect. So the bottom part of this slide here is very similar to what we currently have, and you can see it on page 6 of that green line ordinance. So the city and developer shall negotiate and generate a non-binding term sheet. They would seek input from the term sheet from the CBAC at a public meeting. They would draft the CBA, and then there would still, of course, that negotiated community benefit agreement between the city and the developer would still be presented to City Council for consideration and is subject to approval. So I thought what would be a good way to kind of look at this, because again, it's a pretty confusing, it can be a little bit of a confusing program. So what I did here, and I didn't bring this to the EWD committee, but I wanted to give it here to the full body. So on the left is a kind of a distilled down version of the current project timeline. So what the current process looks like. And then on the right side is this new project timeline, what the proposed project timeline is. And then right here in the blue boxes is just showing when the CBAC project committee is established. So here on the left, it would be step 3, but you can see on the right, we're bringing them in a little bit earlier so that they can be involved and inform those negotiations that are happening between the developer and the city. I also wanted to highlight here, because that was a concern that came up during the EWD committee, and it's certainly kind of top of mind for us at the staff level. We certainly do not want to remove any option for the CBAC or the public to participate in the process. So you can see on the left side, the orange boxes are the current opportunities for either the CBAC or the public to provide input on the project and what the community benefits would be. But on the right side, the orange boxes are, again, those same opportunities for public or CBAC input. And you can see they're more on the right side because the city would be holding that CBAC meeting with the developer, an additional one earlier in the process. So I thought that would be a good way to present it and just, make sure that everyone following along knows that we're not eliminating any opportunity for public or CBAC input. In fact, we're adding to it. So now we'll just talk a little bit about some of the input that we got during EWD committee and some of the next steps, and then that will kind of be the end of this presentation. And again, I appreciate you all following along with us, and we really do look forward to all the feedback that you're going to have for us. So again, these are just some concerns that the EWD committee expressed to us. Kind of, it is what would be the priority? Is it, we would then have less ad hoc members if we change the standing and project committee composition. The ad hoc members would go down, so then the folks that were chosen from the surrounding community, there would be less of them. So we would love to get additional feedback from you all on that topic. And also this kind of encouragement of consideration of committee members' background and various community benefit components. That's something that the CBAC did include in their conversation, but again, we'd love to hear, what City Council feels about that particular topic. I did bring it up in EWD, then again, of course you all just stepped through it, that the standing committee, as it is right now, has 4 members from 4 different City Council districts. If we did increase that to 6, it would be, what would be the council's prerogative on that if we wanted to do 6 different council districts for the 6 members. If we wanted to make it a minimum of 4, we'd love to hear some feedback feedback on that topic. And then the other one that we heard certainly from quite a number of council members is the concern, and also was concerns raised from the CBAC themselves, is that related to removing the community benefit impact report and having that report come to the CBAC. And so we just, again, love to have some conversation about that, but we could certainly include new language where some type of precursor document is still required at that initial meeting. So we wouldn't be able to have a document where the final city participation value was enumerated, because of course that would still be under negotiation. But we could certainly require the developer at that initial CBAC meeting to submit a written document. Obviously, if they're responding to an RFP or if they have an unsolicited proposal, some of that information is going to be there already, but they could certainly be required at that initial meeting to bring a written document where they're going to outline the project, they're going to give their contemplation of what community benefits could be and what they're considering for city participation value. So that's something we could very easily include. And we could workshop a new name for that document. We could still call it a community benefit impact report. We would just have to change what the definition of that document was, because again, it wouldn't have that final determination of the city participation value. So that's something we definitely could incorporate if that's, again, council's prerogative. So again, we're looking forward to the conversation we're about to have. We're here to take notes and get feedback from all of you, answer any questions. And then, of course, the CBAC, recommended these changes. However, depending on what we decide to do moving forward, council and administration, we certainly be, more than willing to reconvene the CBAC and get their feedback on any kind of suite of we bring forward to you all for final approval.
Thank you. So before I go to council members, I was at the EWD meeting. I didn't have a chance to speak because we ran out of time. But what I want to do, I think we should probably tackle committee first, how the composition and membership issue, settle that question, and then we can talk about the ordinance and all the stuff, so it doesn't all get convoluted. So that way they have the answer as to how this committee should be, and then we'll tackle the other part. But what I'm going to ask you, Andrea, because I have concerns about the changes also made to the committee and the project committee. The whole idea of a project committee is that you have a standing committee, and it could be from all the council districts, whatever, and the project committee happens when there's a project. And those are the people that are going to be most affected.
Absolutely.
And the idea of having people that are not affected being the standing members in the majority, to me, is a problem. And what I was trying to understand is, how is this makeup more helpful to the community most impacted by whatever project it is? Because I cannot, in my mind, understand how having 6 people potentially not being from the surrounding area being the majority on that committee. And where that came from. Because to me, it makes absolute no sense.
So that was a change recommended by members of the CBAC.
Yeah.
So that was not a staff recommended change.
Yeah.
that did come, from this CBAC.
Yeah.
And what the feedback that we got from them was that they would benefit from folks who are more involved in the process, kind of on a year-to-year basis, helping informing those decisions on the project.
Yeah. Well, this is why city council members are here too, because we also are very involved and very engaged in the community and know what's going on and involved in the project. So we also bring some element, but hearing from the community most impacted is actually, I think, one of the most important things that the project committee does. So I can understand that, but we have lots of experts that we hear from, and it's just nice to know that the people that are on the committee are from the neighborhoods that are surrounded, because these projects could be, I know we talked about historic Ashland, but they could be from wherever they are, and you want to make sure those that are most impacted are represented. So, James, sorry.
No problem, Chair Hanwood. So I believe you all received a memo from Jason Mathis about his, so I won't restate what he said. And again, we're bringing forth recommendations that were approved by the committee, but a couple of the things that at least we heard from that meeting is having people who were there for a longer period of time with a greater experience is more beneficial to the committee than having half the group come in later on. So that was one of the justifications to answer your question. Why did they think this made sense? The other one was the balance of the importance of having people close to the project versus people who are more knowledgeable in certain areas or certain processes that are involved to the committee. And it sounds like maybe that, and I don't know yet, but it sounds like maybe having people in the surrounding areas is more important than having people with the expertise or being on the committee longer. So that was the recommendation from CBAC. And then they also mentioned, and I agree that so if you look at the two projects that came forward, I think there was a comment made that these were large projects and they had a large impact on the city as a whole. Right. It wasn't like, I mean, obviously someone who lives close to the gas plant is impacted, but the entire city was impacted. Right. So the idea that they need, the importance or the preference on being close wasn't as large to the committee as having the expertise and being on the committee for a longer period of time.
And I appreciate that. And I think that's part of that was the balance I think that city council had to deal with. I'm not going to speak to the council members that were back then, but to me it seems very balanced that they had standing committee members. So you had that balance of both the community that's most impacted and kind of more a larger lens from the whole community. And by the way, it's an advisory committee. At the end of the day, those voices are all heard. You hear our voices, and it's a collaborative process with everyone. But there is no evidence to me whatsoever that's been presented that would have changed, first of all, any outcome in what had happened previously. And minimizing the voices of those that are most impacted, to me, there hasn't been a case made for that. So those are my 2 cents on that. Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Thank you. And thank you for the work, Andrea, because of course you know that this was my new business item that I bought because I wanted us to have this conversation, and I appreciate Councilmember Driscoll recommending that we bring this to a committee of the whole because, again, as just stated by Chair Hanowitz, although this is something that impacts the city-wide, reducing the voices of the community was a major concern for me. So I know you wanted us to talk about the makeup of the committees, but I have a list here, so I'm going to see if I can take my list dealing with the committee and focus on that. So the first thing that comes to me with the standing committee is I'm okay with the 3 and 3. I'm sorry. I'm okay with going to 6. But my recommendation was 2 from the mayor and 4 appointed by city council. Because I did hear council members say we currently only have 4 districts represented in the project. Moving it to 4 city council members, we would have 6. So that was my recommendation. Also in the makeup, in this clause, I'm concerned when we use the word expertise in the community, but I've also heard some knowledge. Those are two different things. Those are completely two different things. And when it comes to using that word expertise, well, who's to determine that? Because you have a degree or because you have the experience? So that was a recommendation that I would like to have removed. And then I would like for it to say, Mayor, City Council consider members when selecting CBAC standing committee members so that it is represented by mission-aligned community advocates and professionals with experience in sustainability and resiliency. And what you have here in front of me, the first time when I read it, it says advocates and professionals in areas such as real estate. You're telling people where to go. Affordable housing, business, labor, workforce, equity, and sustainability and resiliency. Those are listed last. If I see options where I think I have to choose people from different categories, to me that's limiting the community voice. If we stop at community advocates and professionals and not tell people what areas to select them from, you open up some knowledge for the community to continue to have that voice. So anything that restricts community involvement and community voices, they may not have a degree, but they may have worked in a certain area for 10, 15, 20 years. So who's to determine that? So that's my 2 cents on the standing committee. I think it should be 2 and 4 because it increased the district representation. Then going to the proposed change, and then again, it was stated, this process didn't fail those 2 projects. It did not, because I said I was on CBAC for both of them. And the issues were, and we're going to go into the ordinance, so let me say that for that, but it had nothing to do with the makeup. Let me just say that. The project committee, okay, Chair Hanowitz kind of beat me to it. Because when you have the standing committee that's actually going to be involved early on in the process, and then it comes to the project committee, well, pretty much it's already been decided before you brought the voices of the community. And by lessening these numbers, 1 from the mayor, 1 from the city council, 1 from, and fortunately today it worked out for us. Because we have, and I can't remember the other gentleman's name, but we have 2 strong new CBAC members that have different perspectives, very different perspectives. So it worked out for us today on that. But to put it in the ordinance, I have an issue with that many numbers of committee members being in the majority over the community. I don't know how we can fix it, but I'm not supportive in the, because I got the memo, I heard all of that too. But my voice is community. My voice is, the different organizations that are not heard are presented at these tables. And so that's where I am. So that's my 2 cents on the makeup of the committees, I think. Yeah, I think the rest of it is the ordinance. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then, and just to kind of go back on the committee, the 4 standing committee members only meet on a project once there's a project along with the project committee members at the same time.
The standing committee members can meet at any time.
They can meet at any time, but on the project specifically, when they're considering a project, they're meeting at the same time. They're not getting information separately.
That's correct.
I just want to make that clear that whenever they're just there, they're ready, they can meet anytime, they can talk about whatever. But when there is a project, that's when they come together with whatever project committee. There could be 2 different projects going on, and then you're going to have those project committee members from one project meet with the standing committee, and if there's another project and it involves other people. And so I just want to make that clear. Okay.
And one thing, if I may, Chair, to Councilmember Fixander's point, and I think it was brought up last time, we totally agree that the process didn't fail. It's not a problem with the process. The only reason why we're bringing this forward is based on the feedback we got from the standing committee members saying, we believe this could go better and here's how.
Right.
It's not because we think it's something like it's a problem. They believe that these recommendations would improve the process, not to say that the process failed or the process is a problem. The standing committee's position is that they were frustrated and they thought that these changes would improve the process based on their lived experience. But I just want to make that clear.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just like everything we do is iterative, so we now have gone through the process twice, and in the CBAC, to Mr. Corbett's point, express these.
Go ahead, Councilmember.
Okay, so in response to that, thank you and thank you. And I appreciate their recommendations, because I know how it is to be on advisory council and not to have anybody hear what your recommendations are. I get that. The only reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is because, again, I've been a part of that process. And when you have a standing committee, they're the first introduction in regards to the community voices. Again, it worked out for us today, but going into it, they're gonna, and to Councilmember Hanaway's point, they will actually get the information before the project committee. It will not be a parallel work with how that happens. That's how it happened before. So I just want to make sure that the standing committee, which actually has I don't know with I'm trying to get into not changing the ordinance in the lineup, as to where they come into it and where to select it. And thank you so much for that chart with how it looks going side by side. That was very, very helpful. So thank you for that, Administrative Corbett. I just want to ensure that the project committee is getting the same information as the standing committee, because as you stated, the standing committee can meet anytime. The project committee can only meet after it has been created. That's my issue, is that they only can convene once they have been created, but the standing committee can meet anytime. They can call a meeting anytime.
Yes.
So if that's not a parallel to me. So thank you for allowing me to answer.
Absolutely. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you for this presentation as a continuation of what started in EWD. I'll reiterate what I said last time regarding the number of and the makeup of the committee. I really have concerns about there not being as many project committee members who are from the surrounding area as there are standing committee members. You have to go back to why we created this in the first place. Why is it called community benefits? This means the community surrounding the project. I understand that there are projects that have impact citywide, but we don't call it the city benefits agreement. It's the community benefits agreement. So we have to stay true to that. That means ensuring that the voice of the community members who are on this committee are at least as strong as the standing members. And I do appreciate and respect the feedback that we got from the CBAC on this, and the rationale being, you have all these new people that come in. They're not new to the community. The standing members have, and I do agree that a consideration should be given for areas of expertise. I think that could be very helpful. I'm really excited that the two members that we have just selected today have deep knowledge of workforce development issues, of environmental issues. That is going to be an incredible asset to everyone on this committee. But you know what's also going to be amazing? The people who are coming from the community that will be most directly impacted by it, because they are right there. The neighbors' voice, their experience, their perspective is just as important as that expertise. When you put those together equally, then you can create really good agreements and really good conversations with a developer to talk about all of that. The standing members can lend their insight and their expertise to the community members to fill in those gaps. The community members on the project committee, or the ad hoc members who are from the community, can lend to the standing committee members what it's like to be in that neighborhood and what it's going to be like if a project moves forward. So there are benefits to having an equal number here. And I feel very strongly about that. I hope we can keep it the way that it is, because I don't think that's a part that was broken. As far as the areas of expertise, I don't know that it needs to be written into the ordinance in order to be followed and considered. It can be something that you always mention when you start to form, or when you start to go through a selection process for committee members. I think it's enough to leave it at that, at least for now. In 2 years and 4 years, when you all look at this again, you may decide that something needs to be written in there, but for now, I think it's enough just for us to be mindful of that. As far as the committee makeup, that's all I have to say. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councilmember Gabbard and Vice Chair Floyd afterwards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to ask, maybe I'll first start just with like a legal logistical question. So I pulled up the original resolution for the creation of the standing committee. Well, it creates both. And I just wanted to be clear that, if we were to work on any of this expertise, changing the makeup, any of that, that goes back into a resolution. That is not in the ordinance, correct? Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I'd heard a couple of different words being used interchangeably, so I just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page. And, I mean, listen, I completely agree with my colleagues who have spoken so far. My greatest concern, and it has been since the beginning, is that we created this in ultimately 2021, and we really settled for half of what we wanted to begin with. And I will continue to bring that up, because I think it's very important that there is always other reiterations when we pass these new policies, but those new reiterations are supposed to make things better. They're not supposed to tinker with them to a place where we lose the true intent of what we originally started with. And that, I think, has been my biggest concern ever since we started this conversation. It's why I wanted it brought for all of City Council to ultimately vote on, because I'm just having a really hard time thinking that even what we're being proposed with the standing committee necessarily will make it better. And I've got some concerns about the expertise. I agree. I don't think that needs to be laid out in a resolution. There are very clear areas of impact, and Andrea, you mentioned it in your very first slide, I think. You laid out business equity, workforce equity and development, sustainability and resiliency, affordable and workforce housing, community priorities. When we just made our appointments today, those are exactly what I looked at. And I took into consideration the individuals who I already know are on the committee. And so I was looking for what would fill in the blanks with these areas of impact. That's how I voted. Now, luckily, the two people I put on my piece of paper were the two people that are filling in the blanks now. So I'm very happy about that outcome. But it also appears to me as though that might be what everybody down the table did. We all looked at this and said, this is where we are supposed to be focusing. And I don't know that that needs to be defined, because my concern, and I spoke with legal about this, McCall, I said this to you the other day, like, the way that we define that, I have full confidence in our legal team that you would be able to create a definition that would work for this body. But it's not always going to be this body. It's not always going to be this administration. And so when we lay these things out, we're setting them up for future reiterations of councils and administrations to then go back and go, oh, well, what did they mean exactly? How was that being used? And then they put their own definition behind it. I just have a lot of concern over that. So I would prefer to leave expertise out of this and let this body and the administration do the work to ensure that we cover those areas of impact. Now, as far as the individuals for the project committee And even, you know, calling it the project committee, it used to be called the ad hoc. That's what's in the resolution, right? Now we're calling it the project committee, which is fine, semantics. But I just really think that it's important that we do have that direct influence from individuals, and by creating a larger group in the standing and reducing the number of appointments in the, I'm just going to call it ad hoc because that's what we called it then. I don't think we're getting there. And, you know, Councilmember Fig Sanders did a phenomenal job in serving both of these last two reiterations of this usage. But, I mean, if we're going to narrow it down, if that is the will of the body, to narrow it down and only have a couple of individuals, then I would even recommend that maybe we talk about making sure that the council member that's appointed is from that district. Now, I don't want to go there because I don't like these changes at all. But if that's the way it's going to go, then I would bring that up for consideration, because then at least you have one more voice that is from the affected community and will represent all of that district. So that is just something, if that's the way that we're going to go, that's the way I would like to see it, but I don't even really want to go there. My last question then would be about the terms. So if we were to agree to add more standing members, those terms are 3-year terms, correct? I think that's, I've got it pulled up, but I'm not wearing my glasses right now. They're 3-year, are they staggered?
They were staggered originally. Each
We
new
changed
term, yeah, now they're on the same 3 years, and each new term for standing members would be 3 years.
Okay. I just, you know, we just appointed, and if there were to be changes made, now we would need to appoint new, and now we potentially have a situation where we've got 3-year terms, but they're not even really beginning and ending at the same time. So now we've kind of created a timing complication based on the fact we had to reappoint now. So I kind of go back to, if it's not broke, why are we trying to fix it? If the question begs too many more questions, to me, the question is not the right one we should be asking. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Vice Chair Floyd.
Thanks. I actually don't feel like I need to say very much. My colleagues have covered it. I think the main thing is on the expertise question, I don't want to see that put in there. I think we all look at it and determine based on community involvement of the individuals that apply and their backgrounds. We use that as a consideration. I'm on the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, and there's like a bunch of expertise requirements from the state there, which I think, you know, has a place. But what I've noticed there is that like it's a certain type of person that gets to be on that committee, and they don't necessarily understand the impacts of what they're doing to people who are not the kinds of people on that committee. That's the nicest way I can say it. So although I love and respect that committee, I don't mean to say anything bad. I just think it could be a little more community focused. Anyway, I don't want to see us get into a situation like that. I think we all take people's backgrounds into consideration. And then when it comes to changing the way the committee's done, I actually heard from some committee members. I understand why this might have gotten brought up, especially when you're on a committee and there's a big turnover. Yeah, you have to get people up to speed. But I think that while they might say it's a hindrance, like I think it's kind of the point as well, like is to have fresh eyes and people who are immediately impacted. So I heard some good ideas from my colleagues as to how to maybe change that a little bit, but you know, it's pretty good how it is. So that's the consensus I'm hearing, so I'm just going to leave it there.
Okay.
Thanks.
Is there anything else on this? Sounds like we have a consensus. Okay, so okay, good. So now we move on. That easy for you all. So now we move on to the next part, and we're going to talk a little bit about the ordinance changes that are proposed. I also, there's things that I want to go into that actually, and I see you, Councilmember Fig Sanders. There's also things I want to go into that were not proposed that frankly I think were actually relevant, and there are actual changes to the ordinance that we came up, issues that actually came up in the Hines-Reyes deal where improvements can be made to the ordinance itself. And I want to start this conversation again by asking how these, at least the suggested changes would have changed the outcome either of Moffett or Hines. Because when I look at proposed changes, to me, I'm trying to figure out how would that have changed the outcome at all of whatever they thought was wrong. I know they're trying to improve it or whatever, but the way I see it, for instance, like on Moffett, and the biggest issue on Moffett, to tell you the truth, is we have a community benefits agreement ordinance that does not value or put a value on cancer treatment. That's not in there. It's not in there. And I'm just saying, like, in general, if you think about it broadly, because we have an ordinance, when you look at an ordinance, you're going to look at whatever is in there and what are the issues that we're focusing on. But at the end of the day, that was a critical part that we've heard from our community in terms of how that happened. And this is not to place blame on the committee or on anyone, because there was an ordinance and there are things that you're focusing on, right? And it's prescribed by ordinance. But if that was of value, then what changes could be made to the ordinance to ensure that if a project, whatever it could be, it happened to be a cancer center, it could be something else that's not included in there, and we're not putting the value on that we should, and we're overvaluing affordable housing and work for all this other stuff. Cancer treatment is as important, and it does bring jobs. So I'm just saying, like, that's the struggle that I have when we're having these conversations about making changes to an ordinance. And then when I look at what they went through, some of the real issues that were the crux of the issues, I think, are not really addressed by these suggested changes. And I hope you understand where I'm getting at in terms of, like, the Moffett deal. And the Hines and Ray's, I will say this. Frankly, I'll be honest with everyone, I don't think that would have changed at the end. And I will just put that out there. The deal was going to be the deal that it was going to be, and I don't think starting it earlier would have changed the outcome on that. So, James.
So two questions. For the first, I think, or the last comment you made, I believe, and I'll have to go back and maybe Andrew or Liga, you can correct me if I'm wrong. I believe there was a change after the TPA Moffett negotiation where we added a language in there that says other benefits as proposed by the developer to allow them to say cancer treatment is a community benefit and we want to use this. And so that language was added. Okay. So that would address, but it was added after
it was
TPA Moffett. But right now, if something like that were to happen again, and let's say it was whatever, it was a workforce development.
Right.
And so they could say, well, that's not a good example, but something that's not in the list.
Right.
They could say, we are providing a community benefit that's not on this list, but here's why it's a community benefit, and we could consider that.
Okay.
That is currently in the language now.
And I want to make that clear, because that was one of the main issues with the Moffett. And then, so now we're left with the next issue, which Hines and Ray's, and how that developed, and maybe some of the shortcomings that people felt, whether it was through process, through the committee, or otherwise, or the agreements. I just want us laser focused, just like we were talking about, how whatever proposed changes are actually going to really improve it.
Yep. And I don't want to speak for the CBAC. Again, these recommendations came from the standing committee. I would tend to agree that changing the makeup would not have changed the outcome. Right. What they expressed, and again, this is what was explained to us, what they expressed is by getting it later on, they didn't have the opportunity to say, hey, let's throw 50 more workforce units in there, because that 50 units would affect land value and all these other things. And had they had the opportunity, again, this is how they explained it, had the opportunity early on before we got into the negotiations to say, we really want 50 more units and we don't care about this other thing, that the developer could have adjusted, maybe taking away something that the community said they weren't interested in and bumped up something that the community said they were interested in. And that's easier to do if you get it earlier on. And that's how they explain potentially how the process may have been different.
Now explain this to me, because we all know that a lot of the times we were rushed through the Hines-Ray's agreement in terms of city council making decisions and pushing the process, and it's all starts going very fast. How, practically speaking, and maybe legal can help me out with this, in terms of involving, because last time when administration or whenever they're negotiating, a lot of times it's confidential negotiations. And at what point, because you have parties that are working through negotiations, at what point is this going to happen? And when does council get involved? Because now CBAC is going to get involved. I'm just trying to understand those dynamics, because you know very well that these negotiations do not just happen in a day. They take a long time. Now you're going to go and insert something else into it. I don't know about the confidentiality stuff, and then bringing city council in. So I'm just curious at how this would work out with these suggested changes, practically speaking, when it involves negotiations.
Practically speaking, by having this discussion early on, where there is no term sheet, there is no deal that's developed, it is a lot easier, because at this point, the developer would be saying, based on our proposal, here is what we're proposing for community benefits. We're proposing these 5 things as community benefits. At that point, they haven't negotiated with the city on whether that is sufficient or we want to move something around. The community has the opportunity to say, we love those 5 things, we love 3 of the 5 things, but we want these other things. We want all of this, none of that. And they would, again, because it would be a discussion, they would make their voices known, but at that point, nothing is in writing.
Right.
And what really takes the long time is how do you actually put into contract to make sure that what you want actually happens.
Right.
So because this is happening before that, I think it is practical, because it would be so early on. At that point, we're not trying to determine how we're going to actually make this work. We're just trying to understand what it is that the community wants. The work later on, which takes longer, is how do we actually put this into a set of agreements and make sure that it happens, and if they don't do it, what happens? That's the thing that takes the most time. And I'm not an attorney, but I think that legal would agree that that's the part. If we try to change something at that point, then it's difficult. Adding suggestions early on,
very early on.
Really easy.
Okay. And so I just want to be clear as to when in the process, because sometimes we get and we're asked for feedback very early on, and you don't even know what you're giving feedback on because you don't know enough information. So that's why I'm curious at how this is going to play out, because sometimes you're so early that it's just, you don't even know. I mean, you're saying things, but you have no idea the exact what it is that's going to be negotiated, what are the issues or anything. So I'm just curious how this is going to work out. So I'm going to hear from council members. Councilmember Fix-Sanders.
Thank you, and thank you for that explanation. And so I am in full agreement about CBAC being in earlier. What I don't agree with, well, I'm not saying I don't agree with. First of all, according to my notes, I want to remove the streamline process, because that takes away some of the community benefits and the obligation of the developer. So why have a CBA if they can pick 2 or 3 things, streamline it, and go straight through the process? That I do want to remove. The community impact report, whatever we want to call it. One of the issues with the Moffitt TPA is when we had the first public town hall or meeting, they had 0 information. It was so unclear. We didn't know where they were going from and what they proposed as community benefits. So the plus of having the CBAC come in early is that the developer is going to have the information before they come and talk to the community. And that was one of the downfalls with that particular project. So having the CBA come in and work in parallel with the information that the city is getting, you're right, Administrator Corbett, it's easier to say we rather have this, we rather have that, instead of CBAC coming later into the process, which is how it has happened in the past. And so I agree about that earlier. You know, if they're there and they're volunteering, and we've gone through all of the gyrations of making sure that we have a substantial CBAC to actually vet these projects, then I think their opinion should be considered. I think everything that they bring to the table should be heard and considered. And then one of the things that I heard in regards to the community impact report is that was the trigger for determining the city contributions. Well, not really. Because once CVAC has gone through and heard what the developers are wanting to bring to the table, and once we come to an agreement where the city is working collaboratively with the CVAC and what that outcome looks like and what it takes to get us there, that's where we determine what tier, what city involvement is, because now you've heard both voices. I'm trying to think, what else I have on there? But again, with that being said, what we had before, I think worked, but I think because of the new gyrations of the Moffitt and TPA, that piece, none of these changes will impact it other than the CBAC being involved earlier. I am in total agreement with that because I've sat on these advisory councils before, and there's nothing more discouraging than to have our residents come, volunteer their time, provide their input and their feedback and recommendation for them not to be heard. And so to Chair Henneman's point about when does it come to council, well, of course, it shouldn't come to us until after the term sheet has happened. However, with the CBAC that we have full faith in being a part of the negotiations, and I know they can't be a part of the secret negotiations that's going on, I don't know if there's a process where we can input some of that happenings to the CBAC. Of course, they're not a part of the negotiation process, but do they have to wait until the very end once we get the term sheet in order to be able to give input? Because to me, the CBAC is the crust of what it is that we're trying to change. Everything else, if it's not broke, don't fix it. It wouldn't have happened, especially with the Moffitt TPA one. None of the, well, and especially with the Hines. What I saw, none of these changes would have prevented those, but since we are proposing changes to the CBAC, and I'm not saying that I'm actually supporting changing those either, but I do believe that the CBAC should be considered earlier and their voices should be heard earlier, the ad hoc project committee, whatever we're calling it, because as council members, as it's been stated, we'll get things when the cake is already baked. And it's like either you say yes or either you say no, but then when you look at the unintended consequences of either decision, we have no further impact or input as to what is happening there. So I want to remove the streamline process because you get more community benefits based on the tiers. And also I don't know if everybody received it, but the comment was made last time about the settling for 50% of what was originally presented, and I did receive something with some of those changes because I couldn't remember. I met with Dr. Whitney and also Mr. Harbinger and also Gypsy Gallardo to help remind me, and I don't know if everybody received this, but I did, and I'll be glad to share it if legal says that I can or if the chair says that I can. But I asked for something to be given to me with some of the changes that we asked, some of the things we asked for in the CBA that we did not get. And so I have it, and I don't know if we can circulate it. We're not voting on anything, but this is more informational. And did you all get this?
No, we did not get it.
Okay, well, I will give it to you. You can look at it, you can not. But these are some of the things that we did ask for that we did not get. And that was the whole reasoning for my new business item, is because I wanted to celebrate the successes, but I also wanted us to not forget what we initially asked for and what we settled for. So I'm going to leave that part there as far as the ordinance changes, but I agree with everything that my colleagues have said to this point. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Givens and then Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad we are discussing this, so thank you very much to my colleagues for all your statements that have been expressed. I echo a lot of those sentiments. I will say, for me, I just wonder, are we really addressing the real issue here? Which is, when we talk about community benefits, are we giving away more than we're receiving? What is the community's return on the investment? And so for me, I want to make sure that if we're going to make improvements to the process or the agreement itself, I just want to make sure that it has some real teeth. So I think it was you, Mr. Corbett, who said something earlier about how do we put all these benefits or all these requests into a contract. So this is the first time I've been on this side. Since discussing all this, I watched it all as a member of the community. I've served on standing committees, and I've always wondered, how do we really get what we're asking for? How do we ensure that it's going to be legally binding? Because a lot of times I feel like we check the box, we say we're gonna have these ad hoc committees, and there's never really, and the committee is formed of community members, but there's never really an opportunity for the community to get what they're recommending or what they're asking for. And I know a lot of times, you know, it's very difficult to ensure later on in the conversations, you know, but I think early on in conversations with developers, we should be making sure that there is something that will be legally binding to ensure that the problems are addressed, whether it's inclusion, housing, workforce development, jobs, public land, whatever that may be. My question for legal, I guess, is how do we ensure that, again, if we're making improvements, be it to the agreement or to the process, the benefits that these good folks who are serving, that are requesting, that they are enshrined into law?
So I would say, here's my take on it, council member, that this isn't, first and foremost, it's an advisory committee. And obviously, the advisory committee doesn't bind council, administration, or the developer. That said, if what you are looking for is to ensure in some way, or attempt to ensure, that the recommendations from the committee are making their way into an agreement, to me, that's you exercising your vote and input as a council member. One way to do it would be through some type of additional reporting process, potentially, where you can get the specifics. I mean, you'd already be able to see the minutes, but watch the meeting or get the minutes or ask for some type of report so you can see point by point exactly what they are recommending. Typically, that would already occur. And if you compare that to an agreement and you don't see everything, or the things that are important to you make their way in, to me, that's how you control it, is by not being supportive of the contract because it doesn't adequately reflect what the committee recommended.
Gotcha, I appreciate that. So with all that being said, I want to back up to the Raise-Hines agreement. With the recommendations that were made, it doesn't look like a lot of it entered the agreement. So I would like to, again, give this standing committee more muscles to flex. And I don't know where that will be, how it works itself into the process, but if it's bringing them in earlier, that's what I support. Any other recommendations that are on the table or any other ideas or suggestions, I just want to make sure, again, when people step up and they offer their time to serve and they offer very, very valid recommendations, that they're heard. I get what you're saying, and I appreciate that, legal, that we have our vote and our voice. Thank you. But I want to make sure that the voices are heard as well of these standing committee members. I think Mr. Corbett had something to say. Thank you.
Yep.
Just a couple of things. I didn't want to get too far along, and I'll address them, and just for my own purposes, forget. So part of what we brought today is to obviously bring forward recommendations from the standing committee, and I appreciate the discussion so far. With the direction on the first portion of it was very clear, and that's easy for us. We don't have to change anything. Councilmember Fig Sanders mentioned another potential change that we haven't talked about, and that part of this discussion today is to understand, are there any other things that council would like us to look at it as it relates to the community benefits agreement. So she mentioned eliminating the streamlined process, and I'd like to, if possible, have some additional discussion on that, because that's the first that I've heard about it. Well, we haven't really discussed it. It's not the first I've heard about it, but we haven't discussed it. So if there's an opportunity, I want to get into that. And then to Councilmember Givens' point, and again, I'm going to defer to legal on this, when he asked about the ability for the committee to flex their muscles, if you will, with the negotiation, and I've experienced this with the Hines raise, it's a back and forth, and no one has the ultimate authority. Someone could say, I want this in there, and the other party could say no, right? So there's an agreement, and I don't know that there's anything that we could do that would force a developer, for example, the penalties, that you have to have penalties at 3, 6, 9, 12, and 15 years. Now, our muscle could be, well, you have no deal. Like, that's one way to do it. But often what happens is there is a give and take till we find a happy medium or balance that we believe, represents the city's interest. And our legal team does an excellent job of protecting the city. And I don't think we could have gotten through that negotiation without having what I believe to be the best legal team around. That being said, though, we weren't able to just demand or say, this is what you're going to do. It is a negotiation. And I don't know if there's anything that we could write that would change that. That's the way, in reality, these things go.
Yes, go ahead.
If I can just respond,
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah.
Corbett, and I get that. That makes complete sense. Obviously, I get that private property rights, but what I'm looking for is for maybe an opportunity for us to stiffen those penalties. If someone does not follow through with what they said they're going to do, then these are our options as city government. That's what I'm looking for, is how can we stiffen those penalties? Thank you.
Thank you. And look, you made a very good point in terms of how do we know what we're getting? Well, you know how we know what we're getting? You read the agreement. And the agreement pretty much tells you what we're getting. And some of the things that I want to talk about at some point, I'll give you an example. Our ordinance says that city participation is based on a city appraisal. It doesn't have a date. How old is the appraisal going to be? 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? We can put here on our city, on that ordinance there, and say, well, no, the appraisal can't be, so many days, so many years. So, I mean, is that a typical thing? Like, how typical is an appraisal, date in an agreement, like where you just say, well, it's going to be no later than 6 months old or something like that?
Yeah, I'd say it's actually similar to what I think the concept that Councilmember Givens mentioned.
Okay.
In my experience, typically, how the scope of it, the type of appraisal, and the timing of the appraisal is usually dictated by council as a condition to, unless the appraisal is this type of appraisal within this time period, then you don't approve the agreement.
That's right.
But certainly, the more specifics related to the appraisal could absolutely be included in the ordinance.
So there are things like, and I had gone through it, and there are things that I brought up that are in the ordinance that were not part of this discussion, or at least part of the presentation, but when I read it, I thought can be clearer, lessons learned, and seeing things from the Heinz rays, well, we can make this language a little stronger and making sure we have an appraisal that's dated by whenever. We had a discussion on sustainability, and I know Sierra Club and others that were concerned about, the standards that were in the agreement, and there was a change made. I had brought up the issue on the agreement that the only word that it said was design. It didn't include the word implement, okay? Our ordinance allowed them to do that agreement that way because the language in the ordinance basically says that they can provide an alternate or equivalent green building standard for LEED Silver, but it doesn't say it has to be equal or greater than. You can add equal or greater than, and now you can ensure that you don't have that issue in the next agreement. And so there are things like that in the ordinance that can actually be solidified to ensure that the issues that we find important, they're going to have more teeth in the agreements. And those are a couple. I have a few more. But I wanted to make sure that I shared that with you, and it was a good point. Councilmember Gabbard.
Thank you, Chair. So it's been a lot discussed so far, so I'm going to try not to be redundant, but I just do want to echo, and I think I said it in EWD as well, that, I certainly think that there is value in this discussion around bringing in the committee earlier. I guess the devil's in the details about how we do that to ensure that when they are brought in, there is not something that's already baked. Like that's what we keep hearing. That's what the standing committee has advised, is that's how they felt. And I think this, if you want to pull this up, the current project timeline and the proposed changes side by side, this is very helpful to organizing all of my thoughts around specifically the impact report, and how it can still fit in here. Because I don't want us to do away with the impact report. Like, it's kind of a hard stop for me. Once you say we're going to do away with that impact report, I don't really hear anything else you say after that, because that just isn't, for me, an option. So I'd like to kind of understand, yes, it has moved up one step, But developer requests public participation in project. For me, I feel like that is where maybe that impact report still comes in. Or city has reasonable expectation of project participation. And I also wrote down the words from an earlier slide, is that a project is under evaluation. So legal, how are those words defined?
Because I'll start off. I mean, I think as indicated, that was an attempt to try to provide some alternative. I will never sit here, as I have said many times before, and say that that term has an exact objective meaning.
Right.
It absolutely has a degree of subjectivity to it. That said, it was a concept in light of what was brought up that we thought was at least worthwhile of consideration, but it's only one idea.
Well, I mean, hanging on to those words in the state that we're in right now with the current reiteration of the historic gas plant, I would say that there is something, quote, under evaluation and, quote, reasonably anticipated. So if those are the words that we're using, I feel like where we're living right now, we should be activating a CBAC. Like, I mean, I don't know. It just, those words, I think, give a lot of interpretation or leave themselves open for interpretation. And so I don't know, without the impact report, I still am just so cautious about these changes that I just don't feel as though, I don't think we're there with when that trigger really is going to be executed that's going to reach the intended outcome.
So thank you so much, Councilmember Gabbard. So this is, again, it's a green line ordinance. So this language of the proposed covered project. So it would be, again, it would have to hit, these three, it would have some framework to it. So the city would have had selected a developer. So the environment we are in right now wouldn't necessarily, mean that we would sit a CBA project committee or ad hoc committee. The city participation in the development is proposed by the developer, and the city is evaluating it. And the city reasonably anticipates that participation value would trigger one of the tiers. So there are some, the proposed covered project, there are some guardrails up to define what that would mean.
So it's an and, not an or. So it has to hit all, if you want to go back to that, it has to hit all three of those?
Correct.
So it's and, not or.
Correct.
Got it. Okay,
And
that answers that
Councilmember,
question.
typically, for just adding one more point, could you get back to the other slide? I mean, I think the reasonably anticipates would be based on the proposal received.
Right.
And any other additional information that would add to that in terms of a calculation. But that's the thing that would stand out to me of what would be the primary basis for determining whether the city reasonably anticipates the participation value meets or exceeds that minimum threshold.
So essentially, with what is being proposed here, with this being an and on all three of these, then essentially the ad hoc committee selection would already be made by that point in time.
Correct.
Okay, I just want to be clear on that. And then back to the conversation, James, I'd love to get into the streamline process since it was brought up already once. I have a note here about it because that's another thing in this proposed project timeline and all of this is there really isn't much mention of the streamline process. So I want to understand with these proposed changes in front of us, where does it fall in? I kind of had to go back and review what happened in 2023 when we made those last changes. And I remember I did ultimately vote for those changes, but the streamline process was the place where I had the greatest heartburn. And Councilmember Fig-Sanders and Councilmember Floyd did not vote for those changes. They narrowly passed. And while we haven't seen those utilized yet, I would love to talk about, like, is there a world in which we do just go ahead and decide to get rid of that today, like knowing that we're in a very different place as a city than I think we were in 2023, I'd be open to talking about that again.
So as well, I would be as well. I would say that so far, no one has looked to take advantage of the streamlined process.
Right.
I personally believe it's because of what's in there. It's beyond, they would prefer to go through the iterative process than to just commit to all these things.
Yeah.
So I think the likelihood that someone would select it is low, but I believe that it's low because the streamlined process is requiring,
So rigorous.
it's requiring more than what most people would be willing to
Which
agree
was the
to.
only reason I was okay with it in 2023.
Right.
Had we not built all of that in there, I would have been a no then on those changes. So I would be very open to that, but I'm just still not there with, does this really bring them in sooner? And I'm definitely not there with getting rid of the impact report. Like, that's
That
a
was-
non-starter.
And so you'll see, and I just pulled this slide back up.
Yeah, yeah.
And that was something that we definitely heard from the EWD committee is, and I'm sure the CB, I mean, I don't want to speak for them, but I'm sure they would, that was a concern that they brought up when we met with them, is they did want something on paper presented to them. So the community benefit impact report as defined in the ordinance does require the city participation value to be enumerated, but we could certainly require a written document, like a precursor document at that first meeting, they're number 2 on the right side, where they would, kind of put all the project specifics, what they're contemplating for community benefits. So there is something on paper for the CBAC to weigh in on at that first, at that first meeting. And I chatted with legal about it this week, and they said that absolutely, we can put a new definition in there. We can still call it a community benefit impact report if we want. We just
Change
have-
what it is.
Change what it is, so that there would still be kind of meat on the bone, if you will, when you get there, with the CBAC, so they have something to look at, understand, the concept of the project, and then they could weigh in on that suite of community benefits if it's something that they really feel the community would like, or if they like to go a different direction, help inform the negotiations.
Got it. All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just want to highlight again, we're talking about when the report is, the city participation value is included, which is based on an appraisal, which we don't have a requirement for a date in our ordinance, which we should. Councilmember Fix Andrews.
Thank you. In the interest of time, and I really do appreciate the conversation, and thank you so much for acknowledging the value of the MBI. I don't know if this is a question for legal or not, because this definitely, obviously, has to continue, this conversation. So based on the new business item that I have, do we just need to send this back to the committee as a work through, or can we do the work through in a cow? What do you think?
No,
Bring
we
it
can
back
do this
here?
here. We can do it
Okay.
here. And also, if there's consensus on the streamline, based on what administration says, we can also deal with it here too.
Okay.
Like
well then-
today.
Well, do I need to make a motion that we can definitely continue this conversation at
You don't
the next
need to.
available? I
You don't need to. You don't need
Okay,
to.
I want to make sure that this does not go away, because I'm not going to let it go away, but I just want to make sure that there's, the opportunity for us to continue this conversation, because I think administration has a whole lot of feedback from us today, that they can bring something back to us, to actually have that conversation, because the streamline piece, the standard process was presented, but the streamline was not. And so I don't know what the makeup of the next presentation would be, but I definitely want and now that you all have the what we wanted and everything that we did not get, to actually review that conversation as well. So if you could gladly oblige my request for another opportunity to continue this discussion at another cow.
Yeah, no, we can continue having the conversation.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes, Councilmember Gabbard.
Between now and then, can administration, would you meet with all of us individually so that we can, continue to talk about, like, you're all going to take this back and come up with some more changes, and then I think it would be beneficial to have some one-on-ones about this, and then that way when you come back, you kind of have already gathered our consensus, and you can bring us something that hopefully we'll be able to talk about and come up with a solution. So, yeah, that would be, I think, preferred.
Okay. Seeing no other hands, I'm going to mention a couple of other things that I saw because we're in the sunshine. I obviously mentioned the appraisal and appraisal dates. in the ordinance. Also, total construction costs, the definition of total construction cost says the city may use any evidence at its disposal to estimate such cost, including but not limited to estimates from developer per square foot approximation methods. I think that's very broad. I think it should either be standard industry costs or sworn cost estimates or independent cost reviews, depending on certain thresholds. This it's loosey-goosey, the language, the total construction cost here. And any evidence, maybe it should be like competent substantial evidence. I mean, it should be not exactly what they give us, but it should have more teeth to it, where there has to be maybe an industry standard or sworn cost estimates from them, not just like, well, it's going to cost us so much. There should be more, and I don't know legal if what I'm asking for, if that is something that can be done legally.
Sure.
Yeah. Just to make sure that whatever numbers we're getting are verifiable. I don't like the streamline, this is part of the streamline process, but if there's not, the affordable housing, the 150,000 per residential unit, I don't like a static number. There should be, like, if that number changes, whether it goes higher or lower, the language should be flexible based on what the market condition is. Because that 150 could go higher. And so it's a static number, and the language should understand what the market is at the time. Let's see here. I mentioned already the LEED Silver standards, where if you're doing something that's equivalent, it should say same or greater than, just to make sure you're getting the same thing. And there were some other notes somewhere, and I could mention those at a one-on-one, but I've covered a few with you in terms of language and making language stronger in the ordinance. Okay? Anything else from the committee today? This has been a great conversation. I hope, administration, you've gotten some of what you wanted and some answers and some direction from 7 council members today. So hopefully we can get something back and have those one-on-ones. And I appreciate everyone for being engaged today. I appreciate all the applicants that came here today and applied for the advisory committee. It is important work, and for those that have served. So thank you all. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
That was a lot.
PCCA, Gibbs High, was high school that was invented because initially black people didn't go much beyond the 6th or 7th grade. And they created it. And then they put this performing arts magnet there. And I remember the first time I went there, just the art in the hallways that was from students, very sophisticated. And I thought, who wouldn't want a job there teaching motivated, talented young people? And obviously you were called because you taught. How long did you teach at Gibbs?
I believe I taught for 9 years, 8 or 9 years. Yeah, a long time. I think teaching at PCCA for those years made me a better artist. Working with young artists and inspiring young artists. But beyond the inspiration, teaching them how to coexist as artists in the community. They did not seek artists who were teachers. First, you didn't have to have a teaching degree to work in the magnet.
I didn't know that.
No, they wanted you to be an artist first. So you came with your artist degree or your art, and then from there, once you were inside, because I didn't have a teaching degree, once you were inside, once you got hired, then they put you through, Pinellas County School District has a phenomenal program so that you could get your teaching license. They wanted all of their educators to be working in the community so that their students had the opportunity to network and with the community members so that it strengthens the school and it also strengthens the community. And I think that was very important. I think it's a pivotal part of the program. I think it's a thing that makes it successful. And then not just the community as in St. Pete or the Southeast region, but our national community too. Because so many of our artists, visual and performing artists, have gone on to do great things. Broadway, LA, and beyond, tours, all those things, yeah.
My name is Shakayla Berthelo, and I am the first to graduate from the Gibbs High School EMT program and get hired on with St. Pete Fire and Rescue. A trailblazer is someone who is a discoverer, a creator, who takes risks. They aren't afraid to put themselves out there, and they're constantly trying to better themselves, not only for personal growth, though, for those around them. They're leading and they're bringing people with them. It's called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school. But the classes that you take your sophomore, junior, and senior year are preparatory classes, kind of set you up for what you're gonna encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world because it set me up for this. Like, it gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so, so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had two pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the two biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely, do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or like struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there. You never know what's gonna happen.
My name is Jeremiah Daniels, and I am the first African-American male salutatorian for the Boca Ciega High School. My definition of a trailblazer is somebody who breaks away from the norm to create their own path. They're not a trend follower, but they set their own trends. And the big thing about it is that not only do they do something new, but what they do is something that allows more people behind them to follow in their steps. Growing up, I would say the trailblazers in my life, I would say Jackie Robinson. When I was growing up, I played baseball, so that was a big part of my life. And knowing the role that Jackie Robinson played, that was obviously a big trailblazer to me. Throughout my 12 years of school, I've had pretty impactful mentors. My Algebra 1 honor teacher, her name was Miss McAlpine. She gave me advice that would be greatly used during my high school career, even when I was back in middle school. And even now, I still keep in touch with her. I would definitely say there probably are some who see me and are inspired. I hope that by me doing just what I do, that I do inspire others. So that way not only they accomplish what I did, but do greater things above what I did. It's a phenomenal opportunity to be able to give the last few words to our graduating class and those in the stands.
Please welcome the first African American male salutatorian in Dover City history, Jeremiah Daniels.
It was a great experience. A little nerve-wracking being on the stage and seeing everybody, but once I did start talking, it all came out pretty smooth, and I'm just glad for the opportunity.
No matter where we go from this point, we must be tenacious.
Obstacles are in your life for you to overcome it. It's down to you to overcome it. There's support everywhere. You just got to know where to look, and they can help you overcome the obstacles so you can do it. It's when you say you can't that you won't.
Like Moneybagg Yo said, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. However it comes, just know that I'm ready. Thank you. Have a great holiday.
So, Bobby, I have heard the origin story of your relationship with Jamie and how that kept you here, but I don't think I've ever heard why you wanted to start the studio.
Well, you know, that's a very good question, but I think it stemmed more from, I mean, somebody told me this years later that Jamie was just trying to find something for me to do because Dave Ellis and myself, we had not fully formed what the studio would be. And Jim was out looking for a building, found this place, and we were calling it a theater, but not necessarily. And I had never run a nonprofit before. I've worked for dozens of them, but I had never run one. And so I think it was a convergence of several things, and we just grew into it being what we now understand to be the studio, which is something David Ellis and myself never did an elevator speech or the one sound bite. It's many things. Lately, people have been calling it St. Petersburg's living room, which sounds nice. It's a home for the visual and performing arts, but it's evolved. But we never had a specific defining, we're gonna do this. It just evolved.
I was really blessed to grow up in a multi-generational family. So my mother and both of my grandmothers were very influential in my life. They were women who were very family-oriented. That commitment extended to the larger community, and that created a very secure and safe environment for me to grow up in.
Most of us growing up in the 80s were latchkey kids. When I started going home after school, Alone was the very first Oprah Winfrey show. And I really looked up to Oprah in the way she was able to talk to people and learn about lives that were things that maybe I didn't see in my own community. Back in small town Louisiana, opened up a whole new world to me.
My childhood was full of family, so my role models were my immediate and extended family members. And while many of them are no longer physically here with us, I still have all of their teachings, the lessons, the love for family, the hard work ethic, laughter and talking that applies to my life now, that I hope my daughters will carry into their lives and hopefully eventually their families.
My mother is definitely the strongest role model in my life. She was the instrumental person in getting us out of Cuba. She taught me the importance of being independent, being resilient, and also as a working mom, she taught me that you could balance a career, family, and God.
I am very hopeful about the future of women leaders in St. Pete. It's very promising.
Already we have women in management positions and in leadership positions.
We have women in some of the places that we've been wanting to be for decades.
There's lots of women in every single role in the city, whether it's police officers, firefighters, and leadership.
The one thing that I love about the female leadership that's in place is that they are making a path for other women to follow.
But we also have a lot of work to do because I think we can diversify that pool of women still.
You have to have people of all walks of life. Everyone brings something different to the table, and it's important to hear all of those perspectives in order to find something that works best for everyone. After all, we're representing a very diverse, very large city now.
Women have such an important role in our culture.
The future of women in St. Pete has never felt brighter.
Mentor a young lady or find a mentor for yourself.
Be sure to honor women in your life.
This month and every month.
want it to be fun. I want people to ask questions like, why are the cows flying? Why does the girl have two faces? All of my artwork, I want to hint at a story that you can fill the blanks in with. My artwork tells my story of navigating femininity, faith, and Latinidad through my painting. Just having something that is gonna live on and that people will stumble upon, like, wow, this really is super cool. I'm Christy. I've always been an artist. It's never really been a choice that I've made.
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, you know, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
Welcome to the City of St. Petersburg City Council meeting. Your elected officials are Mayor Ken Welch, District 1, Copley Gertis, District 2, Brandy Gabbard. District 3, Mike Harding. District 4 and Council Chair Lisette Hanowitz. District 5, Deborah Fig Sanders. District 6, Gina Driscoll. District 7, Corey Gibbons Jr. And District 8 and Council Vice Chair Richie Floyd.
Well, welcome everyone to the April 9th, 2026 City Council meeting. Clerk, I please have a roll call. Here.
Sanders.
Here.
Driscoll.
Here.
Gibbons.
Here.
Floyd. Gertis.
Here.
Gabbard.
Here.
And Harding.
Here.
So today, normally we have an invocation and then we have the Pledge of Allegiance, but today we're going to have an invocation and it's going to be followed by a special presentation of the national anthem. So I'm going to ask you to stand up for the invocation and then please remain standing for the special presentation that's going to be given of the national anthem.
Good evening.
Good evening, Reverend Elizabeth Siplin.
Thank you for inviting me. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you with humble hearts, lifting up the leadership of our city, those entrusted to serve the people of St. Petersburg. Lord, we ask that you would put your hands upon the City of St. Petersburg Council, cover them with wisdom, clarity, and divine guidance in every decision that they make. Father, let unity rise among them. Where there are differences, let there be understanding. Where there is tension, let there be peace. Teach them to lay aside their personal agendas and come together for the greater good of our community that they serve. Let respect and collaboration fill every conversation, every meeting, and every moment within the walls of City Hall. Lord, grant them patience, patience with one another, patience with the process, and patience with the people that they are called to serve. Help them to listen deeply with compassion and to respond with integrity. Remember and remind them that true leadership is rooted not in just in authority, but in service. We pray for wisdom beyond human understanding. Illuminate their minds to see what is just, fair, and necessary. Give them courage to make difficult decisions and the discernment to know what will bring lasting impact and protection for this city. Father, let peace reign, not only within these chambers, but throughout the city of St. Petersburg. God, we ask that you cover this city with protection, strengthen the system that serves the people, and uplift every neighborhood, every family, and every individual who is called this city home. May this council be a reflection of unity, diversity, and strength and collaboration, hope and action, and let their work be effective, their service be honorable, and their legacy be one that brings transformation and trust to our community. In your matchless name, we ask, amen and amen.
Amen. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the
be seated. Thank you, Reverend Sipling, and that wonderful presentation of the national anthem. Council members, we have an agenda. We're going to amend and have the National Barbershop Harmony Day proclamation go first in the awards and presentations, and with that amendment, ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. And seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve the agenda passes unanimously.
Thank you. Clerk, are there any speakers for open forum?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Can you please read the rules?
Absolutely. If you wish to address City Council on subjects other than public hearing or quasi-judicial items listed on the agenda, please sign up with the clerk. Only the individual wishing to speak may sign the open forum sheet. Only city residents, owners of property, business owners in the city, or their employees may speak. All issues discussed under open forum must be limited to issues related to the City of St. Petersburg government. If you are speaking to an item on the agenda, you may only speak once during the open forum or when the item comes up on the agenda. Applause is not permitted except in connection with awards and presentations. In order to provide an opportunity for all citizens to address council, each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak, and after which the microphone will be muted. If you wish to address City Council through the Zoom meeting, you must use the raise hand feature button in the Zoom app or enter *9 on your phone at the time the agenda item is addressed. When it is your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and asked to state your name and address. At the conclusion of your comments or when you reach the 3-minute time limit, you will be muted. All raised hands will be lowered after each agenda item. Regardless of the method of participation used, normal rules apply, including the 3-minute time limit on comments, the requirement that any presentation materials must be submitted in advance of the meeting, and the rules of decorum. If live public comment is disrupted by violations of the rules of decorum, the chair is authorized to accept public comment by alternate means, including by email only, and we have only one speaker, Madam Chair, and that is Bill Hillman. Please go to either podium, state your name, address, or cross street, and you will have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Yes, hello, my name's Bill Hillman, and I'm at 2901 Central and have a couple of other properties at 2828 Central and 2927 Central. And I'm here today to address my concerns about the transit overlay development process itself and the content of it. And as I said, I have 3 properties on Central Avenue that are going to be affected by this. I only learned about this vote that's happening next month in a casual conversation with a real estate broker 2 weeks ago. So, and it's very important to me. I'm surprised that I only found out 2 weeks ago, considering that when somebody wants to install a fence or change their storefront or do something like that, anybody within 400 feet of that property gets a notice and that something's going to happen to the neighborhood. And this is very important, this overlay, more important than a fence or a storefront, and it's meaningful. So I went to the city zoning department last Monday to ask specifically how this is going to affect my properties going forward if this transit-oriented development plan goes through. And they were not able to tell me. They referred me to Adriana Puentes, whom I emailed and called, but didn't get any information back from. So I still don't know what I'm entitled to in terms of development now, and I don't know what I'm going to have if this passes. And it seems like something that I should have information that I should be able to get from the city. I'd also like to add, anecdotally, I've owned my property, one of my properties, since 2003. So I've been fully invested in this area for a long time. And in that time, 26 years, 23 years, only 4 buildings have been built that meet the ordinances right now. And for mixed-use development, commercial and residential. And those 4 buildings have only contributed 23 units, residential units, to the neighborhood, to the Grand Central District on Central Avenue. So this is a very important component, the residential component. Density, I think, hasn't been addressed by in the past 26 years.
Thank you. Your time's up, but the Administrator Gertis, he's going to provide you some information.
Yes, sir, if you could just please sit tight for a minute. I'm trying to get a staff member to come in and get your contact information, and we'll make sure we contact you directly on your properties.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No more speakers, Madam Chair, and none in Zoom.
Great, thank you, Clerk. We close open forum, and now we move to awards and presentations. First up, we have D4. This is going to be presented by Councilmember Gertis, and it's the National Barbershop Harmony Day Proclamation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And let's give Sunshine City Chorus one more round of applause. We were treated with "Can You Feel the Love Tonight" downstairs earlier, and so we got a little taste. And just thank you so much. The Sunshine City Chorus is the St. Petersburg chapter of the Barbershop Harmony Society. Their logo is based on St. Pete's original logo, Mr. Sun. And the original charter for the Sunshine City Chorus started in 1946, which is crazy to think about. The original, and then rechartered in April of 2023. So these guys went a couple of years ago to the state competition. 10 gentlemen went down last May. Last May. Time flies in my world. And so they were the newest and the smallest group and came home with the state championship. Woo! And I know I speak for everybody in this room, but music is food for the soul. It brings so much joy. It brings back memories. It brings back feelings. And these guys are doing it on a daily basis for our community, representing our community outside of it. And I'm just so proud of them, and really just had to recognize them. And I wouldn't have been able to do that without Lance Lubin. Lance is the director of the Sunshine City Chorus. He also is the about to be outgoing president of Eagle Crest neighborhood. He has been the president at Eagle Crest in District 1 for 25 years. And I think we'll give him a round of applause for that too. I can tell you, and I'm sure my dad will attest as well, Lance has been a fierce advocate for the West Side. And I mean that in the true definition of the word. He has protected development on the West Side. He has protected parkland. He has protected his neighborhood fiercely for 25 years. And I want to thank you while we're here, Lance, for your dedicated service to the city of St. Pete. And so it's been a great honor to celebrate the Sunshine City Chorus. And again, Lance, thank you for helping us bring this joy of music to our community. So I'll read the proclamation. Whereas barbershop harmony is a uniquely American art form rooted in community, camaraderie, and the joy of making music together. And whereas National Barbershop Harmony Day is celebrated annually, commemorating the birth of organized barbershop singing on April 11th, 1938, when 26 men gathered for a song fest that sparked a nationwide musical movement. And whereas the historic gathering laid the foundation for what would become a vibrant tradition of a 4-part a cappella harmony, preserve musical heritage while fostering fellowship across generations. And whereas the Sunshine City Chorus exemplifies the enduring spirit of barbershop harmony through its commitment to musical excellence, community engagement, and the promotion of arts. And whereas organizations such as the Sunshine City Chorus enrich our community by bringing people together through song, strengthening cultural connections, and inspiring creativity and collaboration. Now, therefore, I, Councilmember Copley Gertis, on behalf of Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of City of St. Petersburg, do hereby proclaim Saturday, April 11th, 2026, as National Barbershop Harmony Day in St. Petersburg, and encourage our citizens to celebrate the musical tradition and the joy it brings our community. Thank you.
Hey, well, thank you so much. It's you don't have to lower it anymore, but
I was following directions.
oh, okay. Anyhow, we are so delighted to bring this to the city of St. Petersburg, which we love so much, and that's why we named ourselves the Sunshine City Chorus. So. We are always looking for male singers, so if
right,
this
recruit.
looks fun to you, there will be cards in the lobby. So thank you so much, and I just urge all of you to experience the joy that music brings, especially the young people here. Join choruses, join choirs. It will bring you a lifetime of joy, and you'll make some of the best friends you've ever had. Can I hear you say amen? Amen. All right. Thank you so much. Okay.
Just before you leave, we have Councilmember Vice Chair Floyd who wants to say something.
I just wanted to say thank you all for being here today. It was a real treat. Lance, very nice to see you. That's what I would say. I know Copley knows exactly what he's saying when he's hinting at how fiercely you defend your neighborhood. I know exactly what he's getting at.
I'm not sure that's a compliment.
It's a compliment to you, but you know, us up here, maybe not so much.
Well, I can assure you it's the Napoleon complex.
It was lovely to hear you all sing today, and I love music, but I can't sing at all, so I'll just be in the audience for your shows.
That's only because some fifth grade teacher told you shouldn't sing.
Okay.
Everybody can sing.
Yeah. All right, well, I like your optimism, but maybe I'll show you. All right, thank you. Nice to see you all, yeah.
Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you, and thank you all for joining us today and for that beautiful rendition of our national anthem. It made me even more proud to stand and look at our flag while you were singing. It meant a lot. Councilmember Gertis, thank you for being here and reading the proclamation. I want the group to know that it is Councilmember Gertis who always insists that we sing, that City Council sings happy birthday to any council member or staffer who has a birthday coming up. And if you were here to hear that, I assure you, you would not want any of us joining you in your group. However, I do love the invitation that you have out there welcoming others to join you, because we need more of this. We need more music in our hearts, and we need more music in our community. It's really a wonderful reminder of the ways that that we can all lift our voices to make the world better. So thank you for all that you do. You made my day.
Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And thank you so much. I will tell you, Councilmember Gertis said music is food for the soul. It definitely made our hearts smile today, from downstairs when you all sang to now. The day when we were here on city council meetings, sometimes we're dealing with tough issues, and as you know, people aren't always happy with us. But starting a day like that and listening to you all sing really made the day better. So thank you, and thank you for bringing so much joy into the world. Thank you. Okay, next up, we have D2, which is Earth Day Proclamation. And this is going to be presented by Councilmember Gabbard. So we'll take a minute so they can move outside. And those that are here for that proclamation, you can join Councilmember Gabbard at the podium.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm honored, as I think almost every year that I've been on City Council, to have the opportunity to present the Earth Month Proclamation. So happy Earth Month, everyone. Earth Month is a very special celebration. It's celebrated worldwide, and it's a recognition of our beautiful planet and our obligation to be good stewards of her resources. In full disclosure, the reason that I probably love all things environmental is because I was born on Earth Day. It is my birthday, so I feel like I was kind of born for this work, right? So don't really have much of a choice when you're born on Earth Day. So, St. Pete, we benefit so greatly from our environment. It brings us joy, recreation, learning opportunities, chances to engage with nature, economic opportunities for our small business friends that are in the crowd today, and of course, tourism. That list goes on and on for all of the things that we benefit from Mother Nature. And the other thing that I would say that we benefit from is our collaboration with our community partners and with our city team who care so greatly about all of those vital resources. As we continue to strive to be a resilient city, we cannot forget that sustainability should be at the heart of everything that we do. So I'm honored today to be joined by Maven Rogers from our Office of Sustainability and Resiliency, and she has her entire team with her today. I don't want to forget anyone, so I'm only going to name you, Maven, and then you have the opportunity to name everyone else, because I know you have a lot of new team members. So I want to make sure that we introduce everyone. And then I'm also joined today by our friends at the Sierra Club. So thank you all for being with us today. And with that, I will read the proclamation, which reads, whereas the Tampa Bay region is an environmentally rich and ecologically diverse community with an estuary that is valuable and is a productive regional resource. And whereas Earth Day was originally observed on April 22nd, 1970 by more than 20 million Americans, leading to the creation of the United States Environmental Protection Agency and the Federal Clean Air and Clean Water Acts. And whereas the Tampa Bay region faces challenges to protect our environmental resources and quality of life, including basic needs of clean air, pure water, and natural habitats for future generations. And whereas the Tampa Bay area's environmental resources have greatly benefited from the legislative and public awareness generated by the observation of Earth Day. And whereas April 22nd, 2026 is Earth Day, to be celebrated throughout the month of April and in many communities in the Tampa Bay region. Now, therefore, I, Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, on behalf of Kenneth T. Welch, the mayor of the city of St. Petersburg, Florida, do hereby proclaim Wednesday, April 22nd, 2026 as Earth Day in St. Petersburg, and encourage all citizens to commemorate Earth Day by attending community events and by acting both individually and collaboratively to promote a more sustainable and resilient future for St. Petersburg. So we are going to be joined first by Pat Fling with the Sierra Club, who's going to say a few words. And Pat, if you would please share all of the events that you have going on for Sierra Club for Earth Day. I know you have at least two.
Well, I probably can't tell you all the events, but coming up, we have a lunch and learn at the Thrive building where Sierra Club has our local office. So that's coming up in April. I think it's 22nd, yes. And there's several other events that you can find on our website, Suncoast Sierra Club. And we're so thrilled to be here to recognize Earth Day. And thank you for all that you all do to preserve our Earth and to keep St. Petersburg green. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maven Rogers, Sustainability and Resilience Director. Thank you, Councilmember Gabbard, for bringing this important resolution up, our proclamation, sorry. I oftentimes actually forget that Earth Day is here because every day is Earth Day for us. Whether it's our office planting 1,000 trees this year, or it is working on the vulnerability assessment to our critical infrastructure and our sea level rise vulnerabilities, I often tell our staff that we are the scientists that come into community planning planning. And with us going to the dark side of the moon, science has never been more important. So we're very excited. My staff has been growing. I just want to show that commitment from the city of St. Petersburg in sustainability and resilience. One person I'd like to recognize that's not here is Chelsea Freeman, who's our new urban forester and sustainability coordinator. She's actually not here because she's working on a pre and post hurricane analysis for hers, and she's really working very diligently to make that deadline. So I'd like to thank her, and then I'd like to introduce my staff. So we have Casey Evans, who's our resilience coordinator. We have Nicole Shanaville, who's our sustainability and resilience supervisor. And then we have Bruna Martino Pisiacci, and she's our energy management specialist. Bruna is actually in charge of trying to drive down our utility costs. So we're very excited. We're growing our team, and that really it shows the commitment from our council. And I want to really take the opportunity to say thank you, thank you, thank you. It is the pleasure of my life to be serving this city, and you all make it happen because you provide us the budget to do so. So thank you. And keep the money flowing. Thank you.
Well, I just want to say on behalf of City Council, I want to thank all of you for providing your expertise and time on matters that really are important to our city, because frankly, we need subject matter experts in terms of our sustainability issues, our resiliency issues, and I know with some of you I've had those long conversations of what we should be doing and what we can do better, and we can't do it without you, so I appreciate it. And for all you young kids out there who are thinking about careers, they do some really cool work and we need more of them. So thank you. Thank you. Yep. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Gabbard, for the reading of the proclamation. It's very fitting. And I want to thank all of you who joined us, the staff who work day in and day out to make sure that our city stands proudly as a leader in resilience, in sustainability, in environmental stewardship. I also want to give a special thanks to the members of the Sierra Club. When I first ran for office and I had to go through the interview process in hopes of landing that coveted endorsement from the Sierra Club for my election, there were a lot of things that came up that I was not familiar with. And I said at that time, I am going to be counting on you to be a resource for me as I move into this, as I move forward and learn. So I'll be leaning on you all a lot. And I have. And you've been there for me every single time, and I'm not quite done with you yet. I'm going to be contacting you soon on a new thing, and you've never let me down. And I hope most of the time I've been there for you as well, at least. So I hope I've done my small part. You have done a huge part in moving our city forward as a leader on environmental issues, and I appreciate every one of you that's here. And all of the Sierra Club people who are not here right now, I love you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you all for being here. Next up, and by the way, to show you how nimble we are, I made the mistake of calling Earth Day proclamations because I skipped the first one because we had moved something around. So we were going to... and you were ready, and everybody acted like we're doing things the right way, and I had messed up. So D1 is a Small Business Week proclamation, and it's Councilmember Harding who's presenting it. So whoever is here for that item, if they can join Councilmember Harding at the podium.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to thank the mayor for the opportunity. I think he chose me because I have failed at this 3 times over my career, and that is part of it. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit about small business. We don't often think of what small business does for our country. It employs over half of all the people. We normally think about bigger countries or bigger companies, and truthfully, it is more pervasive. If you think about downtown St. Pete, and we want to go eat after work today, you're not going to find a chain to go to. You're not going to find, well, you'll find 2 out of 46 restaurants that are in downtown St. Pete. And don't get me wrong, they have a role, but the heart and soul of a community is normally it's small business. And I will tell you, and this is the important part, that when we think about danger and we think about risk when it comes to you doing a job, You first think of your police force, your fire department, who are going to come rescue you in times of needs. You think about the war fighters who are over in the Middle East protecting the country. You think about the guys that suspended themselves from the trop to try and put that giant roof back on. And there are lots of dangerous jobs, but the risk part, when we think about risk, probably one of the riskiest things that you could do for a living in this country is open a small business. And I'll tell you how you get there. You cash in your 401k, you borrow money from your parents, you take all the savings that you have, you ask your best friends in the world to invest in an idea, and what you get for that is the opportunity to take all the money that's left over at the end of the day, which I can tell you from experience, for me in my last venture was 14 months. And so you spend your time going out and selling the new product that you've invented, and at the end of the day, you don't get to go home and have dinner yet because you have to go back to work and make that product that you just sold that's going to go out tomorrow. And so I greatly appreciate the opportunity that the mayor gave me, and I'm proud to read the proclamation from this city. Whereas the President of the United States has proclaimed National Small Business Week every year since 1963 to highlight the programs and services available to entrepreneurs throughout the U.S. Small Business Administration and other government agencies, and whereas National Small Business Week officially recognizes business owners for their invaluable contributions and unwavering dedication and commitment to economic vitality, and whereas National Small Business Week officially recognizes business owners for their invaluable contributions and unwavering dedication and commitment to economic vitality, and whereas from the neighborhood storefronts that anchor our communities to the innovative startups driving our future, small businesses are the foundation of St. Petersburg's economy, strengthening our local identity and weaving meaningful connections throughout our city. And whereas the city of St. Petersburg is proud to recognize small business and our valued collaborative partners who contribute to their development and growth by providing support and services, and whereas when we support small business, jobs are created and local communities preserve their unique culture. Now, therefore, I, Mike Harding, Councilmember District 3, on behalf of Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of St. Petersburg, Florida, do hereby proclaim May 3rd to May 9th, 2026 as National Small Business Week.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Hanowitz, council members, and esteemed honored businesses and entrepreneurs. I'm going to lift this up just a little bit more. My name is Tracy Smith. I'm the manager and small business liaison at the Greenhouse, and I'm joined today by our city development administrator, James Corbett, manager of economic development, Andrea Falvey, our amazing team at the Greenhouse navigators, economic and workforce development team members, as well as our outstanding colleagues from the St. Pete Chamber, as well as our amazing small businesses who joined us today with their unwavering support. Thank you so much for being here and showing up. I'd also like to thank you, Councilmember Harding, for stepping in as an entrepreneur yourself who supports other entrepreneurs. We see you doing that, so thank you. Additionally, our team extends our appreciation to the entrepreneurial support organizations. We have several of them joining us here today. Thank you so much for your unwavering dedication to the Greenhouse and to our entrepreneurs. You are there every single week, and we appreciate you for that. Thank you. To help our businesses start, grow, and thrive in our local community here at the Greenhouse and beyond. So National Small Business Week provides us with a moment for us to pause and recognize the small businesses that power our St. Petersburg economy. Those who share their talent, their creativity, and expertise in service to all of us each and every day, as Councilmember Harding mentioned. They are our artists, our retailers, our restaurateurs, our tech entrepreneurs, from startups to just beginning their journey, to our legacy businesses, Council Member Driscoll, rooted in history of our city. Our small businesses represent resilience, innovation, and staying power through every challenge, from economic shifts to hurricane seasons and beyond. And so we invite you to join the Greenhouse for a week-long celebration of St. Pete's small businesses during the week of May 4th, featuring a citywide business walk across all 8 city council districts, and that's going to be on Tuesday, May 5th, Cinco de Mayo. So council members, we're inviting you to join us, so more details to follow on that. in recognition of our first Legacy Business honoree at a ribbon cutting. That's going to be on Wednesday, May 6th, and more information to follow on that as well. There'll be curated business capacity workshops during the week of National Small Business Week. And then we'll close out that celebration of National Small Business Week on Friday, May 8th, with a greenhouse, open house, and food truck Friday in partnership with one of our partners, Saturday Shops. And so we thank you all for supporting small businesses today and every day, and we look forward to your continued support of St. Pete's small businesses. And so we look forward to seeing you next month. And again, I want to thank all of you for joining us. And we know it's an interruption in your day, but thank you so much for coming out. Thank you.
Councilmember Givens.
Thank you, and thanks to each of you for taking time out of your day to be here. We know that it could be an interruption to your own businesses, so we appreciate that. There's a lot of hidden pressures that a lot of people don't see when it comes to running your own business. And so I appreciate you all, and special shout out to the greenhouse. Ms. Tracy, there are numerous people who I have sent your way that you have literally held their hand through the process. And I appreciate you, and I see you and your navigators, the work that you all are doing. It's tangible, it's personal, it's agile, and it's tailored specifically to the individual business's needs. Whether it's a lemonade stand or a food truck or a brick and mortar, everybody is somebody. And so I appreciate the chamber and the greenhouse for always being there, our economic development department for your support as well. And I just want to thank you all for always celebrating diversity. I'm looking at diversity right now, and I'm thankful that we live in a city that still prides itself and celebrates that diversity. So thank you so much for what you do. We see you and we appreciate you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here and for everything you do for our city. You know, the city of St. Pete has a fantastic small business community that really supports each other, and I really want to commend our city team that's always there. And like Councilmember Harding, it was mentioned by you, Tracy, you know, he is a small business owner who supports other businesses, and we see a lot of that in their city, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So if you need any resources or you're thinking about starting your business, that's the lady to see right there, Tracy at the greenhouse. So thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we have D3, and this is going to be presented by Councilmember Fig Sanders. It's the Black Maternal Health Week proclamation, and for those who are here for that proclamation, if you can please join her at the podium.
Good afternoon, everyone. While we are here during our awards and in presentation, I think that this is more of an acknowledgement of some of the issues that we as moms, as African American mothers, have had to experience, and that we now have a voice. I think this is the 10th year of the movement, is that we now have a voice because we're being recognized for some of the things that we've had to go through. You would think that the theme this year is rooted in justice and joy. And the birth of a child is supposed to be joyous. We're supposed to celebrate that new life. But unfortunately, this particular acknowledgement is for the Black Maternal Health Week, where so many of our moms lose their lives or the lives of their children, wanting to share the birth of life. So I am so honored to read this proclamation, and who we have with us today is Ms. Kaisha Robinson from Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, the Social Action Chair, who will also bring a few words, as well as Dr. Marshara Foss, for the Program Manager for the Florida Black Maternal Health Initiative. And the proclamation reads, whereas annually during Minority Health Month, April 11th through 17th is recognized nationwide as Black Maternal Health Week to raise awareness and improve desperate birth outcomes among African American and Black mothers and babies. And whereas Black Maternal Health Week is a crucial component to advancing Black maternal health in Florida, where in 2024, Black mothers were 2 times more likely to experience a severe obstetric event, 3.2 times more likely to experience a maternal death, and nearly 2.6 times more likely to have an infant pass away before their first birthday. And whereas each maternal death is a tragedy with devastating impacts on their family, community, and society as a whole, and according to the Florida Maternal Mortality Review Committee, nearly 70% of these deaths were considered preventable. And whereas Tampa Bay Black Maternal Health Week initiative was created as a mechanism to improve Black maternal health outcomes through education, advocacy, and community support through the development of a week-long health campaign, Black Maternal Health Week of Tampa Bay, comprised of several events and a formal recognition, celebration, and acknowledgement of Black maternal health. Now, therefore, I, Councilmember Deborah Figgs Sanders, on behalf of Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of the City of St. Petersburg, do hereby proclaim April 11th through 17th, 2026 as Black Maternal Health Week in St. Petersburg and encourage all women, mothers, parents, and supporters to promote health and justice in their families and communities. Now we'll ask Ms. Kaisha Robinson.
To Mayor Welch and all council members, good afternoon. My name is Kaisha Robinson, and I serve as the Advocate for Social Justice Chairperson for Zeta Upsilon Omega chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, and I'm grateful to accept this proclamation from the City of St. Petersburg because it recognizes the importance of Black maternal health. And as was stated earlier, this is more than just a proclamation. It's a moment to both celebrate, and it's also a call to action. It shines a light on an issue that deserves our fullest of attentions. See, we believe that every mother deserves to be heard, respected, and supported. By raising awareness and advocating for equitable care and educating our community, we move closer to a future where healthy outcomes are the norm and not the exception. It is in that spirit that we welcome the community to join us on Saturday, May 2nd from 10:30 a.m. till 11:30 a.m. at Boyd Hill Nature Preserve for a panel discussion on this very important issue. I want to thank you again to council persons, to staff, and to all council members for standing with us in this mission and for recognizing this very important work that reminds us that change is possible when community comes together. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Mashara Frost, as she mentioned, and I just want to thank you all for having us again this year. I am the program manager for the Florida Black Maternal Health Initiative. I am joined here by my wonderful team, my co-founders, Dr. Ronnie Wilson and Dr. Vicky Dugat, as well as our Director of Operations, Dr. Rachel Logan, as well as our steering committee members, Michelle Grimsley Shindano and Alyssa Bedard. And I just want to say that we co-founded the Florida Black Maternal Health Initiative when we were seeing trends that the racial disparity in maternal and infant outcomes were getting worse and not better. And so we really are acting intentionally to create and draft evidence-based solutions to that are community-rooted to try to address these issues in our community. And so I know that Alyssa has a few words. So Alyssa, if you could please come.
Good afternoon, Mayor Welch, City Council members, and residents of St. Petersburg. My name is Alyssa Bedard. I stand before you today as a native of St. Pete, a mother, a community leader, and most importantly today, a very seasoned doula committing to improving birth and health outcomes for Black birthing people. Thank you for the opportunity to acknowledge and celebrate Black Maternal Health Week, a time that calls for not only recognition, but also for a sense of reflection, accountability, and very intentional action to be taken. Black maternal health is an ongoing public health crisis. It's a human rights issue, and it's a reflection of how deeply inequitable structures have been woven into our systems all across sectors. In the United States, Black women are still 3 to 4 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related causes. Babies are going home without their mamas, husbands without their wives, and mothers without their daughters. Black women are dying preventable deaths because they are not being heard and they are not being held. Here in Florida and across the nation, Black birthing people are more likely to experience health complications during the perinatal period, more likely to have their pain dismissed, and more likely to experience trauma related to their actual birthing experience. And it's important to say clearly, very clearly, that these outcomes are not the result of individual choices or behaviors. They are the direct result of systems barriers, of inequitable access, of unequal access to quality care, of lack of representation and trust within the healthcare system. They are a direct reflection of implicit bias within the healthcare systems, chronic stress from racism, gaps in postpartum support, and policies that have historically overlooked, underserved, and intentionally harmed Black families and Black bodies. So this week is not only about naming the problem, it's about listening to women and listening to families. It's about uplifting and honoring solutions, organizations, and advocates that have already been doing the work, ones here in our community that already exist. People in this city and beyond, Black-led organizations, doulas, midwives, clinicians, advocates who are doing the work every single day to provide culturally congruent care, building trust, educating families, and helping create safe spaces where Black birthing people feel seen, heard, feel safe, and most importantly, feel held during their experience, held during one of the most important and memorable seasons of life. So when we talk about improving birth outcomes, we're talking about listening to these people as part of the solution. We're talking about expanding access to community-based organizations and care. We're talking about listening to voices, not just during this week, but in the decisions that shape our policies here locally, and the decisions that shape our funding, our healthcare systems year-round. We are wanting to ensure that every person, regardless of their zip code, their educational background, where they come from, that they can experience a healthy pregnancy, birth, and postpartum period with dignity, with safety, and with joy. Because as we care for them, we're caring for ourselves and for our city generationally. So proclaiming Black Maternal Health Week is a meaningful step to ensure this happens. It signals to our city, to our residents, that you see this issue and that you're willing to exclusively name it. So on behalf of the Florida Black Maternal Health Initiative, thank you. Thank you for your commitment to equity. Thank you for your commitment to listening. And thank you for your commitment to stay rooted in justice and in joy.
Councilmember Fig-Sanders.
Thank you. I had to come up here so I can push my button. But I want to thank you all for coming and everything that you are doing to bring awareness to them, because I was one of those success stories when it comes down to maternal health. I kept going to the hospital at 29 weeks pregnant saying, I can't breathe. Yes, you can. I cannot. Yes, you can. I end up delivering a baby 11 weeks early and coding twice. And so thank God that I was in a place where I had advocates. Thank God I was in a place where they caught it early. But that's one of the things that we live with on a regular. This isn't something that's made up. This is something that is a reality for so many of our African American mothers and families. So again, I just want to thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for providing the honor for me to read this proclamation, and hopefully we will continue to read this proclamation. But as we read the proclamation and bring more awareness, those numbers will decrease. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, Councilmember Fig-Sanders, for bringing this issue forward, and thank you, ladies, for being present today. I had a dear cousin, Willette Givens McKinney. She was a pharmacist who passed away after childbirth, and she experienced many of these issues that you ladies are talking about today. We lost her very early. And I think about the lives that you all are saving through your advocacy. I thank you so much for using your voice and for shining light on communities that have been traditionally and systemically overlooked and ignored. Thank you for shining light on an issue that sometimes only gets about a week's notice, really. We should be talking about it all the time. So continue advocating, continue educating. I serve on the board of the Next Step Pregnancy Center, so we welcome you. We are one of the best kept secrets on the Deuces. So please come and let's partner and let's do more work together so we can keep saving lives. So thank you all so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Well, every year when this comes up, I love hearing, and I will tell you, Elisa, when you speak, the journey of being a mother, and for those ladies that are there with you, they're so lucky to have you. Because just hearing you speak here, I know that you give them so much support, and I feel it. And so I think they're extremely fortunate to have you as an advocate and have you all ladies as advocates on this issue. And Councilmember Fix-Sanders, you've shared that story before, and every time you share it, look, you know, I will tell you, I mean, that is the scariest moment in a woman's life, you know, when you have a baby and you don't know what's happening or something may not be going well. And I feel for the mothers out there. And then when you look at the data and the information and you fall in categories that you shouldn't be, that's even so much worse. So thank you for bringing light to this issue, for your continued advocacy and your continued education in our community. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Next up, we have our mayor here, Mayor Welch, who's going to be presenting Nikita Johnson Day Proclamation. So everyone here, Nikita, if you can join the mayor, and everyone here that's supporting Nikita, if you can please join him.
Thank you, Madam
Which is everybody in the room. Or if you want to stand by where you are, or behind him, wherever you feel comfortable. Anywhere you find space.
Reed will bring it to you. So, Madam Chair, I learned a while ago that when Charlie Gertis, Councilmember Charlie Gertis, gives you advice, it's usually good advice. And I'd forgotten until today that 7 or 8 years. Yeah, it happens. You forget that. No, I know. He invited me down to the Trop to see these go-kart races. And it was great. They were going so fast around the Trop. Well, that's where I met Nikita. And I'm just so honored today to present the last proclamation to our own hometown hero and racing phenom, Nikita Johnson. Y'all give him a hand. So Nikita is joined by his father, Obi, members of the team. I see Kevin and Kim from Green Cavalry Racing are here as well. We've got, now they have permission to get out of school, but from Thurgood Marshall, students who participated in Team Accelerate as part of the Grand Prix are here as well, and they made these wonderful pins. We're great to have you all here, and I'm really excited about how we integrated STEM into the Grand Prix, and Nikita was a part of that. As we all know, the Grand Prix weekend is always an exciting time in our city. It's a community celebration. It boosts our economy and it showcases our beautiful downtown waterfront to the entire world. And to have one of our own win an internationally televised race in our own city, and to frankly watch him grow, Obi, into a champion and a great young man is truly a blessing. Now, I do want to say, in interest of keeping the peace, for Mayor Love and Councilmember Webb and the other Gulfport folks, he actually lives in Gulfport, but he races in St. Pete. And so we've adopted him and are proud to give him this proclamation. And the proclamation reads, whereas Nikita Andreas Johnson, born in St. Petersburg, Florida, has emerged as a premier talent in international open-wheel racing, demonstrating exceptional skill and precision since the beginning of his racing career at the age of 11. And whereas Nikita has established himself as a history maker by becoming the only driver to win races at all 3 levels of the USF Pro Championships, USF Juniors, USF 2000, and USF Pro 2000, all while holding the record as the youngest winner in each of these categories. And whereas Nikita's 2024 season included finishing as the USF Pro 2000 vice champion with 8 victories and making an historic European debut as the youngest race winner in the British GB3 Championship. And whereas in the 2026 racing season, Nikita took the Indy Next by Firestone Series by storm, securing a victory in his hometown, opening the Grand Prix of St. Petersburg, taking the lead and holding it for all 42 laps. And whereas following the win in St. Petersburg, Nikita secured a dramatic win at Barber Motorsports Park in Alabama, a feat that put Nikita into the history books again, making him tied for the most wins in Indy Next by the age of 18. And he's got a birthday coming up, so maybe we can sing him. It's in May, so maybe we sing him birthday today, council member. And it's propelled him to the lead of the championship standings. And whereas we recognize and commend Nikita Johnson for his unparalleled racing achievements, his dedication to the sport, and his role as a distinguished representative of St. Petersburg, the city of St. Petersburg takes great pride in celebrating our trailblazing hometown hero, Nikita Andreas Johnson. Now, therefore, I, Kenneth T. Welch, Mayor of the City of St. Petersburg, do hereby proclaim Thursday, April 9th, 2026, as Nikita Andreas Johnson Day in St. Petersburg, and urge all residents to join me in celebrating Nikita's contributions to our community and the racing world. Way to go, young man.
I'd like to thank all my friends and family for coming out, Mayor Welch for having me here, and the whole council for everything, and then Kim and Kevin for always doing a great race weekend here in St. Pete every single year. I feel like every time I've been racing, it's been getting better every year. So thank you to the mayor and everybody from the council and Kim and Kevin for it. I mean, I think it's the best race on the calendar. It's our Monte Carlo of the IndyCar circuit. So it's pretty amazing to race it and be the hometown hero. But I can't do this without my parents and all my family friends for always helping me out on the race weekends. It's very hectic. We have probably, 30 interviews that weekend, maybe more. So it's extremely hard, and to have all the support is amazing. Also to have the support from the community is very cool to be able to go downtown and have fans come up to me. So I love that. And then I also want to thank all the kids for coming out during the race weekend. It was pretty cool to go talk about the race cars and try to get the younger generation involved in motorsports, because it's a completely different sport. But just want to thank everybody for having me here, and it's pretty amazing. Thank you.
Councilmember Harding.
Thank you, Chair. Nikita, congratulations. You have impressed me, not today, not in your racing so much as today. You're a young man, and this part where an entire city names a day after you is going to happen a lot more in your career. But when you got up, the only thing you talked about is all the people that you're grateful for. That's the important part. At some point in time, somebody, genetics or God or Mother Nature or whatever, gave you this incredible talent. But standing next to you is the reason that it was developed, right? And you recognize that. It was the blood and sweat and tears and money, lots of money, that your family was willing to invest in you to get you there. And then it was the people like the kids standing behind you that created the fandom. I am very impressed with how you recognize that. Stay humble, stay kind, and don't forget that the important part is right here all the way around you. Congratulations. We're going to hopefully see you, well, if we're not too small of a city, we're going to see you again. You're going to be racing in bigger places. And I speak for all of us when I tell you that we look forward to watching your career. Congrats. Thank you, Chair.
Councilmember Curtis.
Thank you very much, Chair. Councilmember Harding, I couldn't have said it much better. I think what you're seeing here is the microcosm of what makes Nikita's so great. First of all, that's probably the first time he's ever blushed, is when we all got up and gave him a round of applause. I don't think that happens very often in his world, but what you're seeing are family and friends and colleagues and students, and that's what makes Nikita special. Having known him for a good portion of his life, when I'm around him, you don't realize you're around a very high performing athlete. And having been blessed with a life of being around a lot of athletes, that says something. And I just want to thank his parents for their time and their love and their investment, and all of you here supporting him today. It has been so much fun. And I just want to tell one other story. So I'm at the race on Sunday. I've got my kids there. My kids and my wife, but you'll understand why I just said my kids in a second. Nikita wins. Shelly rushes us down the stairwell. That's where I lost Councilmember Gabbard and my wife. And I've got both of my kids by their hands, and thinking that I've got escorts getting me to the winner's circle, and I show up and I'm about 30th in line to all of these people. And that tells you the entire story, is that everybody else was just as excited to get there. And then Nikita walks up, and it's like just another Tuesday. It was incredible. And so to have that experience with my kids and to get to watch that, Nikita, and Nikita's got now my kids right as he's about to go up and get doused with champagne, and it was just awesome. And let me tell you, man, again, Councilmember Harding, we're going to be able to watch this for a long time. And we're really excited to do it, and I hope we keep celebrating it with you. And just thank you so much for being the example of what I hope my kids are like when they're in front of a group like this. Thank you very much, man. Congratulations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you. Congratulations again, Nikita. When I think about birthday presents, I don't think it can get any better than this, right? You got a day now in your honor. And so to your parents, I just want to say congratulations. I had the honor of meeting your lovely mom, Alicia, downstairs. And I know what it's like to have great supportive family members. So I just want you to know that wherever you go, you always have this great support system behind you. In your family and all these people standing behind you, and in us as well. So wherever you go, know that we are the wind beneath your wings. We're supporting you as you fly, because the sky is the limit. And I'm looking at all those young people standing behind you. Go Thurgood Marshall. And I'm just thinking, in addition to Councilmember Gerda's kids, you have so many young people that are looking up to you. So keep setting the tone. Keep being a great example to all of these other young people that are going to come behind you. You are a role model. If you don't know it yet, you're a hero to a lot of kids. So keep shining. You're a superstar. Congratulations. Thank you, Chair.
So, Nikita, I just want to say real quick, I mean, first of all, my colleagues and the mayor have said everything that needs to be said. You make our city proud. The one thing I want to add is you get the wins, but you've earned this respect that you get here. And it's very clear from the people behind you and from the dais and from the mayor. So thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on, give them a minute so they can make their way out of chambers. And the next item we have is a presentation, and it is by St. Petersburg Aquatics. And Mr. Kurtz, Paul Kurtz is here. So we'll give them a moment to make their way out.
All the swimmers from there that used to kick my ass.
And then if they can just also move downstairs, because I know they're going to want to chat.
Hey, old man, see ya. Yeah, that's right. That's more true.
Paul, how are you doing?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Who knew all you had to do was talk about swimming to clear the room? It was easy. So, my name is Paul Kurtz. I live at 910 31st Terrace Northeast, 33704. I'm on the board of St. Petersburg Aquatics, and we're pleased to be here today. I want to thank the council for the invitation to be here and share the story of our great partnership over many years. I say 46 plus, well, we weren't so great at keeping records so long ago, but it's at least 46, I can tell you that. I'd like to start with a little history and maybe some background on the club, just to help you understand a little bit about our culture. The nonprofit was established back in 1980. The records go back a little bit further, but 80 for sure is when we started. Our mission has been to provide affordable, competitive swimming programs and a safe, healthy, and positive environment. The third bullet I really want to highlight too, because that's kind of our key. We're volunteer powered. All families are asked to participate in the swim meets, which is the big events for us. Swim meets can be pretty chaotic. A lot of kids running around on the pool deck if you haven't seen one. And if you're running two sides of the pool, you might need 50 plus volunteers to run a swim meet. That's a lot. And the parents have been a big part of that and supported that for many years. And that's been our culture, and that's kind of been our secret. We demand parent involvement, and we get it. Fred Lewis is our head coach. He was hired back in 1988. He can't be here today. He's obviously on the pool deck coaching. He's been with us for 38 plus years. He's missed 2 practices in 38 years. The first was when his mother passed, and the second was when his father passed. That also includes a couple of surgeries that he had in the morning, hobbled onto the pool deck and coached. And he likes to joke that if he's not on the pool deck, he's on the slab. So he's a very committed coach. In 1987, the club was $7,000 in debt. We asked the city for a loan. The city politely declined. We're out of money. What are we going to do? So we leaned on some of our parents. Dr. Jack Pyle gave us a loan for $7,000. It helped that his wife was president of the board, Gail, at the time. 1 year later, we paid back the loan in full and have been in the black ever since. And I think that's a real testament to the club finances, the club culture, with the volunteer, and having Coach Lewis around. And we've been in the black ever since. We've got 3 year-round programs now. First, obviously, started at North Shore, which is our flagship program. About 10 years ago, we added a program at Walter Fuller, and that's been really successful too, and we're really excited to have that program. About 3 years ago, I think the city put in heaters and chillers at McLean, and we were able to add that as a year-round program too, to capture that segment of the city too. So we've got 3 kind of nice places around the city that host our year-round competitive swim programs. In the summertime, the city opens up the neighborhood pools, and we're able to expand that to the summer swim program. Fossil, Lake Vista, Northwest, Shore Acres. The year-round program right now, we're at about 400 between all 3 sites. It goes to about 650 in the summer, depending on the year, depending on the number of swimmers. We estimate that since 1980, we've served over 50,000 young people in the community. So I think that's a pretty big number for a small club. Let's talk about some of the partnership benefits. First is affordability. Swimming is probably one of the most affordable sports that your kids can participate in. We like to boast, or coach likes to boast rather, that he hasn't raised his coaching fee since he started in 1988. It's the same price. That's pretty incredible. Sorry, but that's amazing. So just for reference, if your kid wanted to swim at North Shore Pool or Walter Fuller or McLean, you would pay $55 a month, which I think is extremely reasonable. Now, this doesn't count the meet fees, which are in addition to that. But again, that's a very reasonable fee. We're the cheapest in town, we're the cheapest in the region, and we're the cheapest of all sports. So we make it very accessible. And If you're not able to afford it, we'll help you. We've got some folks on scholarship right now. That's not going to be a barrier to joining our program. Not at all. So that comes to the inclusivity piece. We've been around for a while. We're not going anywhere. We've been here for 46 years, and we hope to be around a while longer. We're very happy to have been partners with the city for this long. It's been a wonderful partnership. In terms of community impact, a couple of years ago when the McLean program started, we saw an opportunity to expand this and to team with Academy Prep. We've invited them to be part of our team now, and we have a lot of their students who come after school and swim on the swim team now. And in fact, the program has kind of grown a little bit too. We've got 3 swimmers next year that will be joining high school teams to swim. So we're really seeing some nice progress there and some good partnership with Academy Prep. The other thing about swimming that's interesting is it's very structured. There's a lot of swimming. They swim 6 days a week. And if you want to swim, some of them even swim in the morning some days too. That's a lot of practice. There's a lot of structure. We also highlight academics as well. You can see up there our Scholastic All-Americans, which is a combination between good grades and really good times too. Good athlete, good scholar. They're going to be Scholastic. I think we've got a dozen up there this year. And we like to think that it just builds healthy habits and water safety, which is obviously a very important piece there. In terms of economic impact, this is something that we're really proud of as well. About 10 years ago, the city hosted some meets, we hosted some meets, but we saw an opportunity maybe to host some more. We have a great facility there. We could do long course, we can do short course, we could do 2 sides of the pool. It's a wonderful facility, absolutely fantastic. So we partnered with the city. We put in money to buy a scoreboard. The scoreboard allowed us to bring in some other meets and to really help to grow those meets there. When we grow that, we grow some of the economic impact that happens downtown. It became wildly popular, and now we hardly travel to any other meets but at North Shore Pool. So it's really nice that we bring everyone here to the community and do that. Well, things break down. It's been 9 years. We need a new scoreboard. So we're so happy with the partnership with the city. We want to buy another scoreboard and put it into that facility. We want to give back to the city. We're just about to spend $120. It's going to be a little bit more than that once you add in permitting and some of the other things too. It's probably be closer to $130. It says $120 on the slide. But we want to give that back to the facility. We've had such a great relationship with the city. It's been such a wonderful partnership. We believe in the city, and we want to continue that as well. So we're actually giving back to the city on this as well. Right now it's in the permitting process. We're, depending on how long that takes, subject for another conversation, we anticipate maybe 45 days on that. So we're pretty excited about that, to have that in probably at the end of May. As I mentioned, the weekend meets are pretty lucrative. A lot of folks coming in from out of town, Tampa, Sarasota, as far away as even Polk County. And that generates business that generates income for local businesses, restaurants, and hotels. The third bullet really speaks to kind of why they come too. Well, you need more than a scoreboard to run a swim meet. There's timing equipment, there's all the technology involved, the starting blocks, all of these things. Well, we're purchasing that too and allowing everyone else to use those as part of their meets. So, for instance, the last couple weeks there's been a big meet in town called the ISCA meet. We had swimmers that participated in that, but that was wildly successful. I think they had, 1,500 kids in one meet. Vinoy was sold out for 2 weeks in a row. Nobody could even think about getting a room there. That's a good problem to have. So this is kind of some of the economic activity that comes with a part of having swim meets. Now the fun part, achievements. Over the years, we've had many, many athletes that have gone on to swim at colleges, get different types of scholarships. Here's a few of those this year that will be graduating. Our athletes continuously are represented at state, national, and even international events all over the world, the Olympic swim trials and the Olympic Games. I believe we've had 23 athletes represented at trials over the years. And it doesn't sound like many, but it's very, very difficult to even qualify for the Olympic trials. You have to set a very high standard. Only 2 swimmers from the trials qualify to go to the Olympics. So if you're the third best swimmer in the world, you might not go to the Olympics because you're third at trials. That's happened before to us. In terms of our very high achievers, Brad Snyder, who's pictured on the left there in the white shirt, he's one of our Olympians, one of our Paralympians. He's pictured next to Bobby Fink there, who's one of our other Olympians, along with Nicole Haslett and Melanie Margalis. 13 gold and 3 silver between them. That's pretty cool. 16 medals from St. Petersburg. Sorry, Mike, that's pretty cool. Hey, I didn't know that. I've been with the club I've been on the board for 10 years. I've been with the club for 14 years. I didn't know we had 16 medals. Thought maybe we have 5 or 10. I didn't know we had 16. That's pretty cool. So we're small, but we're mighty. And we don't toot our own horn a lot. I think our program kind of is a little quieter, and we go about our business and produce great athletes and produce great scholars and produce great members for the community. The last bullet is something that we're very proud of. There's probably 3,000 swim clubs in America, and St. Petersburg, ranked by USA Swimming, is number 21 out of 3,000. So we're within the top 1%, top 0.006% of clubs in the nation. That's pretty amazing too. So again, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here. We're small, but we're mighty. Everybody loves a picture with the Olympians. There's St. Pete finest there. And the lower left-hand corner is one of the Olympians with one of our other little devils, and he got a little tattoo there to look like Caleb Dressel and a couple of our other swimmers at McLean. But we're just very pleased and very grateful to have had this wonderful partnership with the city for so many years, and we really look forward to continuing that partnership for many more. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to say before I turn it over to Councilmember Gertis, I brought this item forward because, number one, I spoke to Paul. He starts telling me all this information, and I'm like, and why isn't this in front of City Council? Because it is loaded, this presentation is loaded with so many things that are happening in our backyard that people don't know about. And the work that St. Petersburg Aquatic does, and the fact that children could get lessons at the price point that you all offer is just truly, it's fantastic. So thank you for your work. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Paul, thanks so much for the
You're welcome.
Presentation. I'm one of your 300 collegiate swimmers, and so I say it all the time. They hear me talk about this all the time. I would not be sitting where I sit if it weren't for partnerships like SPA, partnerships like Northwest Baseball. I mean, Fred scared the crap out of me when I was a kid. He probably still, I haven't seen him in a while, but he probably still scares the crap out of me.
He's still good at it.
Yeah. I mean, I can't say enough about it. And I'm very glad that when I was going through this presentation, when I was first reading it earlier this week, I'm like, are they going to talk about all this stuff they've won? And I finally got to it. You were burying the lead. And it's just incredible. Let me tell you just real quickly, I swam against Brad Snyder for most of my life. He was the same age as I was. He's fast. He lost his sight later in life serving our country. He'd whoop me today. It's incredible. I mean, he went to Northeast, and we both swam similar events, and I asked my coach to switch the events for that meet because I didn't want to get my butt kicked by Snyder. I mean, that's the type of athlete that, frankly, SPA has been turning out for 46 years. I mean, as I was growing up and swimming against, I still have so many friends from swimming across the system, from the different locations, because that's what you did in the summer. Northwest would go swim Fossil Park, and Fossil Park would go swim Lake Vista, and it was awesome because you traveled, which was cool as a little kid. You didn't get to do that very often, even though it wasn't very far. and just the programming, getting to meet that, just the entire community. I have so many friends. I just saw Brad Schaefer, who swam for Northeast on the street yesterday. He swam for Spa for Fred. I feel bad I didn't bring this, first of all. But I hope I'm doing an okay job. This has had such an imprint on me and my family. My dad both my mom and my dad grew up swimming. The brother right under me, we both swam through high school. I was lucky enough to swim and play baseball in college at a D2 school. And it has such an imprint. That time has such an imprint on my family. It's such a big deal. And I hope you hear it from other people. If not, you're hearing it from me. I am so thankful for everything that SPA does, and the partnership with the city, and the partnership with the staff at the pool, because you guys have to intertwine. And I'm really, really thankful for the parents. And I'm glad you brought up the fact of the volunteering about the parents, because so back when they didn't have touchpads, all the parents had to time. It was hand timed, and they write the cards, and a parent would then take the card and they'd go turn in the card, and you had to wait to figure out who won. It wasn't automatic. And that has all changed, but the volunteerism portion of it has not. And I can't tell you how many hours I've slept behind the bleachers at North Shore Pool in between meets. But I'm just so thankful for the whole thing. And just please know, if there's we want to see you here every year celebrating this. And if there's anything I can do, we can do, you have a lot of fans up here. I can tell that without even knowing, because I watched eyeballs up on this screen. So just thank you so much. And I know that was a bunch of different stories, but this is awesome. And just know I'm thankful from a council member, a husband, a father, a brother, and a son that got to grow up doing this. Thank you very much. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming today and giving us this update and helping us to learn just all that the organization does. It's incredible. We have spoken over the years about, it seems every year we have a renewed commitment to doing what we can to make sure that every child in St. Petersburg knows how to swim. You are helping to meet that goal, and that means the world to me. So thank you. Seeing that you have scholarships available, you have discounted programs available, and I know you do a lot of work with our Parks and Recreation Department, and that relationship is key. And it goes both ways. You're helping us, we're helping you, right? And there are lives that are being saved because of that. There's passion being born as well. It's just fantastic. In the presentation, it says you currently have 3 swimmers who are participating on scholarship.
Correct.
How do we turn that into 30? How do we make sure more people know about this, that, we have, is it awareness or is it capacity?
Probably the former.
Uh-huh.
The capacity's there. I mean, right now, the city just put in heaters and chillers at Shore Acres. Maybe that park wants to be a year-round park too. So
Okay.
there is more capacity available.
Okay.
Sometimes transportation might be a barrier. So we saw an opportunity with Academy Prep. They provide the transportation, and we provide the services too. So that was a nice partnership there.
Mhm.
So those little pieces are ones that we're very proud of, and that they're happening. And we hope maybe that will expand.
Yeah, and the way that you look at those pieces and say, all right, if we can get this, and then you find a partner to help make it happen. I hope that the city continues to be one of those partners for you, and that we can help with the resources that you need to help us continue to meet that goal for the children of our community. So thank you. I just Oh, finally, I wanted to say also on May 2nd, I think it is, we have our Water Safety Day at Walter Fuller Pool. Is that something that you all participate in as well?
That's a city initiative right there. However,
I know, but y'all can come.
we're at the pool every day. I mean, so. However, the scoreboard serves a dual purpose. That's a message board for the city. So for the last 9 years, anytime they wanted lifeguards, anytime there's some type of special event, bang, right there.
Yeah.
Great. We get a lot of eyes on that too. So we may have paid for the board, but it's a community asset. Let's get the messages out there. Let's get public safety messages out there. We need lifeguards. Every pool needs lifeguards. Great. Let's show it up there. It's a lot of eyes on it. So
Yeah, well, thank you for maintaining such a strong partnership and sharing the values and goals with us on this.
Yeah.
And I know that the folks that are at our pools, our staff, they appreciate it too. So
yeah, it's been a great partnership. There's a lot of different levels, a lot of different staff, and like I said, it's been a great partnership. We're very pleased and hope it continues for many more years to come.
Me too. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Paul. And is there anyone else that you may want to introduce that's here? I see some people that I think are with you.
We have with us, we have some parents, we have some other board members, we have some masters swimmers, we have some coaches here, so we have a whole host of people here to.
Well, then I
support
want to
us.
also thank them for their support and for staying here throughout the whole meeting with us. We really appreciate everything you do for the organization and for our children. And Paul, thank you for being such a wonderful advocate for the organization and obviously for the children in our city. And I again, please keep those lines of communication open and keep us posted as to what's going on and how we can help.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Next up, we have F2, which is the St. Petersburg Arts Alliance update. And we are lucky to have Helen French, the Executive Director for Arts Alliance. For those that may not be aware, every year we get a nice little update, and we always look forward to it. And I also will point out Tracy Kennard is here also. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chair Hanowitz, for having me. Thank you, council members, for your service to our city. It is a joy to come before you today. Some of you might know that I am also a dancer and an arts educator, so I understand very deeply and personally what community support for arts feels like in my lived life. So stepping into this role as executive director last August came with some big shoes to fill, and I am grateful for the trust that the city that Tracy and Celeste have put into me to lead this organization. Before I dive in, I wanted just to share a few national data points that I think will help contextualize the work that we do here in the City of the Arts. Nearly 80 Americans attended an in-person arts and culture experience event last year. Nationally, the arts and culture represent a $1.2 trillion industry, and that's a larger share of the GDP than transportation, agriculture, or utilities. So here in St. Petersburg, arts attendees spend an average of $48 per person beyond the price of the event that they are going to. And that money goes to meals, parking, food, hotels, and other adjacent experiences. And I think that's an important thing for us to remember, that when people go out and experience art, they're experiencing our city as well in a deep way, and they're paying for it. I'm a family of 4, and I guarantee you I spend more than $48 when I go out. So 30% of arts attendees come from outside the county, and of those, 70 came specifically for that arts event. When hundreds of people come out for Shine or walk into a gallery on Second Saturday Art Walk, that art activity flows into our local economy, and I think we can all feel that happening. For every dollar that the city invests in the St. Petersburg Arts Alliance, I'm proud to say that we generate 10 times that through sponsorships, grants, and community partnerships. And I'd like to just say community partnerships are incredibly important. I would like to just kind of also point out that the St. Petersburg Arts Alliance is a connective tissue. We have these very public-facing programs, but so much of what we do is help connect artists, organizations, businesses, and resources. I joked when I took this job that I feel like the help desk for the arts. My email gets wild. But I think it's important to know that there's so much interest and so much care for what's happening here in the arts community. People are curious, and I'm happy to help. So please send them my way if there's anything that comes up that you feel like Helen can help you. I guarantee you my office and I will work very hard to answer questions and make connections. So Second Saturday Art Walk averages 51 participating galleries each month. Free Museum Day brought an estimated 10,000 people through the 9 participating museums. But I would like to point out that our city currently has 13 museums. And since 1965, when the MFA opened, we have grown to have 12 more museums. That's quite an amazing growth in that, 60 years, to think that we are really a city that has that many museums. Performing Arts Month featured over 45 events, and in 2025, we distributed approximately 5,000 of our arts guides. I've printed more for 2026, and I brought some for you that we can distribute, and they'll be given out through the city. Our grants program, we've been able to invest over $126,000 towards local artists and creative projects since the program began. And this past year in 2025, $50,000 supported 12 artists across all 6 disciplines. We had 8 established artists and 4 emerging artists participate. And I think it's important to note that emerging artists need our support. They are the next generation of what's coming up here. And I say emerging, but I don't want you to think young either. You can be an artist as a second-time career, and because you're always usually an artist at heart. I think that hopefully the passion with which you expressed about swimming, every artist I know understands what you were expressing, right? Because we express ourselves through art. So, Muse Awards last year, we had 206 attendees come to celebrate our 7 award winners. This year, I shifted Muse to fall into the fall of 2026. I felt it was important to respond to some other needs in the community and shift that moment until later in the fall. We also convene a performing arts task force, which brings performing artists and arts organizations together monthly to address the unique challenges and opportunities that face that sector. Performing arts is broad and diverse. We have spoken word artists, and then we have theatrical artists, we have dancers, and we have musicians. And so there are some unique needs that different genres inside performing arts, and each of them need, and each of them, so what we work towards is trying to address what those needs are. I need to identify them first. So that is a huge way that we collaborate, and it's also a little bit unseen. But this group has decided to work towards building an all-inclusive, accessible performing arts festival in 2027, which is a huge thing for us to bite off, but I think a very important thing for us to consider as a city and as an arts alliance. How are we making arts accessible and inclusive at every level all the time here in our city? So those are big things for us to accomplish, and I look forward to updating you guys on that particular initiative as it moves forward. I did update you at the Committee of the Whole about our Shine Mural Festival, and I'm going to try to, did I go the wrong way?
He's gonna.
Thank you. I appreciate your help with that. Perfect. So, as you all know, Shine made an intentional shift to be all local this past year. We had 16 local St. Petersburg artists, 19 new murals across the city, and this was a deliberate turn to celebrate the talent that lives here in St. Pete. It is estimated that attendance was at about 12,000 attendees. We had over 176,000 viewers reached through social media platforms, 18 media features, including 2 television segments. And I will say I've done about 4 interviews around Shine for national magazines, including Allegiant, which put it in there. If you fly Allegiant this month, you'll see us in there, you'll see our city. And it's always an honor when I get to talk about the City of the Arts and the Sunshine City. So just know that our city and our city's walls are out there. They're being advertised across the world. Shine 2026 planning is already underway. We are looking at dates in late October or early November. I personally would love to move us out of hurricane season as much as we can, but there's so much happening in our city. I'm also balancing those dates with what else is going on. It is our intention to include local, national, and international talent. The Sunshine City is an amazing host for visitors, and so it is lovely when we can bring people into our city and show them all the beauty that we have to offer while they participate by sharing their artistic talents on our walls. You all already have the Shine 10th anniversary book, but it is still selling well, and I love when developers or business owners tell me that they've shared it with people because it shows off the story of our city, and it really does tell a story of our people and our growth. So that's just something that I want us to sell out soon, but I'm delighted that they're getting out into the hands of our community and beyond. So arts education is an important component of what St. Petersburg Arts Alliance does, and it's a very personal one for me. I would not be standing here today in front of you without the training I received here in St. Petersburg, as well as in the Pinellas County Public School System. There is a program we have called Arts for Complete Education. This ACE committee is made up of educators, artists, business leaders, and organizations that work together to advocate for arts education as a fundamental component in every child's education. It completes their education. The work of ACE directly impacts 93,000 school children on an annual basis here in Pinellas County. And just last week, we held the ACE Principals Appreciation Breakfast. And you guys might think, like, breakfast? Okay, what is this about? But it is one of the best days when school children from different arts programs come and either sing, they share what's happening, their artwork is shown on the walls. Some of you might have attended. It is one of those feel-good days that just starts your day off right. Like, we just heard the Sunshine City Chorus, and all of us in this room, I think, felt how we changed when we participated in art. So imagine a room full of principals being celebrated by the arts in our community. And this way of celebrating them is just to say thank you for keeping arts in between your walls every single year. Funding Futures is another program that we have that supports young creatives ages 10 to 17, and it helps them access summer arts experiences. We've given out over $45,000 in scholarships since 2017, and applications are open now through the end of April. So if you know a young creative or artist in your district or an arts organization that would like some help, we do have funds to help make things come together. So it is a needs-based situation, so we really want to make sure that we are getting the funds where it's needed most. And you can always reach out to me if you have questions about that program. So what's ahead? There's a lot happening in our community, and one of the collaborations that I am proud to be part of is involved with Visit St. Pete Clearwater, Creative Pinellas, and the Clearwater Arts Alliance. There is a art cultural tourism grant program that launched on Monday. This program was unanimously approved by the Pinellas County Board of Commissioners last month, and it's an opportunity for St. Petersburg's arts and arts organizations to present something that would be an artistic experience in the fall. I am proud to help support our city's artists get access to this money to put on something that would be amazing to help them grow. This is a pilot year of this program, so stay tuned for ways that we can improve it into next year and the successes that we have from this year. As you all know, April is National Poetry Month, and I am delighted to partner with the Office of Arts, Cultural, and Tourism, as well as the city's Poet Laureate, Denzel, for a one-month poetry event all across the city. I don't know if you have received a lineup. Have they received a lineup? Perfect. But there are, I believe, over 20 events happening this month that focus on poetry. There's something for everyone, I guarantee you. So I hope you will take time to go out and experience that. And then Second Saturday Art Walk is this Saturday. So if you have an extra $48, you could go out. You could go out for free and then spend that $48 in our community, please. But the galleries will be open from 5 to 9, and I hope that you will go out and see something. This is a really exciting time in our community right now. The season we're in with everything that's happening, and the arts community is coming out in just gangbusters with what's happening. So in closing, at the Committee of the Whole earlier this year, I said that St. Petersburg is a city hugged by art. We have over 800 murals, 13 museums, more than 50 galleries, and hundreds of performing arts events that happen each year. We really, really are a city of the arts. everything that the St. Petersburg Arts Alliance does is in service of that. We are honored to work with you and partner in this work, and I'm grateful for the council's support, for the mayor's support, and for the support that comes from Celeste and Tracy. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. So I want to say, first of all, since you've come on board, you've been so proactive. And I know that because you've been reaching out to council members, which I think is fantastic, especially when Shine was, getting off the ground and reaching out, like, what can we do in a mural in our community? And just, I wanted to say in public, really appreciate that. And you all really worked hard. There was one mural here, it's in my district, the We Are St. Pete, that's at LMCU. They're in the corner of 22nd and 4th Street. And you all made that happen and worked collaboratively reached out to the bank, and they did a great job with the artists and promoting the work. And it just kind of shows like how a program like that can be expanded and work with like the businesses and the community and make sure that you get this wonderful art in our community and spread it through the city. Because that was the one thing you said when you're meeting. It's like, we want to make sure it's not just in downtown or the center, but we want to make sure we can go as far out as what we can and hit all the districts. So I just want to say, first of all, I really appreciate how much effort you have put into that and making sure that you're fulfilling your role and making sure that you're keeping us updated in everything that you're doing at St. Pete Alliance. So thank you so much.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Hey, Councilmember Driscoll.
Thank you. Helen, thanks for coming in today to give this update. It's fantastic. I've been just overjoyed with your leadership since you joined the organization, and I can't thank you enough for taking this on. It's not easy. A couple of things. I do want to thank you for all of the assistance that you and your board have provided as we have been discussing the establishment of the Artist Sustainability Fund. Thanks to you and the work of others, including Tracy and Celeste, this is moving forward. It's going through the process now to become official, and my hope is that we'll be able to continue to rely on you as we work on what the actual grant program is going to look like, because I believe that you, the St. Pete Arts Alliance, more than anyone else, knows how this funding needs to be allocated and for what, and what the best use is, because this is coming from a place where we really want to have meaningful, positive impact on our local artists. In the meantime, you were, I hope you don't mind me bringing this up, but I want to help demonstrate what kind of work that you do with the artists, because I think some people just don't know. And there's Shine, but there's so much more. If you don't mind, I would love for you to share with everyone how it worked when you were approached by a local developer with a project that they wanted to do that was a little out of the box. And what do you know? They knew to call Helen. And can you tell us what happened?
Sure. I was approached by a developer, and they had a kind of a wild, as you suggested, project and idea. And they asked me, did I think it was feasible? And just like, hey, we love the arts, and we really want to understand this community. And so I met with them, and their idea was wild. And I said, okay, but here's some things I want you to also consider. Artists need to get paid for their work, and they need to be upfront about what's happening. And so this particular, what Councilmember Driscoll is referring to is, I think we know the pink buildings that are downtown. And I think it's important to know that artists get opportunities all the time. And as an organization, I want to help share what those opportunities could be. And so this particular entity came and presented an opportunity. And I thought, artists should know about it. And so I was happy to share what that opportunity was. And, no one can imagine when you get creative people in a room together what's going to happen. And sure, certainly, not every piece of art is everyone's cup of tea, right? I think we can agree on that. But I think that the fact we can have art in our city and the fact that it can manifest itself in many, many different ways is something we should celebrate, because what isn't my cup of tea might be your cup of tea, right? And so that is a component that I think is important. But that kind of connectiveness is what I was referring to a little bit earlier, that things happen, people come to me and ask questions, and if I don't know the answer, I will go and try to find it for them or ask someone else that can help as well. And I think that is an important component of what my work here is as well. So thank you for asking about that.
Yeah, and I want to point out that you're not necessarily representing artists, you're connecting people to them, and you're empowering the artists by saying, no, I'm not going to tell you how much you should pay them. That is their business. They are working artists. That is what they do. You can work out the terms with them.
Absolutely.
And so you really help to elevate the message that this isn't, your organization is not a collection of artists. It's an artist advocacy organization and a resource for the artists, just like the business program, which is one of my favorite things of all time, because many artists are really great at creating their art, but especially at the beginning, they may not know how to run that as a business, the business side of it. Mm-hmm. And you guys just do amazing work in helping to bring both sides of the brain together.
Thank you for saying that. I have to say, Councilmember Harding, when we were talking about small business, I thought those are artists. Artists are small businesses, and that is so true. And we do have an Arts Business Academy, but it is a skill, as you know, and it involves a lot of risk. So I appreciate your proclamation today and the connection to artists can speak for themselves and they can negotiate their terms, and I think that they should, because they are small businesses as well.
Yeah. I would love for this to be continued. A few years ago, we were presented with some great work that was done to create the comprehensive arts strategy. And I know that that's something that wasn't just created and then
it's on my desk.
Shelf.
I read it at least once a week. It's sitting on my desk.
Yeah. So I wonder if there is a time, and I can put in a new business item to have a discussion in committee about this, for you to bring that, show us what's working. I think it's time to look at it and see what needs to be changed or updated. And we can decide together, because the city's got skin in the game on this too.
Yes, you guys were instrumental in helping get that come to life as well.
Yeah, so if it's all right with you, I'd love for you to come back in that forum and just dive into that a little bit more so that we can help each other with that real strategy.
I'd be happy to. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And the other thing I want to say about Helen is she actually reads some of the stuff we do. Like, she read all our priorities, which is fantastic. She, you don't expect everyone to really actually read your budget priorities, but Helen did. So I have a lot of respect for that. Thank you, Helen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Next up, we have new business G1. Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Respectfully requesting a referral to the Youth and Family Services Committee for an update on ARPA-funded programs, including Youth Opportunity Grant programs. This referral is a staff request, and I'm formally submitting this new business item as a method of informing City Council, and I'll move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open the machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item G1 passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next up is G2, which is mine, and it's related to G3. So first of all, I want to thank Councilmember Gertis for being collaborative to actually discuss moving something to BF&T. PSI agenda has been super packed, and we had a conversation for the general obligation bond and the airport in one meeting, and then they wanted to add the marina. That can't happen. It would be too difficult. And so in moving everything around and knowing these are important issues, I just want everyone to understand that what we're trying to do is, if this passes, April 23rd, we'd have a conversation on the marina and the airport The GEO bond, the conversation on the fiscal side of it is going to be FNT on that same day, so we can have those conversations, which allows us to then, on May 14th, have the second conversation of GEO bond, which has to do with the marketing aspect and all that, and the crane conversation. And it looks like in June 11th, we can have AMI. So we are trying to pack as much as we can, and we've been able to accommodate some of the administration requests on some of these items that have come forward that have been added recently. So with that being said, the first one is respectfully requesting a referral to PSNI for an update on the progressive design build process for the redevelopment of the municipal marina, including project timeline and phasing. This referral is a staff request, and I'm formally submitting this new business item as a method of informing City Council.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open machine for voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item G2 passes unanimously.
The next one is respectfully requesting a referral to BF&T for a discussion of the general obligation bond, including potential projects and referendum language. Please note that this request is not a duplicative of the existing PSI committee referral item. Rather, this referral serves to alleviate some of the scheduling constraints among the city council committees.
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, if you can open machine of voting. Council members, please enter your votes. Seeing that all present council members have voted, clerk, please tally and announce the vote.
Madam Chair, the motion to approve agenda item G3 passes unanimously.
Clerk, we have open forum. It looks like we have someone signing up. Do we have anyone else online?
No one online.
Okay.
It's a consolation, but not.
I know, I can tell.
Should be on.
Can you turn on the closed mic? Say PTV, can you turn on the closed mic? Madam Chair, we do have one speaker, Perry G. Washington. Please go to either podium, state your name, address, or cross street, and you have 3 minutes to address City Council.
Thank you. I understand you've asked for accommodation.
I demand accommodation.
That's okay. We've given you the accommodation. The clerk is giving you.
I demand.
Can you please state your name and cross streets, Mr. Washington, Dr. Washington?
Testing. I can't hear, but I can hear it.
We can hear you though, sir.
Doctor, the time already started. What now? What's going on?
Just please reset the clock if. Here you go, sir.
Dr. Perry G. Washington, veteran, United States hero. I have the 3rd highest medal issued by the United States Army. I'm a national hero.
Can you please give your cross streets at this time, sir?
Why do I have to give that?
Because those are our rules, and you know that you've been here before and you've given them.
Well, you know our address. I've given it many times.
Sir, I cannot pretend that I'm going to remember anybody's address. And that's a rule. Can you please give me your address?
My address is 175 North 5th Street North. This very building. I work here. I'm at work right now.
Sir,
I'm a human rights, civil rights activist.
Sir, can you give us your cross streets? It's not this building. No one lives in this building. Can you give us cross streets?
It says work or live. I'm working right now.
Sir, you don't work for the city of St. Petersburg.
I'm a human rights, civil rights activist.
Sir, it's simple. If you can give us cross streets.
You can follow the law, right?
Sir, can you just give us cross streets?
Can you follow the law, yes or no?
Can you give us cross streets? This is not a conversation.
5th Street North and 2nd Avenue.
Sir, this is not a conversation. It's just giving us a cross street so we can listen to what you have to say afterwards.
You're wasting my time.
Sir?
I said 5th Street North and 2nd Avenue.
That works. Thank you.
I did this at least 15 times. You'll waste a whole minute of my time telling me what I can say and what I can't say. I emailed every one of you. I emailed every one of you. Junior, you act like you don't know what the 7th district encompasses. Deborah, you haven't done nothing significant for my people ever since you had that chair. I'm going to make sure I get rid of most of you and my people. Today's word is jackass. Here's the called ass. Look it up. It's not cursing. It's not a jack leg. That's a legal term. A jackass is something totally different. I'm not saying the man is a jackass. But if it walks like one, talks like one, and looks like one, you don't have to like me. I don't care. I was here before you were born. You sitting at that chair because I said so. I'm going to run for mayor. I'm going to change all this. I'm going to show you what the law says.
Thank you, sir. Any other speakers? Okay, we close open forum. Announcements? Any announcements? Councilmember Gertis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we'll wait till May for Nikita's birthday, but it is Councilmember Given's birthday this weekend on Saturday, so we'll go ahead and sing Councilmember Givens a very happy birthday. Happy what?
Not until
Okay. What? Sorry.
Give me next week. Let him have it.
Okay.
They want
No, we don't have.
You have next week.
There's a 0% chance
All right, you know what? I'm speaking out of turn. We don't have another council meeting this month, so we have to sing to Brandy as well.
Huh?
We have one next week.
We'll be here next week.
Next week? Oh, crap. I was thinking, this whole month is getting away from me. No, the other day I was telling someone that today was our last one of the month. And
This show runs again next week.
it's a crazy week. Sorry. All right, well, we're going to sing it again next week.
We're just really eager.
Really eager to sing happy birthday.
Trust me, you
Somehow.
can have it, Councilmember Gabbard. I'm just saying.
Birthday
Somehow you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Corey. Happy birthday to you.
And before I
Thank
start
you, everybody.
any other fights, I'm going to be quiet.
That's very smart. The only thing I'm going to say is my daughter, Anna Sophia, and my legislative aide, Elizabeth, if you don't already know, have started the second annual City Council photo contest. And they're looking for submissions, and I guess they're due today.
They are?
Hold on a second. Is it today? Tomorrow. Tomorrow. I was going to say, that's pretty short notice, although they put signs. So April 10th is Hug Your Pet Day, so which is tomorrow. So hug your pet. So I think they're due tomorrow, or you can check with Elizabeth. So hug your pets when you get home, and then take a photo and send it to Elizabeth. And so if y'all know, last time we looked at the book, there are lots of great photos, and do a really good job and take lots of pride in the photos. And I think it's basically to see cute photos of animals at the end of the day. So anyone, thank you everyone for a wonderful meeting today. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
My name is Lisa Fleming. My business is Dress Up Studio. It's actually a boutique, one of the newest boutiques in downtown St. Pete, on the corner of First Avenue North and 6th Street. I'm from Puerto Rico, and in Puerto Rico, fashion is big. I guess like everything started back with, my parents, right? Like especially my mom. My mom loves fashion, and of course, when she had her 4 kids, like everything kind of like all the attention like turned into us. So I was, early introduced to fashion. I had a passion for it, so I really wanted to have a space where I could find pieces, for any occasion. I was in an environment that was highly dominated by male, and I wanted to obviously, keep it professional, but still be true to myself. And, fashion was that, way to really, be able to have fun. St. Pete is very special in the sense that it truly supports small businesses. And I really feel like when you go out there and you have the opportunity to really engage with other business owners, they're extremely helpful as well. And I think that's incredibly valuable. There's something in here for every single person. They just need to come in and play with us.
My name's Amy DePalma, and I am a nature preserve ranger here at Boyd Hill. The specialty of my job is overseeing the Birds of Prey program. We take in permanently injured, non-releasable birds of prey, and we turn them into avian ambassadors. We take these birds all throughout the county, from the Saturday morning market to schools to assisted living facilities. When you're talking about conservation, sometimes it can be kind of a bore, but when you have a great horned owl sitting on your arm talking about conservation, people are a lot more inclined to listen, to pay attention, especially since these birds have injuries due to human interaction in some way. Conservation efforts in general are really important around the world, but specifically here at Boyd Hill because we do live in one of the most densely populated counties in all of Florida. It's really important to conserve these small parcels of land. All of these birds that we have here live throughout Florida. We also have to worry about their diet and feeding them, so we weigh them almost daily to make sure that their food fluctuates with their body weights. We also have to do medical care, but aside from me, we have 54 volunteers that help make this program run day to day. There's a lot of maintenance that goes along with these birds, and it's a group effort. It's not just me. Step up. Up. No, you want to face everyone, huh? You got an audience. They're just like people. They have good days and bad days. So sometimes when you walk in, they want nothing to do with you, and other times you're walking around the corner and they're chirping and yelling saying, "Come in here and feed me." So it's really, probably one of my favorite parts of the job is just interacting with these birds. Hey, Dance. Yeah, so this is Dancer. He's a red-tailed hawk. He is 19 years old. I mean, I get to spend my day in a nature preserve. So I am surrounded by nature and surrounded by nature-minded people, which really excites me. So interacting with kids and adults and just spreading my passion is really what I love about this job.
Hi, I'm Sarah De La Torre. I'm a firefighter paramedic with St. Petersburg Fire Rescue, and I'm here to talk to you today about being wise with your lithium-ion batteries before, during, and after the storm. So first of all, you want to make sure before the storm that your batteries are fully charged just in case we lose power. You want to make sure that you have good quality batteries, and you want to make sure that they're not damaged, that they're not swollen, leaking, or cracked. You want to make sure that anything with a lithium-ion battery, such as e-bikes, cars, even your power tools, that they're moved up and to higher ground, and preferably that they're out of your home and away from your property. A lot of times when the salt water mixes with these batteries, that's how fires begin, even up to 2 weeks after exposure to the water. Well, during a storm, this could result in a structure fire, and the fire department may not be able to get to you to put that fire out. So it's important to always get that to higher ground and away from your property. Have a plan for your electric operated devices or vehicles. In the event of a battery fire, water will not help, so don't use water. Make sure that you use either a Class B extinguisher or an ABC dry cam extinguisher. As a pro tip, make sure to follow @StPFL for all your up-to-date information before, during, and after a storm.
Well, there were separate facilities. It was total discrimination, really.
It was just a second classness that I wouldn't want to behold be on anyone, because it wasn't humane. It wasn't human.
We African Americans could not eat at the lunch counters. We could not even sit on those green benches downtown. We were not treated equally as the white citizens in this city. In 1963, I was hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department. And when I went to work at the police station, I determined that the police department wasn't totally integrated.
The locker rooms were most definitely segregated. They were put in the corner. Patrol cars that they did have were the old ones, but maybe not in very good shape.
We African American police officers were always assigned to work in the African American neighborhood only. We could only investigate complaints from citizens of color. We could only arrest citizens of color.
You know, you're trying to enforce the law and trying to get respected or be respected, and you know, you're getting disrespected by the people you're working for.
In 1965, there were 15 African American police officers on the St. Petersburg Police Department. That includes 1 sergeant, 2 detectives, and 12 uniform officers.
They wanted equal responsibilities. They wanted to be able to police white neighborhoods like Snell Isle, like the Old Northeast, and they wanted to be able to arrest a white person and take them in without having to have an assist from a white officer.
So we 12 uniform officers started having meetings among ourselves at different one of our homes to discuss the racial attitude that was against us as the police department.
And at one point, finally, I think it might have been Fred Crawford who said, "The heck with it, let's sue them. If they fire us, they fire us." And that's actually where that nickname came from, you know, the Courageous 12, because every one of those guys put their jobs on the line when they decided to sue the city.
On March 31st and April 1st of 1966, we went to federal court in Tampa, and Judge Joseph Lee ruled against us and ruled in favor of the police department in the city. That meant that we had lost the lawsuit. The NAACP agreed to file the appeal for us at no cost. On August 1st, 1968, the appeals court ruled in our favor, and we had won that lawsuit. When we won that lawsuit, we had different assignments. I'm the first African American police officer assigned to work in an all-white neighborhood. It was 100% white. We were very proud and honored because we felt that we accomplished what our mission was set out to be. We were honored at City Hall City Council meeting on September 13, 2007. And they gave us the key to the city and a proclamation. And we really thank the city for what they did for us. I never dreamed that I would see a black chief of police here in St. Petersburg. They have 1 African American chief now, and they had 1 previously black chief before. And it's part of what we was put that lawsuit for.
We want to make sure that when people enter our lobby now, we want to recognize the doors that you walk through are the doors that these Courageous 12 open for minorities here in the St. Petersburg Police Department.
Police department in the city put a plaque in the police station with all our names and our pictures on it, and a narrative let people know what we did to be honored.
I have put into place that every sergeant and lieutenant shall read the lawsuit, and they will be tested on it to make sure they are aware of what happened, so we make sure that never happens again.
What we did help these young men that's come on the force now, that came on the force after.
I look around now, I see deputy chiefs, I see chiefs,
I see majors. It sort of makes you feel good.
That is the first 4 African-American police officers that were hired on the St. Petersburg Police Department in 1949. That's the Courageous 12. When I see these 12 faces together as unity, we was closer, just like brotherhood, that's what I think of. I'm the last one of the Courageous 12 left. And I think about those 11 other officers that are going on, because we were brothers. We were just like brothers. We were so close. And I am going to carry the banner on for those other officers that are going on. But I tell the younger generation to stand up and for what you got and what you believe in, and stand your ground and don't back down. And think about the Courageous 12 as what we did. We stood our ground and we did not back down.
My name is Sylvia Rosario. I am the first Hispanic, Latina, female chief plant operator for the city of St. Petersburg. You don't wake up wanting to be a chief plant operator or a wastewater operator. This is a job that you are either born into, your parents did it, or maybe a family member did it, or it falls out of the sky for you. It fell out of the sky for me. I was a nail tech, and I came to my wastewater interview with beautiful long nails, fancy hair, all the makeup, and the operators and the team behind the table, they looked and they were like, what is she thinking? We sat down, we had a great conversation, they had confidence in me, and it happened. I was like, I don't know if I want to do this. This is crazy. The change is so big. I decided to go for it. I figured, I had 4 sons at the time, and they deserved better. I looked up to my mother. She also was a single mother. We were living in New York, in the Bronx. She went back to Puerto Rico with me, where I went to school, went to high school, some college. I looked up to her, and she was always so proud of anything I did. That was very encouraging to me, to see that no matter what, how simple something I did, she was always a big cheerleader. 2 of my sisters were older than me, and they also were accomplished. So I had that to look up to. So I had a lot of females to look up to. Of course, my favorite color is pink. This is a very male-dominated field. I want to say I've met 4 to 5 females operators. So I always keep my office as girly as I can, because I tell the guys I am part of this team, but I'm still a girl. I'm very proud of what I've done. I'm very proud to work for the city. I'm very proud of what we do. I'm proud of the water we put out. We do it for the environment. We do it for our children, for your children, for our families, for the families out there. You have to be driven in life. There has to be a goal, and there has to be a reason. There will be obstacles, but you have to be the person sitting back figuring out how you're going to approach those obstacles and how you're going to get through them. My definition of a trailblazer is a person that has a vision and can see an opportunity come their way. Just grab onto that goal and know that you have a meaning and a reason, and go for it.
I look at Woodlawn as probably the most neighbor-friendly, kid-friendly neighborhood that I've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood to grow up in. I wish I was a kid growing up in this neighborhood.
It's a real family-oriented community, super close to downtown, and it's just kind of one of those picturesque, nice, quaint little neighborhoods.
I think what was really cool about the neighborhood is it's different compared to a lot of the other neighborhoods where part of it is on a circle. So as soon as we drove in on the neighborhood looking for a house, I just knew that this neighborhood had kind of some extra character to it.
Woodlawn has got a circular style to it, design to it, and you can see from some of these old pictures that there really is a circle or an oval to Woodlawn neighborhood.
My favorite part of the day is driving home. You turn onto our street from MLK and there's beautiful oak trees, blooming crepe myrtles, and then there's a park. We have a park just at the end of our street. So here in Woodlawn, we have 3 public parks within our community.
We use those parks a lot for our garage sale in the fall. There's cookouts that go on in those neighborhood parks, and they become very handy.
And that's where we have all of the holiday events, all of our neighborhood events, potlucks, things like that. But then on the weekends, you can just kind of go out there and hang out. So I've worked out in the park, take my dog to the park. There's a basketball hoop for the neighborhood kids to hang out. Got it!
As the fall and into the winter and into the holiday season, every one of those little pocket parks gets used for certain events.
Christmas caroling going on during Christmas. There's an Easter egg hunt through the neighborhood. Halloween is huge in this neighborhood.
And then Halloween, you forget about it. It is crazy around here.
Woodlawn likes to party.
So, like everything, trees come and go, and a lot of the trees in this neighborhood are laurel oaks, and they've got a time period of about 70 years in their lifespan. And we realized early on that the trees in this neighborhood were going to go away. What we did several years ago as part of a grant is got additional oak trees planted in several of those quadrant parks, just to give a little shade so it's not as hot during the summer. And I would guarantee that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, the folks that are living here in these houses will be looking at those trees, wondering who planted them, and gosh darn it, they got to be getting old. Maybe we need to think about putting some new ones in.
There's so many generations of families here, old houses, new houses, young families, families that have been here for 20 years. But amidst all that, it's just a really cool community feel.
When we saw this house, as scary as it was, we knew it was the house just based on coming into the neighborhood and feeling so welcomed.
And the other interesting thing is about the folks that live in Woodlawn, the majority of them are very passionate about living here.
It's just a very outgoing and nice community.
So Bobby, how has St. Pete's history influenced you as a creative, as an artist?
Well, 2 things. When we still lived in the 1-bedroom apartment, my mother was going off to work. She worked as a domestic. She was taking the bus, and she was leaving out the door, and then she turned around and she said, "You know, Bobby," she called me Bobby. She said, and she put her hand on my face and said, "We must stay in our place." And I didn't even think I understood what she meant. I've later come to understand, she said, he's an inquisitive, investigative child, and he might get into situations he is not equipped to handle. Mm. Growing up in Southern California, it wasn't as quite precious as it was in the South, but my parents are both from the South. And all of my plays, virtually 90% of them, are set in the South, even before I ever set foot in the Southern United States. And I think history informs your granddaddy, your grandmother, your auntie, your uncle, and it informs your parents. And even if they are not from the South. So one of the things that having a creative life, Live Arts Peninsula Foundation, who presented Web City, I was doing Uncle Ben's, a home cooked Negro narrative at American Stage, and they came up to me after one of the performances and said, "We'd like you to write a musical about the Manhattan Casino." In writing that, Bill Leffington and myself interviewed dozens of people, and I learned a lot about the city by interviewing people. Started by Elder Jordan, and there are many stories in the Naked City, and these are 6 of them. And it just started me and dovetailed with me already being interested in history and finding out the particular history of this community.
Talk a little bit about the Vinoy, because it, back in the day, used to be a big, major building in town that would catch people's eye right away, and they'd ask questions about it. What is this thing? The gentleman who built it was Amer Vinoy Lofner, and the story goes, and this goes into the category of lore again, I think, but he and his wife had a place on Beach Drive, right across from where that Vinoy would be built. Mm-hmm. And they were having a party that went on to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And at some point, he bet Walter Hagen, one of the era's foremost golfers, that he couldn't drive a golf ball off the crystal of his watch without breaking the crystal. And he said, if you can do that, then I'm going to build a big hotel over there. It was no big deal for Hagen. He stepped up, whack, 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 3 balls. This was in about 1923, and Lofner was a man of his word. He built that hotel. It took him about 11 months, and I believe it opened on New Year's Eve of 1925. Rui, does that sound right?
It did.
Pablo Mardones. I'm the owner of the Crown Factory here in St. Pete.
I'm Angie Gray. I am the assistant right-hand woman of Pablo.
Yeah. Me and my friend Felipe, we opened this store together. We had this idea that we were kind of tired working like our corporate jobs, although life was very like stable and all that, we wanted just to have something like of our own and kind of like work a little bit more like the life-work balance, in our favor. So we decided to open a restaurant. We are in 57, the corner of 57 and Central. So like we are 1 block away from the Sunrunner, which is pretty cool too. Like before we open, like we didn't know this is gonna happen. We have a stop right here, like less than a block away, and so we are very close to the beach, but not too far from downtown.
I actually quit my corporate job and wanted something more like local, family-friendly, work-life balance, as you said. I submitted my resume to the Crumb Factory, and not even 10 minutes later, Pablo got back to me and was like, "Hey, come in for an interview."
We produce everything here in-house, like...
And you can watch us do
Yeah.
it. Just enjoy coming here and like being part of like this little family local restaurant.
I think we have been very well received.
It's really like kind of laid back. It's not like your stereotypical coffee shop where like people come to work or people come to like sit on their computers all day. Like we do have some customers that do that, but for the most part, everyone's here like they want to socialize. We get a lot of regulars, and like everyone loves bread, everyone loves pastries. So it's great. I've even been out and about in St. Pete, and people have been talking about like the Crumb Factory, and I'm like, I work here. Like this is so exciting.
That's one of my goals. Like I want to be a place that people associate the Crumb Factory with St. Pete. So it's definitely important for us to be really part of the city.
Welcome to Clam Bayou Marine Education Center. This is a place where you can get your feet wet, your mind's engaged, and your heart happy.
This is a marine education center, and we use it for field trips like the one that you're gonna have today.
We're here observing an education program, a partnership with USF St. Pete that gives students in our community the opportunity to learn about our environment, to learn about oceanography, and have really a hands-on experience that many of them have never had before.
Ready? Yeah, let's go!
We're going to be measuring surface temperature, we're going to be measuring fish, looking at plankton, really just seeing all the things that, the nature has for us.
What do you see? What do you notice? A shell. A shell. Okay. A crab. A crab.
We teach science the way we do our science. They're very authentic ways of doing things and measuring the cloud cover or the surface temperature. Students are learning to do that from their classroom setting and then to be the experts by the time they visit Clam Bayou, where they take the same data in a natural, less developed setting and share that data with NASA. And that NASA data is then used by scientists all over the world. So the idea is to begin with teachers. Teachers first become comfortable and become the students, if you will, for a week, a couple weeks before school starts.
We want the teachers to feel comfortable with the things that they are learning so that they can go back to their classroom and equip their students in a way that is hands-on and engaging and that brings a love and curiosity for the environmental stewardship that we have right here at the Clam Bayou.
Partnerships are extremely important when it comes to reaching our youth. We're like the torso, right? Like we have the resources, but we aren't necessarily the arms and the legs. We can distribute the resources and through partnership to the arms and the legs. So that might be our local colleges or our local nonprofits, our businesses. Through the use of their arms, we move things around, and through the use of their legs, we move forward.
I see it moving! Oh yeah, look, there's a cocoa pod.
We were over at the mangroves, and one of my students who never talks in class, I mean, he's just the most quiet kid. He's like shouting out the answer to what detritus is. And I was like, oh my gosh, he's speaking. So I'm like really glad that he got that moment to, be heard and have a voice.
We asked a young man, what do you want to do? He says, I want to be a marine biologist. And that is exactly what we want to see. Kids thinking about their future, finding paths that they can make to be successful, and making sure that we facilitate that progress for them.
I hope that they all leave with some sort of curiosity. They leave with a question. Maybe we didn't answer everything for them, and they have to go on their own and inquire about it. Because no matter what you do in life, having that quizzical nature is necessary and will help you throughout both the lulls and the highs.
Clam Bayou was really fun. First, we went to go learn about plankton, then we went into the water. It was really cool. We caught all sorts of fish, 22 fish to be exact.
Can I hold down? Aw, very sweet.
We just learned about mangroves, how they absorb, and they have some have salt on the back and that you can eat, but you can't eat the front because there's no salt on it. And they also can protect buildings, how if a tornado or hurricanes come, it can protect the buildings.
We looked at microscopes to find plankton, and we got to draw the plankton that we saw. There was these different organisms. It was clear. It was see-through.
I would tell them it's a whole bunch of fishing, a whole bunch of water. I would tell you there's people that will help you. You get to learn a lot of stuff. That's what I would really tell them.
St. Pete, and welcome to the definitive guide for how to be the best resident you can be. A little tip from our Good Neighbor Guide. On this special edition, we will also help you be the most prepared resident you can be. Welcome to our special edition Good Neighbor Guide, coming to you from the City of St. Pete's production studio to talk about something super serious, hurricane season. Here's one thing we can't control, where and when a tropical system will make landfall. But here's what we can control, being prepared. So let's talk about what you should be ready for, before, during, and after a tropical system. Let's start at the beginning. What to do before the storm. Can we roll that before the storm animation? I love that. Right now, even before a storm is approaching, you should sign up for Alert St. Pete. If you haven't heard about it, it's pretty amazing. Also, it's free. You can receive notifications including mandatory evacuations, hurricane information, flooding, and other local emergencies. When it comes to a storm, you've got to have a plan. Prepare your home to weather the storm, know your evacuation zone, and make sure you have an evacuation plan. Stay with family or friends in a non-evacuation zone, in a hotel in a non-evacuation zone, or in one of Pinellas County's public shelters. A disaster supply kit is highly recommended. To learn more about what to include in your supply kit, let's toss it out to our field reporter, Ava.
Thanks, Bianca. When you're in a hurricane's path, a disaster supply kit can make a huge difference. So let's talk a little bit about what items you should consider including in your supply kit.
Wait, Ava, what's happening there? Where are you?
What do you mean?
Well, it's clearly sunny where you are, but it also looks windy and rainy. How is that possible?
Guys, take five. Sorry about that, Bianca. Let's get back to the disaster supply kit. In the event you have to evacuate, a prepared supply kit can make a huge difference. Experts say a basic emergency supply kit can include the following items. You should have enough water and food packed to last you at least 7 days. Additional suggested items include a battery-powered or hand-cranked radio, flashlight, first aid kit, extra batteries, and chargers for all your electronics, cash if possible, and any important documents you may need, and some items to help pass the time. Prescription medications, glasses, infant formula, and diapers, any pet food, and extra water are also good things to consider. Being prepared will keep you one step ahead of the game. Back to you, Bianca.
Good tips to be ready before the storm arrives. Thanks, Ava. Now let's talk about what to do during the storm. You'll hear a lot of talk about tropical storm and hurricane watches and warnings. Being familiar with the difference is important. A watch means the potential exists for severe weather and you should stay informed. Remain ready to move quickly as conditions can change rapidly. But a warning means that severe and disruptive weather is imminent and you should take action immediately. Safety is critical during a storm. Do not walk, swim, or drive through flood waters. If you did not evacuate in time, stay away from windows and take shelter in a small interior room until the storm passes. After the storm, if you did evacuate, do not return home until officials give the all clear. Damage, road closures, and power outages are all possibilities after a storm. So check news reports over the radio or on social media to stay informed. If you encounter an intersection with an inoperable traffic signal, treat it as a four-way stop. Stay clear of any down-powered lines. Report outages to the Mayor's Action Center or your energy provider. And remember, the city has some low-lying areas, so if you see standing water, do not attempt to drive through it. Check the info at the bottom of the screen for ways to contact the Mayor's Action Center. This guide is not all-inclusive. For more thorough information, like checklist, a flood zone map, and other resources, visit stpeprepares.com. And our county's partners website, pinellascounty.org/emergency. A tropical storm or hurricane is a serious matter. If you're prepared, this stuff is so easy, a kid could do it. We all love our city, including our homes, businesses, pets, and neighbors. When a storm approaches, look out for each other. Rescue efforts are most successful when we all keep an eye out for each other. We can all do our part and take care of St. Pete the best we can and follow St. Pete's Good Neighbor Guide.
Today we're celebrating the grand opening of our Sunken Gardens History Center, which is housed in the restored original 1940s entrance building to Turner's Sunken Gardens, one of Florida's last remaining roadside attractions.
Since 1935, Sunken Gardens has been a landmark in St. Petersburg, providing a beautiful oasis in our busy city, a place to relax, enjoy nature and the joy of gardening. What a great decision this was 20 years ago, because as we all know, St. Pete's become a lot more busy in the last 20 years. And so this is quite an oasis for us to have. The city purchased Sunken Gardens in 1999, and thanks to an excellent staff, volunteers, and a really dynamic foundation, today the Gardens is a must-see experience for residents and visitors alike. The historical assets of our city must be preserved and maintained. And that's why this History Center is so important. It honors our past and the early pioneers who paved the way for the Sunken Gardens of today.
Behind me is our new History Center, which we're so excited to have and present to you. And you'll notice in the window we have our founder, George Turner Sr., just as he was in 1940. The Gardens is really a family story. It's a story about the Turners that started with George Sr. and then continued through 3 generations. Today, all of you are part of Sunken Gardens history. All of you are here for this historic moment as Sunken Gardens continues to make history.
This was originally the entrance in 1940. Was about 4 years after they decided to make a go of having an attraction as opposed to selling fruits and vegetables. Over the years, it changed usage. When I was a girl, it was what we called the drink stand. More recently, it's been used as an overnight birdhouse to keep the birds safe. But now it's our new History Center. To see my grandfather in the window, it's icing on the cake. It's like he's there overseeing his garden.
St. Petersburg citizens in 1999 voted to tax themselves to save Sunken Gardens. That almost never happens. So my hope is that people understand the importance of historic sites like this, historic gardens, historic places that really give Florida its character. They're the reason that we want to live here. We need to preserve them, and I really hope people fall in love with it all the more and understand the importance of preserving it.
The Hypatia Collaborative is an organization that has facilitated us meeting different vendors to help us really address things that we really didn't know that we needed to address. They're, I would say, like a community for nonprofits that connects nonprofits together with other nonprofits to help us achieve our goals. I think it's extremely important to have initiatives like this. It's been just game-changing for us. If you're considering getting into the shared services office, you should absolutely do it. If there's a way that this resource could remain something that nonprofits could continually tap into, that would be amazing. Because I feel like it's been a lifeline for us, and I'm sure it would do the same for countless other nonprofits who could use their help.
We are exit here in South St. Pete to serve people that have a hard time, financial burden, and we have the mission of bringing healthcare accessible for all. And we have experiences that a lot of patients in here that had to make decision between they're gonna pay for the medical bills or they're gonna have to pay their light bill. And we want to be that space to fill the gap of the need for this community. When the healing came, we have started seeing a lot of the need, and by that time, we just take action on our own. We just went to Restaurant Depot, grabbed some food, and decide to feed people. Then after that, week after, Milton came. That buried everyone in the ground. So by that time, we feel the urge in that we got hit too, but we can't stop. So the next day after Milton laying on South St. Pete, we start distribution again. We start do the work again. We start serving people again. When we have the drive-through, I was the one that check in. And pretty much everyone that come here, check in, put their name on, they come with tears. And they said that thank you so much that for this opportunity, for this giving, because they seem lost. They seem lost, and they can see the pain, the heartache, the traumas, and all the things that they've gone through that they don't even know what it's gonna look like for them the next day. By that time, we are St. Pete Fund doesn't exit yet. So it's kind of like, I feel like we're on our own, that we have to go through this. But then when the funding have launched, it was quick. That funding come to help us to kind of like put everything back together, put the wall up, seal the roof, restock all the food and supply and the medical supply in here. And that St. Pete Fund has helped us a lot to become who we are today.
When I decided to transition and retire, and you had told me if I ever retire, you would like to throw your hat in the ring. And I said, there is no ring. And then I turned it over to the Board of Trustees, but I did give them this 411. Erica is an intelligent, credentialed person, working artist, but she's an artist. And I think that's important. And whatever degree of difference that is, how an artist approaches the thing, that's what I wanted. And you went through the process, and that's what the board agreed on. The future is always bright, but under your tutelage, it's gonna be delicious.
I thank you for that.
No, because, my generation, the baby boomers, we don't tend to get off the stage. You got to get the hook. Oh, there's always one other thing we can do. And I'm looking forward to that, seeing what's next.
I think we talked about it before, we have the same sentiment about the space and what our job is. My job is to maintain the heartbeat that has already been created in this space. I am not here to alter the heartbeat. I'm here to take this heartbeat and strengthen it and bring a bigger light so that the world can see it as much as I can, and to take that to whatever that next level is.
Well, as I told the Board of Trustees, we're getting an A+ candidate that you would normally have to scour nationally. And then she has the added thing of she knows this community and the community knows her.
I'm walking in the footsteps of a founder of an organization that is beloved, but I know that I gotta try it. And I know that we can do it.
My art style is mixing a little bit of traditional painting methods with like a little urban art flair and bright colors. I think it's a way of expressing yourself to the community, and especially through public art like this, putting a little color into the community. It helps tell a story of the community. It helps have a sense of pride in the area. A lot of us live in the area, so you're contributing to the growth and belonging of your own backyard. We all share things in common, and I try to show that in a fun, colorful way, you know, kind of through a lot of my artwork. My name is Francisco Gonzalez. I go by Frankie G.
The lateral lines are the lines that lead from your house through to the city sewer system. And it's really important for the total functioning of a house. Maintaining an older house takes a little bit of attention. And so because it was a 60-year-old house, I wanted to make sure that I had the most up-to-date improvements that I could make on this house. And so the city lateral line rehab program was that resource for me. It's a pretty simple program. They've made it about as simple as possible, and the city is a great resource to work with. I filled out a form that was sent to me, and then they approved the application and sent me a list of authorized plumbers. Was very happy with the plumber that I chose, and everything took a fairly short period of time, as these things go. I think the city's resiliency infrastructure is a critical piece of quality of life in a city. The lateral line rehab program is one of those very important programs that allow for improvements to take place at a very base level. It's a piece of the overall big pie that I can contribute to through my participation in the city's lateral line rehab program. It makes me feel more comfortable living in my house and not worrying about this portion of the infrastructure of my house.
Moved to St. Pete in 2014. We drove around and walked around different neighborhoods and noticed that they had events, community gatherings, cleanups, signage, cool logos, flags, all kinds of stuff like that. And I thought, I wonder why we don't have that. For the longest time, one of the things that annoyed us was anytime we met locals from St. Pete, one of the first questions they would ask us is, what neighborhood do you live in, right? And so people would say, well, I live in Kenwood, or I live in North Kenwood, or I live in Old Northeast, or Old Southeast. And we would just say, you know, we're that neighborhood north of North Kenwood.
When we were initially looking at this house, on Zillow they had it listed as North Kenwood, which we thought was a bit of a stretch.
A little bit of a chin scratcher.
Yeah, I think they were trying to kind of just jump on the Kenwood bandwagon.
We wanted to have an identity. We wanted to have something that we could be proud of, but also that our neighbors could be proud of together.
We went into this just wanting to organize a neighborhood association, and we didn't realize how much it would change our lives for the better.
About a year ago, I joined up and became part of the core team reviving the neighborhood association, and as part of that, we decided to really start fresh, and we interviewed, asked neighbor input and talked about coming up with a new name.
I started doing some research and realized that we actually did have a name. We were Highland Grove neighborhood. Highland Grove was actually a much larger neighborhood, and we decided to split the neighborhood into two smaller neighborhoods. On the west side of 28th Street, a neighborhood formed called Station View, and on the east side of 28th Street, our neighborhood formed, and our neighbors voted to call it St. Pete Heights.
So St. Pete Heights is an amazing location, actually. It's pretty central. Our big intersections are 30th Ave North and 38th Ave North. We make up a kind of a perfect square in the center there, also from 275 over to 28th Street North.
The more people start to see the name, hear the name, through things like signage, which we're working on now, flags and other merchandise. We just got our branding done by a local St. Pete artist.
I am the guy behind the St. Pete Heights branding project. I work with the committee closely to come up with a new brand identity that represents who they really are. From the beginning of the project, our goal was to create something that can represent the people of the neighborhood. As opposed to when you're working with a business, you're thinking about the customers in mind. In this case, we wanted to represent the community, the people, and some of the things that makes them unique. My job was to find a way to tell their story through a visual identity, through beautiful typography, colors, and something that is able to showcase their passion behind the love for the neighborhood.
People are going to have pride to be in this neighborhood. It's a new neighborhood. People don't necessarily know what St. Pete Heights is, probably never heard of it. Once they start seeing the logo on, signs, flags, shirts, things like that, it'll become more identifiable, and I feel like it'll bring more of a sense of community to the neighborhood.
The more they see these types of things, the more inclined they're going to be to care about their neighborhood and to want to feel invested in the community. It'll just be a domino effect where over time it will become bigger, better, and a place that people just love even more.
I can't wait to put that flag up in front of my house. I can't wait. It's gonna look really cool.
One of the things that we do in the Neighborhood Association is have care days. There are opportunities for the neighbors to come together and volunteer, oftentimes to beautify, clean up. It really can be anything. But the most recent one we did was a Drains to Bay project, where we put the signs that say Drains to Bay on the storm drains. We did every one in St. Pete Heights.
We had a day where we put signs that say drains to the bay on all of our storm drains, so people know that any water that go into the storm drains will wind up in the bay, so they're more careful about that.
When we do these care days, we're walking around the streets. Like, how often do you just walk around the streets of your neighborhood doing something like cleaning up? Or people notice that. Neighbors notice that and want to know, like, what are you guys doing? And then we get to talk about the Neighborhood Association. We even had one guy join in.
I would say it's very worth it. We've met so many incredible people in our neighborhood that we didn't even know live just doors down from us. Had it not been for the Neighborhood Association, had it not been for this initiative that we had, none of that would have been possible. And to me, those human connections are really what it's all about.
My name is Shakayla Berthelo, and I am the first to graduate from the Gibbs High School EMT program and get hired on with St. Pete Fire and Rescue. A trailblazer is someone who is a discoverer, a creator, who takes risks. They aren't afraid to put themselves out there, and they're constantly trying to better themselves, not only for personal growth, though, for those around them. They're leading and they're bringing people with them. It's called the EMT program, EMT Preparatory Program at Gibbs High School. It's essentially 3 years long, and you'll go through what's the traditional EMT program that people would do outside of doing it through high school. But the classes that you take your sophomore, junior, and senior year are preparatory classes, kind of set you up for what you're gonna encounter when you start EMT school. It was definitely challenging, for sure, and a lot of hardships to get over, but I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world, because it set me up for this. Like, it gave me a ridiculous amount of opportunities, and I am so, so grateful for that. Growing up, I think I had two pretty important trailblazers. One would probably be Shirley Chisholm, who was the first Black female to join the U.S. Congress. It was monumental, especially at that time, because you didn't see a lot of strong Black females in positions like those. And also, Madam C.J. Walker, she's the first Black millionaire in America. She started her own hair care line for Black natural hair. And I think that is also incredible. Those are probably the two biggest trailblazers I had growing up. Just kind of let me know that if they can do it, I can do it, no matter what it is. I am a representation of you can do it. You set your mind to it and you can do it. Absolutely, do not hesitate, do it, because you can. So I say for people who are kind of struggling with that, or like struggling with the confidence of not being able to do something, I say just do it. Just do it, because you're only hurting yourself by not doing it. So just put yourself out there, you never know what's gonna happen.
My name is Adrian. I've been with the City of St. Pete for about 3 years. My job title is environmental tech. That means strictly rodent control and basically keeping the rodents out of the structure or the home. Basically, the service that we provide is a free service to the resident. Kind of go through an interview process with the customer, what they've been dealing with, how long, how often.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The City of St. Pete. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
And then from there, an exterior inspection takes place. And then from there, it's pretty much education, which is key. The more the customer knows, the better we're going to be able to assist.
But the flap's sealed right now, so that's excellent.
The most common problems are going to be entry points. When we get those cold snaps, rodents are just like us. They want to be inside, they want to be warm. So the first place they're going to look for is set up inside the home. So we want to go ahead and get those places sealed off, which is pretty much the most important part of pest control. Sanitation definitely is key. Not giving them a food source to keep revisiting. My job is important because of the fact that rodents do carry a few different types of diseases. They can basically make you sick. As a last resort, we do provide bait boxes to the customer to kind of try to help control the population. I've been in the business for over 20 years now. I think it's a sense of enjoyment being able to help others that may not know exactly what to do in the field of pest control. So it's kind of a privilege and an honor to be able to help that customer and be able to walk away knowing that that customer's been satisfied with the service that's provided.
The new Minority and Women Business Enterprise Program, referred to as the MWBE program, aims to promote business and economic development for minority-owned business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises in the St. Pete area. Equity and business opportunities are key priorities in Mayor Ken Welch and his team's agenda, and one of his 5 pillars for progress. The MWBE will be administered by the City of St. Petersburg's Office of Supplier Diversity, created to promote fair and equal business opportunities, ensuring equity in contracts and procurement for all members of our community who want to do business with the City of St. Petersburg. The city awards millions of dollars in contracts each year for services, supplies, and construction, which results in the creation of a wide variety of opportunities. The new MWBE program will create participation percentage requirements, providing more opportunities for St. Pete's diverse business community. For more information on qualifications, eligibility, and how to apply, visit stpete.org/MWBE.
District 7 is central to the city and includes the Deuces Live Main Street, the South St. Petersburg CRA, and a majority of the Skyway Marina District. I'm Corey Givens Jr., your council member for District 7. We're standing in front of the Carter G. Woodson African American Museum of Florida, a cultural institution here in St. Pete, named after African American historian and civil rights activist Carter G. Woodson. The museum is located just off 22nd Street South, next to Jordan Park. And fun fact, plays a special role in my family's history. It's where my grandparents got married over 50 years ago. 22nd Street is a corridor rich with cultural history and includes the historic Manhattan Casino. Originally known as the Jordan Dance Hall, the Manhattan Casino opened in 1931 and played host to legendary performers like James Brown, Louis Armstrong, Ray Charles, and many more. And the arts still thrive in District 7, almost 100 years later. From recognizable murals spread throughout the district to institutions like the Marian Center for Clay, where you can browse their wide selection of local artists' work or take a class to participate yourself. As far as rec centers go, I'd like to think that Childs Park is one of the best around. Serving as a central meeting point for Childs Park neighborhood, the center also hosts a swimming pool, a gym, and lots of playing field and open green space. You can take in a round of golf or a bucket of balls on the very friendly Twin Brooks Golf Course, a city-owned 3-par golf course in the middle of the city. District 7 is a thriving artistic hub. It distinguishes itself as a center for art, history, and community gatherings with a wide range of cultural events. This charming district has a lot to offer, whether you're interested in art history or just exploring the small local businesses.
District 2 is the northernmost district in St. Petersburg. It's bound by Tampa Bay to the north and east, 28th Street to the west, and as far south as Tennessee Avenue Northeast. I'm Councilmember Brandy Gabbard, your representative for District 2. Today, we are at Power Design Inc., the city's largest private employer and a majority women-led business that has continuously been ranked one of Tampa Bay's best places to work. District 2 is the gateway to St. Petersburg for many coming from Tampa and North Pinellas. Its geography is one of the main reasons we are sought after